and a very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, the County Championship continues here at Trent Bridge as Essex visit us today, and over the next few days we will have live ball-by-ball coverage of everything that happens here at Trent Bridge with Trent Bridge Live. Now, day one here at Trent Bridge, Essex are the visitors and the toss has already taken place, so I'm delighted to say I'm going to welcome in the captain, Stephen Mullaney. There's a bit of something happening over there.
I think someone's getting arrested over there.
Yeah. It's a little bit off-putting, but never mind. Nice to see you, captain.
You too.
Coming off the back of a very impressive win against Northampton, just kind of summarise those couple of days for us.
Yeah, I thought we were fantastic. I think the wicket always had a bit in it. We bowled them out for 158. I think first innings, which probably should have been a bit less than that. We dropped a few catches, and then I thought Joe Clark was magnificent with the bat to get us up to over 250, which I thought was about par on the pitch. And then Dane and Brett with a new ball, followed by Lyndon, were magnificent second innings, and obviously delighted to get 20 points.
Indeed. Now, coming here today, a bit different weather-wise to what it was the last time we were here. It's very warm at the moment. Toss, and you won that toss. Good one to win, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll find out. I think, luckily, I'm quite relieved that both teams were going to bowl. But it looks a good cricket pitch. Hopefully it'll have a bit of carry for our seamers. We've obviously got Stuart back this week. Hopefully we can put the ball in the right areas enough times and hopefully bowl them out for not very many.
Now, the last time we played Essex down here, it was a very successful day for us and a game for us. Do you take anything from that, or is it pretty much today's game is a different game?
Well, a bit of both, probably. I think that they... the last couple of times we've played them, we've played really well. So I think they'll be aware of how strong we are. Very similar bowling attacks we've got, very similar batting line-up they've got as well. So two very similar teams to the last time we played. So we'll take some confidence from that, but we know they're a very good team. They're coming off the back of a loss, so they'll be wanting to put that right. Very well run from the top with Anthony McGrath, some obviously world-class players, and Sir Alistair Cook, sorry. So we're going to have to play well.
Last two fixtures, obviously home game here against Lancashire. It was a completely different sort of game in the end. We had to dig in and we got a draw from that. Do you take something from that and the Northampton game coming into this? Is there a little bit of momentum building? Yeah,
I think we've played well in every game. I think the Hampshire game we were okay. I think Lancashire we were poor, with the ball by our own admission, but I thought it showed great character to get that extra 5 points. I thought summed up by Stuart Broad batting 50 balls for 3, and then Ollie Stone walking out with a torn hamstring. So, we do take something from that. We played really well last week, but as it comes, it's a very different game against very different 11. So we're going to have to play well.
Brody got a bit of stick for that, didn't he? Really, on social media, the Nighthawk, wasn't out, but it was important, that kind of knock, and somebody that's been around for many years in Brody, putting that effort in to secure a draw for Notts. That's a big thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I think he showed all of his experience. He actually walked off and said he absolutely loved it. A battle with James Anderson.
Can't beat it, can you, really?
Yeah, so very important. He wears his heart on his sleeve and he puts as much effort in for us as he does for England. So hopefully, with the ball today, he can get one over on Alistair Cook and start us off really well.
Just on the team, finally, a couple of changes. Some people coming in. Calvin Harrison makes his first-class debut. How nice is that for him? And just kind of the approach on the team that we've had to select.
Yeah, always exciting when someone makes the debut. Calvin got 90 odd in the seconds last week. He's a gun fielder, so he'll replace Ben Duckett in the slips. He's already had an impact as a 12th man, catching a few unbelievable catches. And he also gives us that leg spin option hopefully later in the game. But he comes in and Stuart comes back for Luke Fletcher. So two enforced changes. Obviously Ben, we're delighted that he's been picked for England and misses this game. That's the 11 we go with. Hopefully it's good enough.
Do you think this is the last question, don't worry, I'll let you go. Just obviously Ducky, Ben Duckett's been in great form for the last 18 months really. Does this game give some other people an opportunity to showcase what they can do with the bat?
Yeah, we've not batted as well as we can do, that is for sure, but Ben Slater's going back up to open to what he knows. Montgomery goes to 3 where he had success last year. Clark will go back up to 4, Lind to 5 and myself to 6, so very familiar with that. That batting line-up. Liam Patterson-White gets an opportunity at 7, then Calvin at 8, Brett, Stuart and Dane. So obviously it gives people opportunity. Every game's a different opportunity for different people. Ben's had a couple of good innings, one exceptional one at Lords, but we've got some people in good form. We just need to put it in the middle now.
You've literally just done my job for me because you've said the team in order, so that's the next minute kind of cancelled, so I don't know what we're going to do now.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say good luck.
Thank you.
Well.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
All right, mate. He has just told me and told you guys the team, but let's just go through the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Essex. He just mentioned him there. Ben Slater moves up the order to open with Hasib Hamid, who needs 78 runs to reach 6,000 first-class runs in his career. Matthew Montgomery in at number 3. Joe Clark once again takes the gloves in the absence of Tom Moores, Lyndon James, and Joe Clark a very valuable 76 runs against Northants in the previous game. We've just spoken to him there. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, he won the toss and he has chosen to have a bowl. Liam Patterson-White comes back into the team. He missed the game here against Lancashire, and we've just spoken about Calvin Harrison. He makes his first-class debut for Notts in this fixture. Brett Hutton, well, he got a fifer against Northants in the first innings in the last game. Stuart Broad, we've spoken about him, and Dane Patterson, he also got a fifer against Northants. So that is your selected 11 for this fixture against Essex, and as you always know, the head coach is Peter Moores. Okay, so that was the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Essex. Let's just take a look at a few stats here. So if we just take a look at the batting at the moment, then you will see we've spoken to him just there with the captain, Steve Mullaney, that Ben Duckett, he's top of the shop so far. 401 runs for Ben Duckett at the moment. Hasib Hamid, he's on 337. We've spoken about Joe Clark and that important 76 against Northants. And the captain has also chipped in there with 147 runs so far this season. Now, we've chosen to bowl today, so let's take a look at the bowling stats so far in this season. And you will see that Brett Hutton, he's had a couple of fifers already this season. He's on 25 wickets for the season. He's having a great season so far. And Dane Patterson in at number 2 there, 20 wickets for Dane. In the 2 seasons he's been here, he's had over 50 wickets. And he's looking to obviously do that again. Stuart Broad with 11 and Lyndon James with 10. Now, you might have just heard that the bell has just rung. So that means that we are literally just under 5 minutes away from the start of play. So the players and the umpires will be making their way out into the middle very, very shortly. So let's just take a look at the table. 5 games for everybody so far. And you'll see that Surrey currently on top with 82 points. But the last 2 fixtures for Notts, that draw against Lancashire and that win against Northants, means that joint third with Hampshire on 57 points. And if we just look at Essex, Steve Mullaney said that they're coming off the back of a loss. They're just below Nottinghamshire on 53 points as well. So just to remind you that bonus and batting points from the first innings and 5 points for a draw, 16 points for a win as well. So we'll keep you updated throughout the next few days about batting and bonus points, and also obviously the result when that happens. But it's now time for me to hand you over to your commentary team, and over the next few days it will be led by the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
All right, mate.
Yeah, fine. Just got to have a little wander around.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge. Lovely, bright, dry, sunny morning, and the ripple of applause you may just be able to hear in the background is the arrival of the players and of course the umpires leading them out, our umpires for this match, Tom Lungley and Steve O'Shaughnessy. A very good morning from Trent Bridge. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, be joined shortly by Dickie Davis from BBC Essex Sport. Quickly tell you that the toss has been won by the Notts captain Stephen Mullaney, and he has asked the visitors to bat first, so Essex will be batting first in this match. A couple of changes for Nottinghamshire to tell you about, and that is the applause there is for Sir Alistair Cook making his way out of the pavilion and on his way to the middle. The Nottinghamshire changes Stuart Broad in for Luke Fletcher, who picked up that ankle niggle, or further aggravated the ankle niggle that's been plaguing him this season at the weekend at Northampton. So he's out. Broad back. And an interesting change in that Ben Duckett, ahead of the international series, you may have observed he was selected in the England squad for the forthcoming Test match against Ireland. Although Broad does play in this game, I feel he needs a little bit more mileage in the legs before the international summer. Ben Duckett has played all the matches so far. He sits this one out, and Calvin Harrison makes his Nottinghamshire first class debut. He has played a couple of first class matches. You can probably hear we're just having a little bbit of feedback, which we'll sort out. So it's going to be Broad to get us underway, with Essex put in. Here is Broad in to bowl, and the first ball is played by Nick Brown up to mid-on, and there's no run. So the Nottinghamshire team: Asiba Mead, Ben Slater, Matthew Montgomery, Joe Clark, who will keep wicket, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Liam Patterson-White, Calvin Harrison in, as I say, for his debut, Brett Hutton, Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson. Broad wearing the headband, going round the wicket, bowling to Brown, who clips this away for 4 runs. Fast outfield, particularly, it always seems to just be sucked away towards that shorter side on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, the Smith Cooper stand, and that just asked for the ball to come to it, and it just sped away across the outfield and away for 4. So Essex and Nick Brown up and running. Hazy sort of morning, but the visibility is pretty decent. Just see an aeroplane just descending into East Midlands Airport. But a nice looking shot. Dickie Davis, as I say, will be with me in a moment or two, and then we'll go through the Essex side. I'll let Dickie do that as Broad bowls to Brown. You'd imagine there might be a little bit of intent there for Stuart Broad when he gets to bowl to Alistair Cook. Cook playing his 150th first class game for Essex, by the way. Of course, he even played more than that for England during his long and illustrious Test career, but it's his 150th first class game for Essex, and coincidentally his very first one was against Nottinghamshire back in 2003. Broad in again to Nick Brown, left-handed opener. Brown drives handsomely to mid-on, but straight to the not skipper Stephen Mullaney. So we've given the umpires a mention: Steve O'Shaughnessy and Tom Lungley. Roger Marshall doing the notching for Nottinghamshire alongside Mr. Choate for Essex. Match referee, former Notts, Durham and Hampshire batter Will Smith. Very good morning to one and all, and to Ian Smith, who works the screens here at Trent Bridge, and Paul Harrison, who looks after all the players' comforts in the dressing room. He'll be listening. Here's Broad round the wicket, bowls to Brown, and he lets this go through to Joe Clark. So we've got 4 slips. Brett Hutton, who presumably will be taking the second over, he's at first slip. Calvin Harrison at second, fielded at second at Northampton last weekend. Took a couple of blinding catches, but that was on the field as a substitute for the injured Fletcher, playing in his own right for this one. Third slip, Matthew Montgomery, and Lyndon James in at 4th. Attacking field, final ball of this opening over, and Nick Brown will push it up to Patterson at fairly wide-ish mid-off, so that early boundary, the only runs on the board so far. Be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. And it will be Brett Hutton, who's made a fine start to the season, missed the opening match at the Ageas Bowl, but in the next 4 matches he's taken 25 wickets at 15 apiece. So really bowling nicely. Had it on a string at the weekend at Wantage Road. 3 5-wicket hauls in his 4 matches. They'll be bowling to Alistair Cook. 3 slips for Cook. So here's Hutton running away from us. Sun shining, Trent Bridge looking a picture, and Cook away first ball makes his mate Stuart Broad put in a bit of a dive. Dirty knees already for Broad as he throws himself to the ground away to his left. Made the stop. 5 without loss. So Brown down to the far end. Yes, this is more like it. We've got a lovely sunny morning at Trent Bridge for the start of this match against Essex. Notts have won the toss, put the visitors in there, 5 without loss. Couple of changes for Nottinghamshire. Luke Fletcher with an injury. Ben Duckett resting ahead of the international summer. So back comes Stuart Broad, and there's a first appearance for Calvin Harrison. Essex 5 without loss. Last ball was just allowed to pass through to wicketkeeper Clark, still deputising for the injured Tom Moores. Hutton bowls again, and Brown just eases it to point. A little bit of a race there for the ball. It's won by Asiba Mead ahead of Liam Patterson-White. Decent crowd in, lots of chatter, as you can perhaps hear. People renewing acquaintances, no doubt for the first time in perhaps a while, or perhaps just since the last match. But lots to talk about as Hutton bowls a delivery which just shapes back. Nick Brown knew where his off stump was, lets it go through to the keeper. If you are following us on via the BBC Sport website and app, just listening, just to be aware there is the option to watch. There are pictures, there is a live stream which takes the BBC commentary. Don't let that put you off, but the pictures are available via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk/live, as Hutton bowls to Nick Brown, who clips this on the leg side, fielded by Ben Slater. And there's no addition to the total, 5 without loss. One ball left in this over. Hutton right on the money, and having done his update for BBC Essex Sport, just been joined by Dickie. I'll just give him a moment, because this is going to be the final ball of the over as Hutton, in past umpire Longley, well wide of the pegs, goes through to Clark, and Essex after a couple of overs are up and running. 5 without loss. 2 changes, as I say, for the Nottinghamshire team. Fletcher out with that ankle injury. Ben Duckett resting ahead of the international summer. We sort of just loosely touched on Essex, but didn't want to steal all the thunder away from my chum. Good to see you back at Trent Bridge. A very, very good morning from BBC Essex Sport, at least for the first couple of days here. Welcome back to Nottingham, to Dickie Davis.
Good morning, Dave, and good morning, listeners. Yes, I mean, it sounds a cliche, but it is always a pleasure to come back to Trent Bridge. For my money, easily the most pleasant of the Test match grounds, and we've also got beautiful weather, and the forecast is pretty good for the 2 days I'm going to be up here. It's a little bit more iffy over the weekend, I think. But
and you've got Broad v Cook to enjoy.
And Broad moves in bowls, and that's played out through mid-off by Sir Alistair Cook. And they go through for 2. They'll look for and certainly get 3 very comfortably, and so Essex move on to 8 without loss. And yeah, Essex, well, they currently lie 4 points and 1 position behind Notts. Essex only have 1 victory to their name, whereas Notts have 2. But generally speaking, these 2 sides have had fairly close competitive matches, as Broad moves in round the wicket. Both openers are left-handed. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. And yeah, the one change that Essex have from the previous team is that Rossington comes in, regains his place rather than Michael Pepper, who took over for the most recent game. He picked up a nasty hand injury at Chelmsford a couple of matches ago. And so Adam Rossington is back in the middle order. The go down the Essex side shortly after this delivery from Broad, which is played solidly by Brown. He has 4, Cook has 4, 8 without loss. Yep, so that's the only change. So therefore the side comprises Nick Brown, Sir Alistair Cook, Tom Westley, Dan Lawrence, Matt Critchley, Adam Rossington, Simon Harmer, Doug Bracewell, Shane Snater, Sam Cook. Says cool on the scorecard, which is he'll quite like that. He'll see the funny side of that. Yeah, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Just amend my scorecard now. Cool.
Mr. Cool.
That could stick as a nickname, I think.
Yeah.
Cool Cook.
Yeah. And of course, there's some disrespect there, I guess, because he's a hometown hero. He plays for the Trent Rockets, or has played for the Trent Rockets, hasn't he, in the 100 competition?
Has he?
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed to admit I didn't know that. So Broad moves in again, and again played confidently, not timed to perfection by Brown, but seemed confident enough, as played back to the bowler, probably looking to hit it a little wider and pick up at least a single.
This is Alistair Cook's 150th first-class game for Essex. Of course, he's missed so many matches away with England.
Yes.
But his very first, coincidentally, was against Notts in 2003.
Oh, right.
So 20 years ago. So it's come full circle. There's another little stat to that, and I'm almost afraid to say it, but he scored 69 not out, and that remains his highest score against Notts.
And that's worked away for certainly 2, and it doesn't beat the fielder to the boundary. The wicket is pitched slightly more over to the east side of the ground, not sort of bizarrely so that's a slightly shorter boundary than the other one. In fact, the rope on the other side has been brought in a long way from the physical edge of the very pleasant ground. So 2 overs gone, and Essex 10 without loss. Yeah,
we're right in line with the dressing rooms. Very often the players sort of have to crank their necks one way or the other to have a look at the play from their balconies, but we're right in line with the pavilion as Hutton bowls one which Alistair Cook whips down to long leg. Dane Patterson will field. Single taken. Essex just moving through the gears gently this morning. 11 without loss. So important for all these sides. We say it every week to get first innings runs, and of course with the bonus points not kicking in now until 250, there's not been that many sides that have really rattled along and got a full haul of bonus points in any game this season. It's been tough going for the batters as Hutton bowls a lovely delivery past the outside edge of Nick Brown's bat. Not entirely sure how much cricket Nick Brown was expecting to get, or whether it was just as a precaution, but I know he's I've got friends, colleagues, associates, former teammates that are associated with the is it Witham Cricket Club in Essex, and I know Nick Brown this year has sort of been affiliated to them as their professional for the year, but of course he's managed to play in all the games so far, as this is worked away behind square. So Witham aren't seeing an awful lot of him so far. 12 without loss.
It's always pronounced down our way, down south, as Witham. Witham, more or less midway between Essex and Colchester. And, Witham playing their second season, I think, in the East Anglian Premier League, which is one of the 20 or so top divisions of club cricket in the country.
There's Brett Hutton, past umpire Lungley, again wide of the pegs, and A. Cook, as it says on the board, lets it go through to J. Clark. 2 Cooks, as Dickie said, although on the scorecard there's actually just 1 Cook, and S.J. Cool it says for Sam Cook, which I'm sure he'll see the funny side of. 12 without loss as Hutton runs away from us. They're in the Radcliffe Road end. Bowles
Ooh.
delivery that just nips away, and an extra little bit of bounce and through to the keeper. Generally a good cricket wicket here. The bat have to work hard for their runs, have to stick around, grind it out, but they will get full reward for the shots. Lightning fast outfield and shortish boundaries. You go to some places and you can hardly see to the middle from the ropes. It's not like that here. Everybody's got a good view. They feel they're on top of the action as Hutton in again, bowls and just squared Cook up just a fraction, but he gets it up to Stephen Malady at mid-off, and we're through 4 overs here on BBC Essex Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham, and all our friends watching everywhere on the live stream. It's 12 without loss. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Dickie Davis alongside me. We will have one or two guests popping in from time to time, and we'll be joined by Nasser Hanif, who formerly with the BBC Asian Network and now works out of Media City. He'll be popping in a wee while for a bit of a chat, and as always we'll be very receptive if any of the players pop up to say hello. Here's Dickie, and once again you've got Broad this time bowling to Brown.
Yep, and it's just played out on the side, slightly short of a length, and one doesn't always get the opportunity to see. Well, over the years, of course, one hasn't had a lot of opportunity to see Stuart Broad in county cricket any more than we have to see Sir Alistair. So two magnificent servants of England in contention, as Nick Brown faces up to the aforementioned Stuart Broad. Short of a length, cracked away through the offside. It wasn't the greatest delivery that Stuart Broad has ever bowled, and Nick Brown gave it the treatment. Really, you've got to obviously play the ball on its merits, not have respect for the bowler, but not too much. They're all capable of bowling bad deliveries, and when they come along, take full advantage. So the score moves on to 16 without loss, as Broad, wearing that distinctive headband, well, it's become distinctive over recent years. What I remember watching him initially with Leicestershire, I don't think he wore a headband then. Maybe it wasn't sort of the thing to do in those days, and that just played off just backward of square on the offside. No addition to the score, and which is 16 without loss. And Brown really needs a good innings in this game. He's one of these players who come back to that after this delivery. And loud appeal for LBW, and it meets with the approval of the umpire. And Essex have lost their first wicket. They're 16-4-1.
That's very nearly similar to a Dave Bracegirdle comment and dismissal. Dickie saying so and so needs some runs, and then the next ball he's out. I won't. It's difficult. I'll have a look as and when we get a replay again. It seemed like Broad was running down again, celebrating the wicket before it was given, but it didn't quite seem to me, having seen an awful lot of Stuart Broad's wickets for Nottinghamshire, like he was 100% convinced he was going to get it. But the umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy raised the finger. Nick Brown batted for 17 minutes, faced 22 balls, 2 fours, and what was just sort of blossoming into a half decent start now is rocked a little bit by that dismissal. And I won't say Dickie put the mockers on him, because it's never nice to hear that, but generally when you do say somebody's in need of some runs or whatever, they're just seeing it. Oh yeah, seeing the replay. I mean, you're all out there having a little look, and whether you're of a Nottinghamshire persuasion or an Essex persuasion, you'll have your own thoughts, your own views. But it did look as if he was trapped in the crease by a ball that was going on to hit the stump. So generally, under the terms of the dismissal, absolutely can see why the finger was raised. Here's Tom Westley, who I always thought was just Tom, but obviously the first part of his surname, as they went out to the toss, I went out to the middle just to supervise, so you know what's going off. And as Tom Westley, the Essex skipper, was sort of making his way to the middle, Stephen Mullany held out his hand. Morning, Wes. So that's obviously what the players call him. But 16 for 1, Westley out there, and it's nice to see a right-hander. And I say that having been at Northampton at the weekend, where it seemed like about 9 of them, including all the top order, were all left-handers, and Essex started in the same vein with a couple of lefties, but we've got a right-hander out there.
So Broad, therefore, altering his line of attack, coming over the wicket, which means that immediately, because of where the wicket is pitched, it means that behind his arm is the, I would have thought, the dressing rooms. As well, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that Wesley drew his bat just at the last minute rather than beaten. We're not right behind the line, and of course the sort of paradoxical thing is that those watching on the stream are right behind the line, and we're not. So not infrequently they get a better view of proceedings than we do, and sometimes they let it be known. Oh, speaking of which the email address shall give you after this delivery, which will also be the end of the over. Oh, I don't know that we can give Wesley the benefit of the doubt there, maybe, but again it went through to the wicket keeper. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. As listeners know, in Essex we'd warmly welcome any comments you like to make, and we always say we will, assuming they're not offensive, one or two of them are, then we will read every one of them. If you've taken the trouble to put fingers to keyboard, then the very least we can do is respond to.
Do you want to give it again, Dickie? Because I know there's one or two Nottinghamshire supporters that prefer, if you don't mind,
of course
to get in touch by email, and I don't do that. I'm just on the old Twittery thing. We'll just wait for this delivery from Brett Hutton. Noisy morning at Trent Bridge again, I'm afraid, as this is an elegant drive by Cook up to mid-off. As you can see, Dickie, we've lost half of our view away to the right. We can't see towards the power station and towards the airport as the Dave Bracegirdle retirement apartments are being built, and sometimes they get very noisy over there. But there's quite a lot of cricket grounds, aren't there, that have got flats and balconies and apartments and residential rooms on the boundary edge. This one's just over the road, but spoils our view a little bit. This is a nice shot from Cook. Not going to see much better than that this morning. That's very, very elegant indeed from Sir Alistair, just to the offside of straight. It's gone for 4, 20 for 1. Cook's on 9, and that email address?
Yes, the email address, and obviously it hardly needs to be said, but I will, just to make sure that you're very welcome. We just welcome Nottinghamshire supporters every bit as much as Essex supporters, or just cricket supporters. Don't have to have allegiance to one or the other. BBC Essex Cricket, I better say it more slowly, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Here's Hutton bowling again, wide of the pegs, and Cook left it alone. Just shaped back a little bit, but not enough to get close enough to the furniture. So still to come, Dan Lawrence. Many congratulations to him. He's in the England 15 for the forthcoming Ireland Test match. That's in a couple of weeks' time. Going to have their work cut out, aren't they? Slimming that down from 15 to 11. Duckett and Broader in it for Nottinghamshire. Dan Lawrence in it for Essex. Nice to see Lawrence back in the squad. Fine player as Cook just pushes us to a Seba Mead behind square, and a Mead not yet back in the selectors' good books. He's not played for England since that fairly disastrous Ashes trip the winter before last, but this last winter he did skipper the England Lions on their tour of Sri Lanka, so he's sort of on the periphery, I guess, if they're looking for somebody up towards the top at any point in the summer, provided he continues to churn out the runs. Here's Hutton. Cook's on 9, bowls now, and it very nearly chopped it on there. It was not quite wide enough to rock back and cut away for 4 by Cook, but he bottom edged it into the ground. So Dan Lawrence doing next, then Matt Critchley, former Derbyshire skipper, of course, played against Notts many times across the different formats, and I always get this the wrong way round. Matt Critchley and Ben Slater. I'm not sure if Ben Slater's good lady is Matt Critchley's sister, or Matt Critchley's good lady is Ben Slater's sister, but they're as this one's wider the pegs, but Critchley and Slater, if you like, they're brothers-in-law in law, or whatever it is. They get together for the family barbecue, let's put it that way.
Yes.
The sisters are related, but I'm not sure which way round it is. 20 for 1. Adam Rossington, as Dickie said, back in the side, taking the gloves. Saw him one of the first out there this morning with the gloves on. Simon Harmer. Doug Bracewell, part of that famous New Zealand cricketing dynasty. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of Bracewells that's played for New Zealand in first class cricket. Shane Snater, who got 7 for 2 years ago on this ground. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter.
As Broad moves in over the wicket, and Wesley whips that away through the leg side, backward of square, and they go through for a comfortable single. And score moves on to 21 for 1. The one being Nick Brown, who was LBW to Stuart Broad for 11 off the 4th delivery of the 4th over of the morning. Can't emphasise enough what a glorious day it is. I think it probably is all over the country, so I'm not sort of saying, aren't we lucky to be here? Well, we are lucky to be here because it's a beautiful ground, but I think...
I wouldn't have thought it's baking hot, but it's,
no,
you're going to know about it if you sit there all day.
Yes, quite.
You'll have a red nose.
And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. And, well, I know it's not summer yet, it's still only spring, but this sort of weather's been a long time coming. I mean, cricket supporters are the most loyal, or I don't know, masochistic in the group of people ever, and they will sit through all sorts of conditions, and they've had to put up with a lot for the first 5 championship games. I can't remember a better day weather-wise than this. On the other hand, I can't remember what I had for breakfast. And that nudge down to fine leg for just out of our sight, just below us, and indeed it does go through for 4 runs, signalled by umpire. Now then, you probably know it's Tom Lungley and
Steve O'Shaughnessy is at the far end.
Steve O'Shaughnessy at the far end.
Our producer Kirsty says, had to send out extra supplies of sun cream for all the camera operators. And producer Kirsty says, as they'll be listening to you, Dave, can you just remind them to, was it slip, slop, slap or something?
Something like that.
That's what you have to do. So our fabulous team out there of camera operators, don't forget your sun cream, folks.
No. As Broad moves in round the wicket to his former skipper and team colleague for England, Sir Alistair Cook.
Yes, I bet they've shared some adventures together, Dickie, over the years.
They have, yeah. And although, as with all county sides, Essex have got some very good players, some very good batsmen, and by his own admission, obviously, Sir Alistair Cook isn't quite what he was. Nevertheless, it's still leave you hanging with bated breath outside the off stump. Still the main scalp that opposition sides still want, which is fair enough, because I think it's as much a psychological blow to Essex as much as anybody else. They have such faith and admiration and respect for Cook, well, as does all people interested in cricket, that they think that when he's out, it's inclined to make them think, oh dear, if Sir Alistair is struggling, then how are we going to get on? And so much of this game is played in the mind. And that's down the leg side. They go through for 1 something or other, I'm not quite sure what denomination, a bye. Yeah,
so that's 1 against poor old Joe Clark, who's battered really nicely the last couple of matches for Nottinghamshire. It's the end of the over, 26 for 1. Yeah, just looking, Dickie, at Sir Alistair there, 38 years of age now, famously, of course, a Christmas Day baby, Christmas 1984, born in Gloucester. 161 test matches, 92 ODIs and 40 T20 internationals, 33 test centuries, and as we were saying earlier, this is his 150th first class match for Essex, debut against Notts 20 years ago at Chelmsford. Charlie Shrek got him out in the first innings for 13 as Hutton round the wicket, bowls to Cook, and it goes through to the keeper, and then 69 not out in the second innings. And since then he's played another 7 matches against Notts, and his best still remains 69 not out. And on this ground he's never, again, why am I saying it? Why are you saying it, Brace Girdle? But on this ground he's never had a century for either Essex or England. But why have I said that? Sorry folks, blame me.
We will.
Middle to late afternoon is Hutton bowling and Cook defends. Tea is usually in some far-flung corner of the world, and I presume it's the same today. Dave, morning to Dave and to Dickie. The first wicket of the day, so that brings about my first, and then there's a picture of a pint glass. So wherever you are, you're always on holiday, Tea. If you're doing that, having a wicket having a pint every time a wicket goes down, well, we'll see how you get on by tea time. There's Hutton round the wicket, bowls, and this one's deflected nice and fine by Cook. I think there was the face of the bat on it, and it runs away down to long leg for a couple. Patterson doing the fielding, and it's 28 for 1.
You mentioned in passing that Sir Alistair Cook was born in Gloucester, and that might raise an eyebrow or two. The story, which I think is accurate, because he told me that his family were on the way to spend Christmas in Cardiff, because presumably there were some Welsh connections, and his mother was obviously very heavily pregnant, and they were going down the M4 and didn't quite make it, and she said, I'm not going to get to Cardiff, I think we've got to find somewhere before then. So he was born in Gloucestershire maternity home, presumably.
Hutton bowls, and this one's whipped away on the leg side. They just had to check and just wait and see if Ben Slater was able to stop the ball, or going to stop the ball. He dived and managed to get a hand to it, saved it going for probably 3 out towards deep mid-wicket, but they do take a single. 29 for 1. Yeah, there's a similar story. Anuj Dalla was with Notts, because now with Derbyshire. It's obviously they're born Newcastle on Tyne, or it's on Tyne, isn't it, up in the northeast, and it was similar. His parents had just basically gone for the day to visit somebody when he popped along, and sort of no other association with the northeast throughout his life. Wesley's on 1. This one is deflected down to a Seabermead in front of the Smith Cooper stand, and they get another one. 30 for 1. Loads and loads of people getting in touch. We'll work our way through them during the course of the morning.
So presumably if Sir Alistair arrived 2 or 3 days later, he'd have been Welsh by birth.
My word.
Yeah. Well, he played a bit of rugby at Bedford School. He could have, who knows, he might have starred for Wales.
Cook is on 16. Hutton wears 16. Oh, that's a fabulous shot from Alistair Cook. He looks in the mood. I'm sorry to say, Nottinghamshire supporters, for mentioning it, but to you Essex fans, he's an absolute joy to watch. Farmer Cook is on his way. He's on 20. Essex 34 for 1. He does still play an active role on his farm, doesn't he?
Oh, very active. Yeah, very active. So I understand.
Mark the Mod, morning gents, glorious in the garden here in Stamford in Lincolnshire. I'm coming on Sunday, fingers crossed. Great to see Calvin in the first team. Yes, Calvin Harrison getting his Nottinghamshire first class debut today. He's played twice at first class level during his days as a student at Oxford University, but this is his county championship debut.
As Broad continues the attack, and that's outside the off stump. No addition to the score. Brian is the first email of the day, and he says, careful with that axe. Eugene, I don't quite understand the reference to Eugene, but it's addressed to me. No one mentions how badly Essex batsman needs runs until he's actually got them. Just saying. Yeah, very true.
Been update for Radio Nottingham in a second, Dickie. Got the studio in her ears as Broad bowls to Wesley, leaves this alone, goes through to the keeper. We'll have more from Dickie in a moment or two. I'll just do this update for Radio Nottingham. Yes, morning, everyone. Lovely, bright, sunny morning here, and cricket starting on time. Noisy, though, from the works going on next door. Essex 34 for 1, putting to bat. We're really licking our lips at the prospect this morning of seeing Stuart Broad bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Well, Broad has got the first wicket, but it's the other opener, Nick Brown, out LBW. Cook's still there. He started very well indeed. He's 20 not out. Essex are 34 for 1. So, an update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. Broad midway through his fifth over here, the ninth over of the morning. Broad with that only wicket, as we were just mentioning there for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. 3 slips: Hutton, Harrison, Montgomery. All hands on knees, and then go even lower as Broad comes in. Nice push onto the offside. There's no run. As I say, Dickie will be back before too long. Keep your emails coming in and your tweets. I've got quite a few to read out. I'm delighted for the first time in the match. First time this morning. We've been joined to my right by Nasser Hassif from BBC Sport and formerly of the BBC Asian Network. And Nasser will be with us for the first 2 days of this one. It's Broad bowls again. This goes through to the keeper. Morning, Nasser. How are we? All right. Welcome to Trent Bridge, to the commentary box. Great to see you.
Great to see you too as well, Dave. A fascinating morning here, isn't it, this morning? Lovely sun, Trent Bridge, and seeing Stuart Broad bowling in.
It's box office, isn't it?
It is.
Broad
It
v.
is.
Cook.
It certainly is. And I shouldn't be biased because I come from Yorkshire, but this is one of the best grounds in the country, I'm sure.
Well, I've just got to. I'll pick up on that in a second, because Broad coming down the runway from the pavilion end bowls, and Wesley leaves us alone. This might be another bye against Joe Clark. He actually spilled it out of his gloves between first and second slip. He had to dive that far to his right, couldn't hang on to it. Calvin Harrison chases down to third man for it, and they take a bye. It's 35 for 1 at the end of the 9th over. Essex putting to bat here on BBC Essex Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham, and the live stream, which you can get. I'm sure both clubs are running a link, and also the ECB network, if you want to follow us on the pictures. I've got to pick up, say you're from Yorkshire, but Nasser, I mean,
I know.
And Nasser Hanif.
And
I mean,
Nasser
two
Hanif.
little masters. You must be from good cricket stuff.
I wish I was. I really wish I was. Unfortunately, I'm not. No, my father didn't like cricket, so there we go. But yeah, he named me after the two. And the next delivery coming in, and just passes the outside of the off stump as we see Wesley batting. He's on 2 against. Alistair Cook 20 from him off 22 balls, and Wesley 2 off 11. So steady-ish start from Essex.
You've been here before,
I have been. Do you know what? I came in here, and the thing that this ground reminds me of is I saw Alex Hales here. I don't know if you remember that match. 171 when he scored here a few years ago now. As the next delivery comes in from Hutton, and that played just down the ground by Wesley. I came here a few years ago, and it was England against Pakistan, 2016 to be precise. And Alex Hale, he literally tonked all of the bowlers to all parts of Nottingham, I think, on that day. Incredible innings, as we see Hutton coming in to bowl again. And this delivery played right down the ground by Wesley.
Well, on your desk, this doesn't make great radio, folks. So we'll just have to bear with us a little bit. But we're on the third floor of the Radcliffe Road stand, windows wide open here in the commentary boxes, a wooden bench in front of us, and a wooden bench right in front of where Nasser's sitting. And there's a mark on this wooden bench in front of us, and that's where Alex Hales hit when he blasted one through the window here against Durham a few years ago.
Wow. It didn't quite work for him in the end, did it, here at Nottinghamshire? I think he's moved on to Worcestershire now, hasn't he?
No.
No? Am I wrong?
No. This one goes through to the keeper. No, he's still here.
Is he?
Will be a week tomorrow. The blast starts, and Alex Hales will be as he has been throughout his career, will be representing the Notts Outlaws. Oh no!
Oh right, I've obviously been reading the wrong stuff this morning. I think I'm thinking of the longer form game.
No, he had a decade ago. He had one game for Worcestershire on loan, and then was brought back. But now he's still very much part and parcel of the Trent Bridge family.
Of course, he's very active, and the next delivery goes by. Wesley still on 2, and that delivery from Hutton as he comes to the end of his nearly 5th over there. 5 overs for 15 from him. Broad, on the other hand, his 5 overs have cost 18 runs, and he's of course taken the only wicket of the day so far. Essex 35 for 1.
You have spent, as you've just alluded to, a little bit of time following the fortunes of the Pakistan cricket team.
Yeah, indeed. And the next delivery comes in now from Hutton, and that one just, just nearly wicket, just going over the off stump, and Hutton not taking a wicket in his opening spell here. So Essex remain 35 for 1.
Of course, there's a high state of excitement building here at Trent Bridge, because within the next few days, not entirely sure when, but presumably to make his debut a week tomorrow, Shaheen Shah Afridi is joining Notts for the first time for this year's Blast. He's had a little bit of time, hasn't he, in the past with Middlesex, but coming to Trent Bridge for the first time, so we're very much looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, that would be an amazing signing for Nottinghamshire, the heir apparent to Wasim Akram and all those left-armers that Pakistan has produced over the years. So I think he will be an amazing signing, and certainly, could fill the gap that's been left by Stuart Broad, who I'm sure is going to be on England duty this summer. Interestingly, I was looking at all the Ashes tests. There isn't one in Nottingham, unless I'm wrong.
No, there's a women's Ashes test, but no men's this time around. It's going to be Dane Patterson who's replaced Stuart Broad. Just 5 overs to begin with for Broad this morning. Here's Patterson. Last time we saw him bowl was at Northampton on Saturday, when he just blew the top order away, 4 for spit, and finished up with 5 for 16. Dickie tells me from the back of the box we've got an email in. Morning, chaps. This is from Marcus Vine. Morning, Marcus. Trying to work from home in the sunshine today, with your dulcet tones providing a lovely backdrop. But there's one problem. Every time I hear Sir Alistair Cook, my ears perk up as Patterson comes in, bowls to Cook, Yorker length delivery, which he digs out. My ears perk up, and I've got to jump across to the video feed to watch. What a cricketer, what a servant of the game, and what a privilege to watch him bat in the sun, enjoying a well-earned back end of his career. Doesn't get any more cricket than this. Come on, you Notts. Thank you, Marcus. Thanks ever so much for that, and really appreciate you taking the trouble to send that in to Dickie on the email, and agree with you. The greats. As this next one's driven away for 4. Alistair Cook, one of the greats, and he started today in absolutely spanking fashion. He's just caressed this through the offside. Plenty of front foot punch as well, and he gets that away to the boundary, moves on to 24-39 for 1. Every era, every decade has its cricketing greats, but certainly over the last 2, Alistair Cook has been one of the finest, and every time you get an opportunity to watch him play, you savour it just in case it's the last. Been a terrific servant to not only England cricket but Essex cricket as well, and great to see him still playing in the county championship. I think Patterson bowls to him, and this one's clipped on the leg side. And there's no run. 39 for 1 it remains here at Trent Bridge on a sun-baked morning. I don't think the temperature's going to get ridiculously high. Mid to high 60s, I think, in old money.
I was thinking about that, Dave, this morning. I was thinking, wouldn't you have batted first, perhaps, from a Nottinghamshire perspective? It's interesting.
They like to go down this route. To win a game, you've got to get 20 wickets. They like to crack on and get as many as they can in the first day. As Patterson in again, that's a decent lead from Sir Alistair Cook, goes through to the keeper. Obviously Notts playing at home, they sort of know how the wicket will manipulate itself and either deteriorate or improve at certain stages over the 4 days, but generally they would just like to make the most of it. Just that little bit of greenish hue that's there this morning, and if they can, just try and winkle out 2 or 3 wickets and then hopefully, as we got into days 2 and 3, might be better for batting second, as Patterson is in, and Cook just pushes it into the offside to Lyndon James, and that's the end of Dane Patterson's first over. There was a spanking boundary from Cook, but otherwise the South African right on the money. He started the season very, very well indeed. 20 wickets at just 16 apiece, a couple of 5-wicket hauls. And here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Essex Sport, it's 39 for 1 to the visitors.
I think the other person I really want to see bat here is Hasim Hamid as well. I've followed his career quite intensely from whence he was up in Lancashire, and obviously now an important part. He's the vice captain, I believe, of the Nottinghamshire side, so important. A figure for Nottinghamshire. The next delivery comes in from Hutton, and Wesley plays that just in front of him. Essex 39 for 1. Wesley now. I beg your pardon. Hutton into his 6th over now.
Pleased to say there's cricket going on in all 7 of the county championship matches scheduled for today.
Hutton comes in with his next delivery, and that one just left outside the off stump by Wesley.
In Division 1, Hampshire batting at the Ageas Bowler, 52 for 1 against Northants. Somerset are at Lords, they're 30 for 2. And at the Oval, Kent are the visitors there, they're batting, they're 30 for 1. In Division 2, at Bristol, Durham the visitors, 29 for 1, had a good win over Yorkshire last weekend. The match at Hove, Builders Steve Smith versus Marnus Labuschagne, Glamorgan are 29 for 2.
Hutton's next delivery now, and played again in front of him by Wesley, who remains on 2.
There's a little bit of pre-Ashes good news, I suppose, for those of you that follow the England players. Marnus Labuschagne, LBW, Ollie Robinson for 1 in the early stages of that one. And at New Road, Leicestershire are the visitors, they're 42 for 1. So they're the county championship matches underway today up and down the country. All 7 have got play, thankfully.
Hutton, 4th delivery of this over, comes in. Oh, and that one just going over the off stump, going over Wesley's off stump, and he remains on 2. Alistair Cook on the other side, 24. And Essex 39 for 1.
Yes, Wesley, the Essex skipper, played against Notts 8 times, averaging just round about 30 as a best of 110 not out against Nottinghamshire. That was here on this ground in 2018, helping Essex to an 8-wicket victory.
Hutton bowls again, and that one again played in front of him by Wesley, and calls from the slip cordon there, shouts of nearly, but no result there for Nottinghamshire, and Wesley still on 2.
Yeah, it didn't look right, did it?
No.
I think it would probably have gone over the top. Kevin Marriott says he's expecting this one to be done and dusted by 5:30 on Saturday. Nottingham Forest playing Arsenal behind us, 5:30 on Saturday.
Hutton comes in again and bowls, and that delivery just punched just in front of him by Alistair Cook, and no run there.
He says he knows Stuart Broad always likes to get the matches done in time for him to nip over the road and watch his beloved Forest. Matthew's with us. Morning, Matthew. Says, morning, everybody. Stuck in traffic on the A1 up near Doncaster. The sun's out, but I'm getting paid to listen to the cricket. Who could want for more? Good morning. Good morning to Nigel Hall. Hi, Dave. On my way tomorrow with 9 friends in the hospitality box just beside you at the Radcliffe Road end. Hope we can get a mention for the Notts Premier League as we're up and running, trying to produce future cricketers for the mighty Nottinghamshire. Cheers, Nigel Hall. Great job you're doing, Nigel. Let me have a fabulous day tomorrow with your friends. And
Hutton coming into bowl his next over to Alistair Cook.
yeah, it's Dane Patterson from the far end. Bowls, oh, that's a loose one. First really loose waft at that one, well outside the off stump from Cook, and it goes through to the keeper. Lily's with us. Morning, everybody. This is a good game. Love listening to Sir Alistair Cook play. I'm listening to you as my county Yorkshire aren't playing. We know you're a Notts fan, Lily. Mark the Mod, love to imagine Derek Randall coaching Sir Alistair at school. Yeah, famously at was it Bedford School, was it, Mark? Back in the day.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, that is Dane Patterson, in fact, bowling his second ball of this over to Alistair Cook.
Bowls now.
And Alistair Cook, flicked away beautifully by Alistair Cook for 4 runs to Alistair Cook, taking him to 28 and to the Essex total 43 for 1 now.
Steve Williams. Sir Alistair was at Luton on Tuesday supporting the Hatters to Wembley. He was interviewed after the game and sounded rather hoarse. Have a good day, everybody. Thanks for that, Steve. Yeah, Luton versus Coventry. The Championship playoff match. Crikey me. One of those in the Premier League, although I did see something, I don't know if it's right or not, that Luton have got to do rather extensive ground updates. Here's Patterson from the pavilion end. Bowls to Cook, and he will push this square of the wicket on the offside, and it's fielded by Slater. Mike Brown is here in the ground, made the journey over from Guernsey. Have a nice few days at the match. Peter Hilton, another skipper who's taller than Stephen Mullaney. I'm onto something here, he says. Saw my photograph of Tom Westley and Stephen Mullaney. He reckons, and has done for a while, that Stephen Mullaney is the shortest county skipper. Just a 51-year-old. This felt like a bat first toss to me, but what do I know? Yeah, Notts usually go down that route as the South African bowls to Cook, and he punches it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Mandy's with us, so pleased that Calvin's hard work has been recognised. Congratulations to Calvin. Take a bow, young man. Who else is with us? Craig Hughes, very good morning to you. Jonathan Evans and Dr. John. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing. Are you on the old Twittery thing?
I am, but I've not really built it up into anything extravagant. Just the odd few people who follow me.
Patterson, the right arm around the wicket bowls, goes through to Joe Clark. Takes this one low down. Been a tricky old morning already for Joe Clark. We understand he will bat at 4 when it's Nott's turn, and unless, of course, there's need for a night watchman or whatever. It'll be Hamid, Ben Slater back at the top of the order with Duckett not playing in this one, and then everybody else will just go up 1. Matthew Montgomery from 4 to 3, Clark from 5 to 4, James from 6 to 5, and Mullaney from 7 to 6. Then Liam Patterson-White, Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton, Stuart Broad, and this man, Dane Patterson, who bowls now and has to field off his own bowling. Can't, got a finger end on it as Cook drives. Just hope Dane Patterson's okay there. That was one of those that can just do a little bit of finger damage, but he seems to be okay. Couple of runs taken by Cook, who moves ominously well on to 30 not out at the end of the 13th over Essex era, 45 for 1.
I guess from an Essex point of view, I think what they'll be looking for is to bat around at Sir Alistair Cook, won't they? To get that really good, strong first innings total. All the other batters can batter. If they can do that, they can bat around him, get themselves a solid opening total, and put the pressure back on the likes of Hasib Hamid when they come out to bat, and Joe Clark and batsmen and some of the Nottinghamshire batsmen.
Still going to be Hutton. Hear all sorts of strange noises coming from over the Bridgeford Road. The Dave Bracegirdle residential care home still being built. Way to our right, but there seems to be lots of drilling going on today. That's as technical as I'm going to get. Here's Hutton, here's Nasser.
Yeah, Hudson comes in to bowl his next delivery, and that one just played back to the bowler, who fends it back, and the ball hits the ground. Wesley still on 2 runs. Alistair Cook on the other side on 30. Essex 45 for 1. Hutton continuing the bowling from this end of the ground, the media end. I don't know what the other technical terms. I'm going to be honest. I guess it's the media end where we're all sitting, and it's this side of Radcliffe Road end, I believe.
Yep.
It's where I parked my car this morning anyway. So as in comes Hutton again to bowl this next delivery, and it's played squarish by Westley, and he remains on 2. I guess Stuart Broad will be used sporadically in this game, because the last thing he wants to do is get injured ahead of a busy summer. But he needs the practice as well at the same time, doesn't he? As in comes Hutton to bowl this next delivery. And Wesley plays that ball right in front of him.
Yeah, there'll be no half measures. I mean, he's not going to bowl off a shorter run or only go through the motions. He will be giving it 100%. But as you'd expect, really, he would just limit his spells to between 5 and 6 overs, which is sort of what you'd expect. Had a 5-over burst to begin with. Got rid of Nick Brown.
Hutton comes in to bowl his next delivery, and this left well outside his off stump by Wesley.
Just inching towards 5 to 12. These first sessions can very often change in the space of a few deliveries or a few overs. Not as the fielding side will just want to remain patient, just remain optimistic that they can perhaps at some stage just get a quick bang bang and have Essex at least 3 down by lunch. That's generally what you're looking for when you put a side in.
Hutton comes in, next delivery played right in front of him again by Wesley.
Whereas Essex will just be trying to find that most elusive of things in the early weeks of the season, a large partnership that can really set you up for a strong position going into the back half of the game.
Hutton comes in to finish this over, and he bowls this next delivery, and it's left well alone by Wesley, who remains on 2. On the other side, Alistair Cook is on 30, and Essex are 45 for 1. Yes, intriguing morning, and both these teams looking at them, looking in the county championship table, in that mid-table place, I guess, behind the leaders. Of course, Surrey, no surprise there, the big hitters ahead of them. So I guess one of these twos will look to gain an advantage as well in this particular game, won't they? Get the points, get some of these bonus points as well, try to climb up that ladder. Inch ever so closer.
Yes, Warwickshire have been, for my money, the surprise team in Division 1. They're second, as Patterson comes in again round the wicket. Cook punches it with authority to mid-off to Broad, Surrey leading the table, then Warwickshire, then Hampshire and Notts absolutely level pegging on 59 points. They've got Hampshire third. Whether that's alphabetical or whether it's the fact that Hampshire did beat Notts, I suppose it seems right, but they're on level points. Hampshire and Notts on 59, and then Essex come in fifth. Fifth, just behind them. Patterson bowls again, and Cook, knowing where his off peg is, leaves it alone, and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
I think one interesting thing for me as well will be, Dave, is how these teams play once they lose some of the England players, because I guess some teams will be affected more than others, won't they? Obviously Nottinghamshire will lose Stuart Broad, Ben Duckett as well.
Yeah.
So important figures ahead of a busy summer, as Patterson comes in to bowl this next delivery, third delivery of the over.
Yes, bowls to Cook, who eases it into the offside, and there's no run. Lily's come back, enjoying the commentary. Great to hear a fellow Yorkie on commentary, NASA. That's Lily.
Born in Leeds, who are going similar problems that Nottingham. I know Forest are going through at the moment, so you know. He's going to be one of us who's going to have a bad day in the next couple of weeks, I think. Patterson comes in to bowl this next delivery, and it's left alone by Sir Alistair Cook, who remains on 30. Essex 45 for 1.
Seem to have lost the Essex flag in transit, certainly not flying from the visitors' flagpole at the far end. The Nottinghamshire one hanging limply above the dressing rooms, but generally we get the visitors' one up there as we look towards the far end. Decent crowd in, plenty of seats, of course, if you're in the area, want to come along. Some bowls, and this is clipped to mid on. And there's no run. I'll do the far end, you do this end.
Okay, let's do it that way.
1 ball left in the 15th over. Square just showing signs of the wear and tear that we've had so far. A couple of county championship matches here. Notts a fairly convincing innings victory over Somerset, and then last time a couple of weeks ago a drawn match against Lancashire, which had quite a dramatic conclusion as Patterson in to bowl. Always had a little fiddle at that one, I think. Cook outside his off stump and immediately remonstrates with himself. Decent over from Dane Patterson, who's threw 3 overs, none for 10. Yes, that last county championship match. Notts were 9 wickets down. They lost Luke Fletcher the first ball of the final over, and it meant Ollie Stone, with a hamstring injury, hobbled out to the middle and had to see out the final over to get the draw. Lyndon James is going to come on and as the 4th seamer come into the attack to replace Brett Hutton from this end. Lyndon James has had a pretty decent start to the season with the ball. Lovely to see him back bowling again. Hardly bowled last year, bit of a side issue, but already he's got 10 wickets, and some pretty decent ones as well amongst them.
And this is the first delivery from Lyndon James, bowling into Wesley. And that is a beautiful shot there out into the cover regions by Wesley. Moves him on to 3, taking a single there.
This match in 2018 here at Trent Bridge, Lyndon James made his Nottinghamshire debut, his first class debut. Now 24. This is his 34th match. He started with his first 3 wickets in that Essex match. 3 very useful scalps. Tom Westley, Murali Vijay, who was playing for Essex at the time, the Indian opener, and Dan Lawrence. So 3 Test players: Westley, Vijay, and Lawrence. So not a bad haul for Lyndon James to get on his debut. He'd I think settled for a couple of 3 Test players here today.
As he bowls again now in from the Radcliffe Road end, and Alistair Cook. So Alistair Cook just playing that delivery in front of him. Had no run.
If memory serves, Dan Lawrence could consider himself a little unlucky because he, with Lyndon bowling from the pavilion end, he clipped the youngster high over mid-on, or he thought it was going over mid-on, and Luke Fletcher leapt like a salmon to catch a sensational catch.
Lyndon James bowls again now, 3rd delivery of the over, and Alistair Cook there just playing that off into the leg side for no run.
Fletcher out with that ankle injury, Stone out with a hamstring injury, so the Nottinghamshire seam bowling resources, I think, will be a little pleased that the break now for the Vitality Blast has come along. Give both of them an opportunity to just heal and mend ahead of the resumption in mid-June of the County Championship.
Lyndon Jones bowling again, 4th delivery of this over, and Alistair Cook playing that right in front of him, right along the ground. It trickles along the ground and there's no run there.
This fixture 2 years ago, Nottinghamshire managed to get the better of Essex, and I don't say that just to remind everybody that Notts won, but Essex have had a pretty good record this century in matches against Notts.
Lyndon James bowls again, and that again played in front of him by Sir Alistair Cook, just along the ground to the extra cover region.
Going to be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment, and then Dickie Davis will slide back alongside Nasser. 46 for 1. I think Stephen Mullaney has been prodded and provoked by the bowlers just to show the ball to the umpires, and they're going across just to have a little look and inspect, and they'll pop the ball through the gauge, and seems to be okay. Get on with it. say umpires O'Shaughnessy and Longley. Ball returned to Lyndon James, final ball of the 16th over. So Notts getting their required number of overs in the first hour, and it's 46 for 1. Nasa, if you want to let Dickie in there, and then in just a moment when I've done this update, you can slot in here where I am. Just makes it a little easier. There'll be some more from NASA in just a second as he joins Dickie Davis. I don't know if we've had any more emails in, but I'm sure as we hit the early afternoon, we'd welcome hearing from you. An early success for Nottinghamshire. Stephen Mullany won the toss, put Essex in, and Stuart Broad very early on dismissed Nick Brown, trapped him LBW in the 5th over for 11. But that's the only success so far. Sir Alistair Cook playing very nicely at the top of the order for the visitors. He's on 30. Essex 46 for 1. There's Patterson in bowls to Wesley, goes wide of the off stump through to the keeper. As we welcome back Dickie, he'll pick up commentary and then he'll be joined by Nasser.
Thanks, Dave, very much indeed. The voice of Nottinghamshire cricket. And Essex 46 for 1. Excuse me, frog in my throat. So Patterson from the far end, the pavilion end, moves in now, right arm over the wicket. Bowls to the Essex captain Wesley, who just plays that out slightly backward of square on the offside, with no addition to the score. And anybody just logging on or tuning in, the one man out so far was Nick Brown, who was LBW to Stuart Broad for 11 when the score was 16. So these two have put on 30. And the sun temporarily gone behind a cloud, but it's still a very, very pleasant day here in the East Midlands. And that's just played defensively by Wesley, trickles out on the offside. I was going to say it's a goodish crowd. I'm not very good at judging crowds, even at Chelmsford, my own ground. And of course, this being, I don't know what, twice, 3 times, 4 times the size of Chelmsford, it's very difficult to tell. I certainly know at this end, which is probably the prime position to watch, more or less behind the bowler's arm. You know, it's very, very well occupied. But some of the stands are only, let's just play defensively back to the bowler. Some of the stands don't have too many people in, but on the other hand, they're vast, great stands. Put this lot in Chelmsford, and that half of them will probably be queuing up outside to get in.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, good morning, Dickie.
Good morning, Nasser. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, and nice to meet you too. And it's very much, I mean, I watch a lot of games up at Headingley, and certainly this crowd here looking a lot bigger than the one that I see at Headingley. Yeah, definitely. The weather helped this morning.
Well, of course. Cricket needs good weather. I know the players play in very poor conditions. That's outside the off stump. And supporters, the most devoted probably of any group of people, they watch in pretty awful conditions. But yeah, this is the sort of weather that cricket was designed for. I've always thought it a bit strange that cricket really developed in this country of all places, which is noted for its unpredictable, shall we say, unpredictable climate. As Patterson moves in again, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Wesley, outside the off stump, quite a long way outside the off stump. The wicketkeeper had to move quite a long way to his right.
And I think it's
take
great.
The ball.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, Dickie. I was going to say that's great to see. You know, a crowd coming to county games as well, given all of the challenges that certainly the game at this level is facing at this moment in time. The advent of T20 cricket and leagues all over the world. So confusing to mention almost. There's that many tournaments going on around the world.
Oh yes.
So this is very, very important that at this sort of stage of the game, at this sort of point of the game, that we are seeing crowds and people coming out and enjoying this format of the game. This is where it all starts, doesn't it? I mean, you're seeing Sir Alistair Cook playing here.
Well, exactly.
So this is very important, so people can see him batting as he faces the next delivery from James. And he pushes upwardly over the fielder, and the ball is going to race away to the boundary. Alistair Cook, another boundary for him, taking him on to 34. And just one short of 50, I believe, for Essex. 49 for 1. Alistair Cook on 33. Wesley on the other side on 3.
And of course, in cricket there are so many personal duels as well. And I don't know how many Test matches Stuart Broad and Alistair Cook have played together. And here there's, we've seen, and we may well see it again, the fight within the fight of Broad against Cook, and it makes fascinating viewing.
Yeah, it gives it that extra edge, doesn't it, as James bowls this next delivery, the second delivery of this over, and Alistair Cook's plays the delivery in front of him, just out into the gully area for no run. Sorry, I beg your pardon, that was Wesley. I do beg your pardon. Wesley on 3, batting on the other side. As James comes in to bowl this next delivery to Wesley. And Wesley again, the ball travelling as far as the gully region, and he takes a single, taking him on to 4.
We've had a few emails in during the half hour when I was off air. John in Colchester says this is clearly addressed to, well, us, I suppose, but maybe me in particular. Would like to know your thoughts on why Essex persist with this policy of picking 5 bowlers. The tail arguably starts at number 6.
Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next delivery, the 4th of this over, bowling to Alistair Cook. So Alistair Cook, and Sir Alistair Cook lets that ball pass his off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
And in common with most Essex supporters, he finishes up by wondering why Paul Walter isn't in the side. Well, you asked for my thoughts. These are my thoughts. They do not reflect the view of the BBC or any other organisation that I may or may not work for. But yes, I'm inclined to agree. It does appear on paper to be somewhat unbalanced, but who knows?
Lyndon James bowls this next delivery, and Sir Alistair Cook playing in front of him. And there's no run there. Essex 50 for 1, a half century up for Essex.
I mean, it seems to me, with the same rider that I just added, that Essex almost have an embarrassment of riches in the seam bowling department, and it's often the bowlers, and has been over the last season or two, especially with Simon Harmer coming on as a spinner.
Lyndon James, I beg your pardon, bowls this last delivery of the over. Alistair Cook pushing that out in front of him, and there is no run. And that delivery ending this second over from Lyndon James. 2 overs for him for 5 runs, and on the other side Patterson 4 overs, 10 runs off his 4 overs.
And frequently in recent years, when Essex have had a good run, it's been the bowlers who've been more responsible for the success than the batsmen. And but these counties, they know what they're doing, I suppose. Well, no, they do. I shouldn't say I suppose. Of course they do. They do know what they're doing, and but it doesn't stop us raising the odd eyebrow now and again as Patterson moves in and bowls. So thanks very much for email, John from Colchester. I was down that way only yesterday. No, day before. What's the day? Thursday. Yeah, Tuesday. I was in Colchester.
Yes, the balance has got to be right, hasn't it, Dickie, between bat and ball. And if you bowler heavy, I mean, you have got Sir Alistair Cook in the Essex ranks, so that's, I guess, sort of helps.
Yes, and of course Dan Lawrence is in. I'm not saying Essex aren't a good batting side. I'm saying they're a better bowling side, and also added on paper. I'm really wrapping myself up here with provisos. That's outside the off stump. Never like to upset anybody. I always manage to, though, especially my wife. I can say the most innocent of things and she'll, oh, what do you mean by that? I know she's not listening because she's gone round to see her mother today. Essex 50 without 50 for 1. With Cook on 33, Wesley on 4. As Patterson moves in and bowls to the Essex skipper Tom Wesley, who whips that away through the leg side. No, not quite through it. There are two. These professional cricketers, they get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses very, very well, and a known strength. And in batting, your strength and your weakness, or maybe in life, your batting, your strength and your weakness can sometimes be the same thing. But yeah, Wesley loves to play on the onside and round about. Well, square. There are 2 men deep on the boundary. Well, one right on the boundary, just in forward of square, and one a few yards in, just backward of square. So they know how to get these batsmen out. That's down the leg side. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. I think we had some more emails. I'll just have a look if I can remember how you get in. Yes, here we are. Michael says, I'm enjoying the coverage of Notts versus Essex with my son, particularly the Broad versus Sir Alistair Cook battle. Yes, I just alluded to that. Well, more than alluded, I said it. My younger son is en route to Essex to play for the Swiss. Oh, I'll come back to this. This sounds really interesting. In fact, that's worked away on the onside for a single. My youngest son is en route to Essex to play for the Swiss under-15 team, who are playing a North Essex team this evening and West Essex tomorrow at Felsted School. Wow, we have teams at under-11 and under-13 age groups also touring, so good luck to them and Essex County Cricket Club. Kind regards, Michael, the President and Chairman of Cricket Switzerland.
Wow.
Wow, yes. And I was going to say it's a shame up here. It's not a shame up here. It's one of my favourite grounds to come to. But I can assure you, if I were in the Essex area, I'd come and watch one, or probably the Felsted match. As that's all that comes back, and a bit of bat, a bit of pad probably, and doesn't even appeal. I was going to say it doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. I didn't actually say anything. So yes, Michael, if the side are playing anybody sort of over the weekend or early next week when my social calendar isn't too packed out, then do let me know, and I'd love to come and have a look.
I think we're living in an era, aren't we, where cricket is going to all parts of the world. I mean, there's recently been chatter of T20 cricket going over to the States, hasn't there?
Yes.
So you know, it is travelling a lot across the globe, which is good for the game, certainly.
Oh, it is. There's one of the numerous series on. Oh, come on.
As Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next over, his 3rd over, and that one going through to the wicketkeeper without no run.
Yeah, one of the numerous travel series on television, and I enjoy most of them. It's Clive Myrie at the moment is in Italy, and an episode or 2, I think it was earlier this week, he found and talked to and even put into his got changed into his whites for an Italian cricket club. I think the sport is growing there as well.
Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next delivery, and that's left outside his off stump by Wesley, who remains on 7. Sir Alistair Cook on the other side is on 33. This partnership 37 they have put on after the early loss, early wicket taken of course by Stuart Broad.
Graham says, well, I live in Nottingham now, but from Brentwood originally. No, it's from Mark, sorry. The email address and the name at the bottom rather threw me.
Lyndon James comes in to bowl his next delivery, that going down the leg side and held by the wicketkeeper. No run there.
Today sees me in Alkmaar, double A. That suggests to me it's in Holland, I think, or the Netherlands. Yes. Today sees me in Alkmaar watching the cricket on my mobile from my tent prior to not seeing West Ham in person this evening. Oh, I see.
As Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next delivery, and that's pushed out in front of him, going into the gully area by Westley, who remains on 7.
Irish Sports Bar lined up for later though. Oh, hello. And hope to get along to Trent Bridge on Saturday. So much enjoying watching Sir Alistair and Stuart Broad. Keep going, please, says Mark. Thanks, Mark, very much. Yeah, we'll have a good time in Holland.
In comes Lyndon James again to bowl, and that's played right in front of him by Westley, and there's no run there.
And one more from Richard, who encloses a picture of his television screen with the match on, and in the foreground a 3/4 drunk pint of what looks like best real ale to me. Bit early in the day. Oh no, I suppose it's gone midday, that's right.
Lyndon Jones about to complete his over, and there's no run there as Westley leaves that delivery outside of his off stump, and Essex 53 for 1, Alistair Cook 33, and Westley still there on 7.
Not that I'm one to pass judgment, Richard, as one who's been on numerous cricket tours. I'm sure I haven't waited till midday to yes, well, etc, etc. Yep, enjoying the superb commentary, fellas. Oh, with a pint or 6 on my one day off this week, hoping for a great Essex day. Keep up the great work. Yeah, thanks, Richard, very much indeed. Yeah, well, no doubt as several more of those go down, then so will the emails. As that's just played solidly by Sir Alistair Cook. Still Patterson bowling from the far end, the pavilion end, and this end, it's the Radcliffe Road end. It always used to be, but sometimes these ends have changed definition. Usually, if a sponsor gets involved.
Yeah. And at Yorkshire, they've done it with the clean slate, I believe.
Yes.
Clean slate have come in, and all sorts of sponsors come in at certain points, don't they?
Yes. As Patterson moves in again, bowls, and pulled away by Sir Alistair Cook. It's only a short boundary on that leg side. Well, shorter boundary. I've seen boundaries that are shorter here, but it's certainly the shorter of the two. And I don't think he timed that to perfection. I got the impression he got it slightly high up on the bat, but as I say, because the boundary is relatively short, it still made the boundary. And I seem to use the word boundary so many times in that sentence. If this was an English essay I was writing, it would get underlined in red. Think of another word for boundary. Edge, limit. As Patterson moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively. It trickles out to mid-on. The score moves on to 57 for 1. Westley on 7. Sir Alistair Cook on 37. So a lot of 7s, 7, 37 and 57.
Yeah, no.
And the time is 12:27. No, it's not. No, it's 22.
Yeah, no signs of baseball taking place here in these early stages of this important county championship
yes,
match.
Quite. So Patterson round the wicket. Bowls a ball of full length, and Cook whips it away off his toes into the leg side, but no addition to the score.
I guess if it is, or if it will be Sir Alistair Cook's last season for Essex, he'd want to leave on a high, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would, undoubtedly, yes. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have had numerous conversations with the great man over the years, and I can assure anybody who hasn't had the pleasure he's just as charming as he appears. And yes, he still has all outside the off stump goes through to the keeper. He still has a desire to play. Well, I mean, the great thing is, I mean, he's done so much in Test cricket And I mean, obviously, he's never going to reach those peaks again. He's in the autumn of his career, but he still loves the game, which is, I mean, it's the only reason he plays is because he loves the game. After all, it's not because he needs the check at the end of the month.
No.
He's
Because I guess there'd be many people who would have left after playing Test cricket, wouldn't they?
oh, numerous, yes. That's down the leg side. Goes through for 4 leg byes. I hesitated because I wasn't quite sure whether he got a leg. Oh yes, I mean, numerous players of the past, certainly English Test players, when they played their last Test match, that's it. They don't. Yeah, I'm not disparaging them.
No.
It's their decision, but you never see them again in any form of first-class cricket, which I think is sad because. Yeah, like people like Sir Alistair Cook coming back to the county for 2 or 3 seasons, he's worth his weight in gold, not just for the runs he scores, but for the influence, the effect. You know, the number of Essex players, new players, saying just to have him in the dressing room is really in itself inspirational.
Yeah. He can pass on so much vital information,
Yes.
can't he? Onto younger players as Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next over and bowls the first delivery, which is pushed out by Tom Westley, who remains on 7. Sir Alistair Cook on the other side is on 37, and Essex are 61 for 1.
Michael says, thank you for reading out my email. The teams head west at the weekend playing Middlesex schools. Oh, well, that's not a million miles from where I live on the Essex Riviera. Yeah, thanks, Michael, very much.
Lyndon James bowling again from the Radcliffe Road end, and that's played beautifully by Tom Westley for a single, uppish.
Not everybody refers to Southend-on-Sea as the Essex Riviera. Some are less flattering about it, but I will always defend my hometown, where I've lived since I was 4, which is, several years, put it no more than that.
And it's Alistair Cook now facing on 37, facing the bowling of Lyndon James. And this next delivery is left outside the off stump, and there's no run.
And Mark says, greetings from the beach at Caesar's Palace, Dubai.
Wow.
Enjoying the commentary under the parasol with a very expensive pint. I bet it is, yes. I mean, I've never been to the UAE, but I can imagine everything's expensive there.
I've been fortunate to have travelled out there, but it was a long time ago, and
Yep.
I think things were a lot cheaper then, as Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next delivery. And that's cracked square by Sir Alistair Cook for a single, taking him on to 38, and Essex 63 for 1.
I'm not convinced that Sir Alistair Cook timed that to perfection.
No.
There's a big gap on the offside, and I think he was looking to find the gap and didn't get it quite right. I don't know if that's treason to suggest that Sir Alistair didn't play the shot to his perfection.
Lyndon James bowling again, and that's left alone by Tom Westley outside his off stump.
Just see if we've had any more emails. No, we haven't. I'll remind listeners, viewers, of the email address that I'm picking up emails from: BBC Essex Cricket, all one string of letters, no full stops, at gmail.com.
As Lyndon James comes in to bowl this next delivery, final delivery of this over, and it's pushed out by Tom Westley. At the end of the over, Essex are 63 for 1.
Yes, I'm going to make no comment on that particular position that Essex find themselves in. Otherwise, if something goes awry, I will get the blame. Of course, we all know deep down there's no such thing as commentators' curse. Of course, whatever we say is not going to make the ha'porth of difference to what goes on out in the middle.
No.
But nevertheless, it's just another one of the little fantasies that surround cricket. So it's going to be Patterson to continue from the far end. As moves in now, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, bowls, and it's outside the off stump. The cricketers themselves are quite a... Well, there's lots of superstitions surrounding the game. If a batsman is going very well out the middle, their colleagues don't want to move chairs, do they? However much the necessity might compel them to, almost. They'll no, we mustn't move, because if we move, we'll be out.
Yeah, there's all sorts of superstitions, I guess. Lots of sporting superstitions, aren't there?
Yes. Patterson moves in again, bowls. Played out into the covers off the back foot. Dave is lurking, partly with a view to doing his 12:30 update, and partly with a view to commentating the last half hour before tea. So thanks, Nasser, very much indeed. I've been enjoyed
You're very
commentating
welcome.
with you.
You're very welcome.
And see you after lunch.
Indeed.
And if you haven't been here before, the lunches are wonderful.
I look forward to it.
Patterson moves in, bowls, and that's played backward and square, well fielded, but to effect the piece of fielding, the fielder had to dive, and therefore, for a second or two, wasn't in complete control of the ball, which allowed the batsman time to come through for a fairly comfortable single. 26, Ben Slater, that is. So Essex move on to 64 for 1. Alistair Cook on 39. I'll drop the sir from time to time at the risk of being burnt at the stake.
You don't have to use it with me, Dickie, at all. Dave will do absolutely fine. Oh, you meant Cook?
Patterson moves in, bowls, allowed to go by outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper. And so thanks very much for your emails. Do keep them coming in, and Dave's just joined me, as you obviously heard me say, so do keep texting him as well.
Yeah, I've written it down. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Yeah.
Because I'm an idiot and I won't remember
And
it. Or at Brace Cricket if you prefer the... However many characters it is these days, however much we're allowed to put on Twitter before we get charged for it.
As next delivery again outside the off stump, not too far outside, but Wesley knew where his off stump was.
Different day, different game. It seemed at Northampton last weekend, every delivery Patterson bowled either brought a wicket or an edge or a play and a miss or whatever. Different days. Of course, two very, very fine batters out there in Wesley and Cook, but he's been once again the pick of the Nottinghamshire bowlers, with an honourable mention for Brett Hutton, who's right up there as well.
Patterson again in bowls, slightly overpitched, and Wesley will feel he didn't quite reap the benefit of that and just played it out to the end to mid-off. No addition to the score, 64 for 1.
Yes, just looking up and down the country at Hove, not a good start to their match in Division 2 for the visitors. Glamorgan there, they lost Labuschagne fairly early on, and they're now they were 5, in fact they're now 6 down. 65 for 6, Ollie Robinson with 2 of the wickets. He's in that England squad for the Ireland match. Lyndon James to continue. 4 overs, none for 7. Never really know when BBC Radio Nottingham are going to come. It's sort of round about 12:30 for an update as Lyndon James round the wicket. Bowls to Cook, who rocks back and carves it out as far as a Seabermead on the deep point boundary. Elsewhere, Division 1, Hampshire 86 for 2 against Northants. At Lord's, Somerset, the visitors, are batting against Middlesex 65 for 2. And at the Oval, Kent, I suppose that's a little bit of a southeast derby. Kent, the visitors, 76 for 3. In Division 2, Durham 86 for 2 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. We've given you the Sussex Glamorgan. And at New Road, Leicestershire are 61 for 2 against Worcestershire as Lyndon James runs away from me. We've got Radio Not. I've got a bit of pink in my ears, which I'm sure Dickie will like to sing along to. 65 for 1. Do you like a bit of pink? The look then tells you everything. This partnership is worth 49. Yes, the Essex second wicket pairing of Tom Westley and Sir Alistair Cook, both of course England players, one of huge vintage, one a little more recently in Westley. They've put 49 on for the second wicket, just the one Nottinghamshire wicket this morning, that taken early on by Stuart Broad, who's back in the Nottinghamshire side. There's also a first class debut for Notts for Calvin Harrison. Essex 66 now for 1. I wouldn't have thought so, although I've bought a pack in from home and I've got a sausage roll. Does that count? Yeah. I can't tell you that. I think it has been done in the past. Depends how flaky it is, isn't it? You don't want your brew with lots of flaky bits on the top. I suppose it's probably best not even to go there with the listeners who couldn't hear that conversation.
No, quite.
66 for 1. Heaven knows what they're talking about on BBC Radio Nottingham this lunchtime with Mark Dennison, but sausage rolls a topic. 66 for 1. Is this my end or yours, Dickie?
Yours.
I've been thrown out of kilter by Mark there, as James Bowles, lovely looking shot here from Cook. Tell you what, I put the mockers on Notts right from the very off by saying he's never had 100 on this ground, because he can't have played much better than that this season, surely, or for many seasons. It's not a ground where he's been particularly lucky, but he's right up for this.
Well, he's probably aware of it, and I mean, realistically, this is probably no. I was going to say his last innings, his last match he's going to play at Trent Bridge.
Do you think he is aware of it? Do you think, over 20 years? I mean,
no, well, I'm not sure. Some players sort of have almost photographic memories and others don't.
70 for 1. Lyndon James is in. Bowles, and Cook this time clips it to mid-on and says wait on. I think there was a run there. All day, every day. In fact, I might have even been able to hobble my way down the 22 yards there. Looked as if there should have been a run, but it wasn't taken. I did say this, again, stupidly, for years and years and years on end for Trescothick. He'd never scored a run here, and the very last season he played came here and got a double 100. I mean, it was almost nailed on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we're perhaps even now saying that Sir Alistair, if he's going to do a Trescothick, well, 100 won't be enough. But he might have a little challenge here as we lead up to lunch, because one S. Broad being watched by his father, the new Nottinghamshire president, Chris Broad, on the balcony over at the far end. Stuart Broad's back into the attack, so something here just to get Dickie's blood pumping.
Yeah, from what I know of Sir Alistair, as I say, I've spoken to him too many times to count, really. No, he probably isn't aware of this. He has so many things going on in his life, and he has this great ability to switch off. And in fact, I remember that not too far back at the press day just before season starts. All the counties have a press day, very close to the start of the season. Essex's was I can't remember, the Monday or Tuesday before the season started, as Broad moves in right over the wicket to Wesley, who plays it with authority straight back to the bowler. And Sir Alistair Cook had a sort of Q&A session with various local journos and hacks, and ageing BBC Essex commentator. And somebody said, what effect do you think the change of batting points regulations is going to have on Essex's approach to their innings? As Stuart Broad moves in, bowls. Oh, and I think that beat him outside the off stump. I can't think. There again, those watching on the stream are probably in a better position to judge, because they're right behind the line. Yeah, and in response to this question about the effect of the new bonus point allocation, Cook said, I didn't know they'd changed. What's that? Tell me about it. So, no, I think he has great ability to switch off.
Concentrate on the important things in life.
Yes. In fact, let's just play defensively. I can remember going to another Q&A session in midwinter at a cricket club. Lots of players have things like this going on. And this was when he was in his pomp, getting one tour in particular. He got stacks and stacks of runs in Australia and occupied the crease for hours or days. Somebody asked him, how on earth do you concentrate for more than a day when you're batting? And he said, well, for me, it's not the same with everybody, but for me, I don't concentrate all that long. I concentrate from the moment the bowler begins his run-up to the moment the ball arrives. That's outside the off stump, goes through the keeper, and then the moment the ball's in the keeper's gloves, I more or less switch off and think of anything else. Might not even be to do with cricket. And then I switch back on again when the bowler's about to run in. And so if you add all those short intervals together, it doesn't come to a great deal of time.
Just break it up into segments as well, don't they? And you would all have watched Test cricket and known that they have quite a lengthy drinks break, don't they, halfway through the session. So I guess for somebody like him, it would have been back for an hour, then take stock, have a drink, and then back for another hour up to the interval.
Broad to Wesley, who again very slightly over pitched, and Wesley just plays it out to mid-off. No addition to the score of 70 for one, of which Cook has 44 and Wesley on 9.
Was flavour of the month for a wee while, wasn't he, Tom Wesley? 5 Test matches, top score in the 50s.
Yes.
Sometimes you get a longer run than that to prove what you're worth. Sometimes not as many matches, but at least he's he'll always be able to say he represented England at Test cricket.
Oh yes, which is more than you and I ever did.
Yeah.
Well, I speak from personal, maybe you did and you just keep it quiet. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
A shout out to our camera operators for this one as well. Charlie, Jack and Jono out there around the ground, on the balcony here. Is that Jack? Who's that waving? That's Charlie. I beg your pardon, Charlie. I beg your pardon. You are dealing with an idiot. Bear with me. Camera operators here, there, and everywhere. We're going to have Brett Hutton back into the... No, we're not. We're going to have Stephen Mullaney. Brett Hutton was just collecting the bowler's mark. I thought it was going to be for him, but it wasn't. He's just kicked it into place for Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire skipper, who is very, very much sticking now a fifth seamer, Stephen Mullaney, and I guess it's a sign that Essex have probably dominated the morning and bossing things by the fact that the skipper's got to go to himself as the fifth seamer. Going to be Mullaney. Different sort of field, of course, because Joe Clark can stand up and Mullaney bowls to Alistair Cook, who defends. Got this reputation as a partnership breaker, Stephen Mullaney. If he does come on and get a wicket, don't be at all surprised if he then just whisks himself out of the attack. He'll consider that more or less job done. So he's just been brought on now just to try and dry things up, bowl stump to stump, just try and get a mistake, try and hit the pads or get a play on or something. He bowls now, but this was just angling down the leg side, and Cook can tickle it down to long leg where Patterson's doing the fielding. Mullaney, no wickets in the first game, didn't bowl in the second game against Somerset, 1 wicket at Lords, didn't get a wicket, only bowled a couple of overs in the second innings here against Lancashire, so he's not taken a wicket at Trent Bridge yet this season. And last week at Northants, his figures are 1 over 1 for 3 and 4 overs 1 for 16 at Wantage Road last weekend. But of course Notts were without Luke Fletcher, who started the game but then almost immediately picked up an ankle injury, so Mullaney had to do a bit of bowling there as fifth seamer. He's in now, bowls to Wes, as he called him at the toss. We'll have a bowl, Wes, he said. 71 for 1 as this is played up to Broad at mid-on.
Yeah, I think a lot of counties have a player like that. In Essex's case, I don't think Essex have one of those at the moment because they've got so many seamers anyway. But
well, you've had your Baparas and your Tender-Scarters.
I was going to mention Tender-Scarter in particular, but you're right with Ravi Bapara.
Next ball. Oh, it's a miss hit right off the bottom of the bat by Westley, and Notts have got a man in at sort of shortish mid-wicket. Had he been much straighter, sort of a silly mid-on, it would have been an absolute dolly of a chance.
Yeah, rather suggests that Wesley played a little bit early at that. And
can already see
Stopped on
Dickie,
him.
the man in at short mid-wicket, Liam Patterson-White. You can see his role at the moment as Mulaney bowls, and it's drilled back to him as ball polisher, because his left thigh is, well, it's the colour of a Nottingham Forest football shirt. He really does work hard on the ball. He's polishing it at the moment, but when he turns round there now, you'll see what I mean when he turns. So you can see his left thigh, just how smeared red it is. And he was telling me the other day at Northampton that he tends to get quite an expensive laundry bill for getting his whites clean. Just look how red his flannels are already. There's Mulaney. Balls whipped away, nice wristy shot from Tom Wesley out to a Mead. You can see his fingers taped up, I always say it, but just appears as if he's almost got gloves on Asiba Mead, because he's got white sticky tape on every finger just to protect them. End of the over, 72 for 1.
Yes, I played club cricket for several decades, and if I'd taken my cricket trousers home in that condition, then first of all my mother and then my wife would have gone absolutely berserk.
Yeah.
What on earth have you been doing? I'll never get that out.
It always staggers me how red his flannels get, and now how early on in the piece.
Well, yes, we're only an hour and 3/4. Broad moves in, bowls to Wesley. Wesley plays it down to the gully region. We've had a lot of emails. Hope to get through all those before lunch. Enjoying the stream, says Dave. Essex fanatic here, exiled in sunny Devon. Well, there are worse places to be exiled to.
North or south? We need to know, Dave. North or south Devon?
Ah, yes, sunny. I don't know.
God's country, North Devon. I played down there for a little bit when I was in the Air Force. Had 3 or 4 years down there. At Braunton. Played for the Braunton Club in North Devon.
He says, wondering what the commentary team's thoughts are on the English Test team selection as Broad moves in and bowls. And well, I'll make a little note of that. We'll come back to that maybe after lunch, because got a lot of emails to get through. But I'll indeed.
Well,
I'm making a note of it. That when we've got a quieter time, we'll.
I mean, all I would say, whether you ask me now after lunch or after tea, was I think folks is a little unlucky.
I'd agree with that.
I think 15's probably too many, because there's 4 people who are going to be going down there with hopes and expectations, and they aren't going to be realised. Name 13 and name your best keeper. That's all I would say on it.
Well, yes. I think I'd go along with that. Outside the off stump goes through to the keeper. So Michael emails us. Pleased you're over the lurg, he says to me. Well, yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't just the lurg. It was a little-known complaint called COVID, but that was quite a while ago. So yes, thank you for your wishes.
Have you had a lingering cough after the old
I have a bit.
C90? Yeah,
I think
I was the same last year when I had it.
I think
Couldn't get rid.
That's over pitch and played out, super shot. The on drive, it was started out outside the off stump, but it was driven just to the leg side of the stumps, and it went through almost straight to the boundary. One of the shots of the day from Wesley. Yes, from what I read on social media and various other places, one sort of effect of this later versions of COVID is that you get over it really in every respect, except there is a a lingering niggle, which isn't the easiest thing to say in the world. A lingering niggle in the throat for, well, some people said it carries on for months. Heaven forfend.
Yeah, mine did. Tried
Really?
every medication known to man to get rid of my cough, but
Oh right, well I have that to look forward to most of the summer then, and that's just played down to no, not gully, backward point, but quite a long way backward, or it could even be described as short wide third man.
Yeah,
it's one of those positions. There's no finite definitions of these fielding positions, but
just about on the 45 saving one, isn't it?
Yeah, short wide third man I'll opt for. No doubt people are looking at it now on the screens and saying, well, I'd call that such and such. And Mark says, that's just played out on the offside. I'll read that over the lunch interval and get back to you this afternoon. Yeah, the great Stuart, basically, I won't go into too much detail, but the great Stuart Law, I say great because he played for Essex and the media loved him, the spectators loved him, everybody loved him, except those in power on the committee, and he had exactly the same effect at Lancashire, but we all thought he was wonderful because he didn't come out with the usual bland cliches. When you talk to him, he'd say exactly what he thinks, and yeah.
No surprise here with the score 76-1 that Nottinghamshire again decided to hand the ball to the umpires.
Gives me an opportunity to get through a few more of the emails. David says, good morning, chaps. Enjoying the commentary, but on the subject of commentators' curse, my team Essex are unfortunately quite capable of doing something daft without your assistance. Kind regards, David. Well, I think in all respect, yeah, most teams are capable of doing something daft. Not only are they capable of it, they frequently demonstrate it.
This is really, David, where I should be saying Alistair Cook here looking nailed on for a century.
Yes, it should.
That's usually the reverse of it. It's going to be Mullaney to continue, where for the second time his request to have the ball changed has been rebuffed by umpires Lungley and O'Shaughnessy. So Stephen Mullaney round the wicket to Cook, who's on 45, stays on his crease and just gently pushes this up to Broad at mid-off. Broad wearing the white floppy sun hat and the large white wristband on his left wrist.
Yeah, thanks Phil for your comments, and from sunny Clacton. Of course I know who you are, Phil.
Mullaney again, where's squad number 5? Bowls to Cook, who again happy to block it out to the ball polisher, LPW, Liam Patterson-White.
And you will see me at Chelmsford, because even when I'm not working there, I live close enough that, and I enjoy Essex cricket so much that I'm often there even when I'm not picking up a couple of quid for it.
Are there any outgrounds in use
no,
this year for anything?
No is the brief answer.
Okay. 76-1, Mullaney past umpire Lungley. Bowls again, and once more Cook drives elegantly up to Broad at mid-off, no run.
It's interesting you should raise that subject because it gives me an excuse to mention a bit of research I'd done. Essex have only, since the war, which is what, best part of 80 years ago, Essex have only played Nottinghamshire away twice at anywhere other than Trent Bridge.
There's Mullaney. I hope you're not going to ask me where they were, because I've actually got the note of that, and I think it was one of the first times I saw Essex back in 1972. Derek Randall's debut was in my hometown. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Dickie. Sorry.
That's called stealing one's thunder. Yes. All right. 31st of May 1972, Elm Avenue, Newark-on-Trent. Drew and D.W. Randall made his debut in first-class cricket.
He did. He got 78 batting with Brian Bowlus, and he went out there and he'd gone out at the non-strikers end, and I remember as clear as day, and Bowlus pushed the ball out into the deep for 2 as Mullaney comes in and bowls, and this is just steered with the open face past Patterson for a couple of runs to Westley, moves on to 16, and I can remember Brian Bowlus clear as day saying, "Run son, run," and Randall chirped back, "I'm running, Dad, I'm running," and that was the first time that we knew that we got a character. He hadn't even faced a ball at that stage, but he got 78 and was a starter.
Great bloke.
But that Essex side, the first Essex side I saw, Tonker Taylor, Robin Hobbs, Fletcher, Turner, Edmeads, Lever, East, as this is played out onto the leg side, fielded by Hamid, 80 for 1. And that's the end of Mullaney's second over, none for 6. Sorry, Dickie, I sort of stole your thunder.
No, that's never mind. All right, the other time that these two have met in Nottinghamshire, but not here or Newark-on-Trent, was at. I've been doing this job a while. I remember reporting on it. I don't think we did ball-by-ball commentary in those days. Was in 1977 at Worksop.
Yeah, town ground at Worksop.
Ground beside a canal, I remember. Yeah. High scoring game. Stuart Law, Nathan Astle and Tim Robinson all made centuries. Right, so we've got another 8 minutes before tea, at lunch, a lot more than 8 before tea. And Broad moves in to Wesley, outside the off stump, a long way outside the off stump, and well, it's not taken cleanly and bounces away. Just for a moment, Wesley wondered if there was a single, but Sir Alistair didn't want to know.
Difficult, but I feel a little bit for Joe Clark there. I don't know where you're expected to stand when it goes past the bat, and it not only nips away, and deviates away, but it also keeps very, very low. So Clark is having to dive almost, well, completely in front of Brett Hutton at first slip, but almost as far as Calvin Harrison at second.
Yes. Broad moves in again, bowls, and over pitch Wesley plays it out to mid-on, doesn't time it to perfection. John says, watching Essex in Buckley, North Wales, enjoying sitting in front garden, watching Sir Alistair Cook. Is it an indictment of county cricket that Sir Alistair, at 38 years, bears so well as, I think it's bears, it says bars, but slight typo, still as an opener. Loving the commentary from John. Born in Southend. Oh, well. No, I don't think it's an indictment, personally. And that's just played out on the onside. Although it might be an indictment of English cricket that England themselves still can't find a reliable, regular opening bat since Sir Alistair called it a day.
Yeah, and he's not in his bath chair. He is only 38. He's, it's not as if he's 48. I think if he was 48, still churning out the runs at the top of the order. And he's sort of making up for all those years where, I guess, in the middle of the English summer, he would probably only play 6 Test matches or something like that, and maybe 1 or 2 Essex games. So there's a little bit of mileage left in the tank, I'm sure. Clearly must be enjoying it, or he wouldn't do it.
No, quite. Oh, yes.
Umpires had to go to point because he couldn't see from square leg.
Broad moves in, bowls to Wesley. Oh, and just at the last minute withdrew the bat.
Can I just say, for Nottinghamshire supporters thinking, oh my word, 80 for 1, just a reminder, the last match against Lancashire, we did comment on it because of the dramatic way that Lancashire collapsed in their first innings. They were 80 for 1 during the morning session, and then by lunch had collapsed to 118 for 5. Well, with only 6 minutes to go to 1 o'clock, Essex, I promise you, aren't going to collapse to 118 for 5 by lunch. But that is just a flavour of how matches can turn.
Oh yes, Broad moves in, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley clips that away forward of square on the onside for a single, which seemed to me relatively uneventful, but Stuart Broad.
It was in the air. It was,
well, yes,
it was 8 or 10 yards to the left of Matthew Montgomery. It was square of the wicket. He clipped it through mid-wicket, but it was in the air. They'd sort of cooked up a plan, and I guess they would say it sort of partially worked. That at least got him to hit it in the air, but not to the fielder.
No, quite. Broad bowling around the wicket now to the left-handed Cook. Moves in, bowls. And Cook certainly doesn't time that properly, looking to hit it out in the offside, and it just sort of falls in front of him. Loving the commentary says, I've lost it again. In Stoke, in Plymouth, within walking distance of Plymouth Albion Rugby Club. Right. Thank you very much. He emailed us earlier on, and can't remember what his first name is. It begins with B. Brian, or is it? Sorry. Michael emails again. Thank you, Mike, very much. Appreciate your comment and your compliment.
Going to be Mulaney to continue. Just to say, Glamorgan, out of all the batting sides this morning, are on the thick end of it down at Hove. They're 79 for 7. That match being billed as Steve Smith versus Marnus Labuschagne, but Labuschagne out for 1 to Ollie Robinson earlier. It's going to be Mulaney to bowl. to Wesley, and the clock on the main scoreboard, the Batman scoreboard rather, says 12:57 as Mullaney bowls, and Wesley's going to get a boundary here. He's managed to thread it through the fielders on the leg side. Notts just tinkering with the field a little bit. They've got a couple of close catchers in there, two shortish mid wickets, but Wesley managed to just steer the ball between them and wide of Stuart Broad and away for 4. So Wesley on to 22, 85 for 1, partnership of 69.
Thanks, Gary, for your email from Frinton, and in connection with Frinton Cricket Club, one of the very best in Essex in the East Anglian Premier League. He's looking forward to this weekend when they start playing in the timed format of 120 overs.
Here comes Mullaney again. Oh, nice and full. It was swinging in the air. We could follow the flight of it all the way down to Wesley. Yorker length, and he jabbed down on it at the last second and was very grateful, I'd imagine, to keep it out. Mark the Mard in Sleaford, loving that Derek debut memory, Dave. Yeah. Clear as day. 1972 at Elm Avenue, which sadly is now built upon. As Mullaney bowls again, Wesley deep into his crease and defends. Thanks for your company this morning, everybody, and all your correspondence to myself and to Dickie, and for making NASA so welcome. If you want to get in touch through the lunch interval, you're very, very welcome at Brace Cricket on the Twittery thing, or BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. And a reminder, we'll go again at 20 to 2 for the start of the afternoon session as Mullaney bowls to Wesley. Clips this out to Montgomery on the deep backward square boundary. Where are we, Dickie? We're 4 balls into this over and the clock says 12:59, so it may well be that it's going to be a 30 over session. So not so, they'll be up thereabouts with their over rate, but I think this will be the last over of the session. 86 for 1. A Cook, 46 not out. Can he get one to punch to the ropes? Doesn't, just drives this to Patterson White, who can immediately start working on the ball yet again. 1 ball left in the session. Will Cook go to lunch 46 not out? Will he go to lunch 50 not out? Or can Mullaney snare him with the last ball of the session?
Or will they have another over?
Don't think so. I think by the time that they change over, Mullaney bowls again a swinging delivery, just possibly the right pace. The board says 1300 now, 86 for 1, and Tom Lungley at this end just clips off a bail, and that will be it. So Nick Brown, LBW to Stuart Broad for 11, the only wicket to fall. That was in the 5th over, with the score 16 for 1 at that stage. Broad opening from the pavilion end, and since then an unbroken partnership of 70 between Sir Alistair Cook, who's 46 not out, and Tom Wesley, who's 23 not out, has taken Essex to lunch. 86 for 1, quite rightly they will claim the spoils of this first session as Broad and Cook walk off nattering alongside each other. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage this morning, and we'll look forward to doing it all again in 40 minutes time when they return from lunch. From myself, Dave Bracegirdle, from us all at Trent Bridge, we're just signing off for now, and you'll come back and join us in 40 minutes time. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge as our umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and Tom Longley make their way over the boundary rope and head towards the middle ahead of the afternoon session here of this LV County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Essex. I think we always like to split these days up into the various sessions and award the respective marks. Well, I think Essex can lay claim to having won the first session of the match at lunch on day one. Having been put in, they are 86 for 1. They lost Nick Brown, LBW, to Stuart Broad for 11. But Sir Alistair Cook battered through the morning session, 46 not out. Tom Westley with him, he's 23 not out, and this pair have added 70 for the second wicket. So Essex just building the foundations for a sizable first innings score. Nottinghamshire will desperately want to try and win this afternoon session and pick up, well, as many wickets as they can get, obviously. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Dickie Davis from BBC Essex Sport will be with me before too long. Also Nasser Hanif from BBC Radio, formerly with the BBC Asian Service. He will also be part of the commentary team. Looks as if it's going to be Stuart Broad to peel off the sweater and floppy sun hat, hand it to umpire O'Shaughnessy, and he will be bowling from the pavilion end. Broad this morning, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. Looked a very decent shout indeed, the one that got Nick Brown, trapped him on the crease from around the wicket. Broad just turning his arm over, a couple of looseness to Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, at mid-off, and we'll be underway in a second or two with Essex 86 for 1. We had 30 overs this morning, so not getting through their overs pretty timely fashion. Used 5 right arm seamers. Stephen Mullaney bowling 3 overs towards the end of the session. So here we go, Broad into Westley, and first ball of the afternoon session on the pads is just turned away for a single out to Lyndon James, and Essex move on to 87 for 1, and they'll have to swap over for the left-handed Cook. Pleasantly dry day, warm enough I think to dispense with the top coat, but not any real warmth in the sporadic periods of sunshine we are getting. Cook on strike, Broad as a result round the wicket to the left-hander, and this one's pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. Welcome back this afternoon to Nasser. Did they look after you at lunch?
They certainly did, Dave. Yes, I've just I've been trying to sprint up the stairs after having a fish and chips.
Oh, you don't want to do that. That's why they invented lifts, you know.
I know.
Not claustrophobic, are you? The lift works perfectly well.
I know.
Crikey, if I had to sprint up the stairs every time I go down for something. I don't mind going down the stairs. Sometimes, especially if you've got your arms full of kit, it's a bit of a trudge up those stairs. I've done it 1,000 times, but a bit easy with the lift. As Broad round the wicket, bowls, and this one has not found the gloves of Joe Clark, and they didn't go for a run, so I was going to say we'll never know. I wonder if somebody later on might just say there was a whisker of an inside edge on it. I don't think there was. I think they'd be a little more animated, and there'll be a little more disappointment had Alistair Cook got a feather on that, but it deviated so much having gone past the bat. And Joe Clark's been a busy boy this morning, diving left, right and centre. As a very capable deputy for the injured Tom Moores. Brought in again to Cook. Oh, this one very wide of the off stump. Just continued its line through to Clark, who's just taken off the gloves and the inners, just inspecting his fingers there. If he's got one on the finger end, it will hurt a little bit. Tom Moores, of course, out with a broken finger, has been out now for 3.5 games. They were hoping to get him back for the Blast, which starts a week tomorrow. Cook on 46. Stuart Broad bowls Again, left alone. You perhaps hear lots of encouragement out there from the Nottinghamshire players. Very much looks from the warm-ups as if Brett Hutton is going to bowl the second over, although the live stream focusing very much on Dane Patterson, who's also loosening up. So take your pick. They're both getting themselves ready in case Stephen Mullaney wants to use them. I'm sure he's made his decision. I'm sure they're aware who's going to bowl, but a little confusing that both Hutton and Patterson are getting themselves ready. Cook on 46, Broad bowls to him, rocks forward, bat and pad together, and just steers to Ben Slater at backward point. Just a single then to Wesley in that over. Essex put into bat 87 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport at Trent Bridge, with Nottinghamshire in joint third place with Hampshire, and then Essex just behind. Just quickly tell you the batting scores, the lunch scores from elsewhere. Hampshire 96 for 3 against Northants, Somerset 96 for 2 against Middlesex, Kent 98 for 4 against Surrey, Durham 131 for 2 against Gloucestershire, Glamorgan, they've had a shocker, they're 83 for 8 at home against Sussex, and Leicestershire 83 for 4 against Worcestershire. Here's Brett Hutton and here's Nasser.
Yeah, Brett Hutton bowling his first delivery after lunch, bowling it through to Wesley, who's on 24, and he lets that ball pass through over his off stump. Yeah, steady-ish start, Essex. I think in these days of baseball and everything, you sort of think, you come to a county match and you think perhaps everyone's going to start flinging the bat to all parts of Trent Bridge, but not quite this morning from the Essex point of view.
No, generally doesn't work like that on day one of a county championship game.
No, I guess not. So in comes Hutton, second ball, Brett Hutton. And that one just pushed out in front of him by Tom Wesley, who remains on 24.
Partnership worth 71. Notts need to end this sooner rather than later, or break this partnership. Need to get into that middle order. Dan Lawrence listed to come in next. Matt Critchley, who well known in these parts, of course, former Derbyshire skipper. Adam Rossington, then Simon Harmer at 7.
As Brett Hutton comes in to bowl his third delivery of the over, and that's pushed out for a single by Tom Wesley, takes him on to 25 now. And so Alistair Cook on the other side has made 46 off 79 deliveries. Brett Hutton coming in for his fourth delivery of the over. Into Sir Alistair Cook, and he leaves that ball outside his off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper for no run.
Just in that little period leading up to COVID, Essex so strong. Space of 4 years they won 2 county championships and the Bob Willis Trophy as well, behind closed doors at Lord's.
As Brett Hutton comes in for his next delivery, played out in front of him by Sir Alistair Cook, takes the single and moves him on to 47 now.
This was on 46 for quite a while leading up to lunch, just waiting for that opportunity to get his board and his score moving again.
And he sort of strikes me as the sort of batsman who doesn't mind. He'll take his time, won't he? As he accumulates these runs as Brett Hutton bowls this next delivery. And that's whacked right out in front of him by Tom Wesley and dispatched to the boundary by him, taking the score onto 93 for 1. Tom Wesley on to 29 and Sir Alistair Cook on 47.
Yeah, Brett not overly amused with that delivery. It was short and it was wide, and it was food and drink to Tom Wesley, who cut it away nicely in front of square through the covers and away for 4. Essex 93 for 1. 32 overs now gone. The 1 wicket to fall was in the 5th over. That of Nick Brown, made 11. Off the mark with lovely boundary. from the bowling of Broad in the first over. Just settling into his work when he was pinned in front. Here comes Broad, operating with just 2 slips. Houghton at first, the crouching Harrison on debut at second. And this one nestles in those snowy white gloves of Joe Clark wide of the off stump. 93 for 1. So we're a week or so away from the start of the blast, or Nottinghamshire's involvement in the blast. I think Essex start a little later. I think they play Ireland in a warm-up game next week. Dickie will, when he comes back, will give us the details on that, as Broad is in now, bowls to Cook and he defends. But for Notts, a week tomorrow at home to Derbyshire in the blast, always a pretty popular fixture. Nottinghamshire versus Derbyshire here under the lights in the blast. Samit Patel and Alex Hales and one or two other faces that we've known to come and to love and enjoy over the years will, I'm sure, be back featuring, and a couple of new signings as well. The Kiwi Colin Munro, as Broad bowls, Cook checks his drive into the offside, fielded by Patterson White, and of course a box office signing really in Shaheen Shah Afridi, the man mountain that opens the bowling for Pakistan. Tall, slender, quick, who has such a huge following all over the world.
I was going to say, Dave, I bet that's a sellout. It's got to be a sellout, surely. Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire. I would have thought.
I'm sure there are a few tickets left available, but generally we get very good crowds for that. Next one, down the leg side. Now, what's it come off? Anything at all? No buys. So Stuart Broad just got the line completely wrong. Absolutely no chance whatsoever for Joe Clark, and 4 more to the total.
Another interesting line on Shaheen Shah Afridi is his father-in-law, because of course he's married to the daughter of Shahid Afridi. He's been saying he's got to improve his batting. It's interesting comments from your father-in-law. I mean, his bowling is fairly good, as we all know. He's got to work on his batting now, which will help him in the Outlaws.
I'm not sure where he'll be batting in the Outlaws, but I think if they rely on him for too many runs, they'll be in a bit of trouble. Again down the leg side, this time well taken by Clark. That one was in reach. The previous one that will go down in the book as 4 buys, he had absolutely no chance with. 97 for 1. Stayed down again, Joe Clark, and he looks in some discomfort actually here. As I don't know if it's a continuation of what we saw when he took his gloves off a couple of overs ago, or he just winded himself. Or is it the hip? Give us a bit of a clue here, Joe. But he's got back to his feet. Seems ready to go on. Of course, we normally say that not so well blessed with wicket keepers. With when Tom Moores is keeping, you've got Joe Clark and Ben Duckett normally to step in as Broad bowls now, and this one's forced out into the offside by Cook into the deep. He'll get a single to move on to 48, but Moores injured, Duckett not playing. So within the playing 11, not too many other resources. Of course, Dane Schardendorf would be, I'm sure, summoned to keep wicket if anything did happen to Joe Clark, the second 11 keeper. 98 for 1 at the end of that Broad over. He's 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25, and since lunch Essex have added 12 in 3 overs.
Yeah, steady progress on the basis from an Essex point of view. But I guess Nottinghamshire will be looking to get a few wickets here, try to put the Essex batsmen in a bit more pressure, and certainly the wicket of Sir Alistair Cook. Now that would really help. As we get Brett Hatton, I beg your pardon, bowling in the next over, coming in, and that ball, that delivery just pushed out in front of him by Sir Alistair Cook.
Bit of overhead activity, as often can hear it but can't see it. None of it's a light aeroplane or a helicopter, but something flying over this stand.
Hutton comes in, bowls the next delivery, and that's played out in front of him by Sir Alistair Cook. and it's not going to quite reach the boundary, but it will certainly get Alistair Cook the required runs for his 50. He moves on to 51 now, off 89 deliveries, I believe. 89 deliveries, 134 minutes he's been batting, and a very good 50 from him.
Yeah, also brings the Essex total into 3 figures, 101 for 1.
In comes Hetton now for his next delivery to Tom Westley, who plays the ball right in front of him, and there's no run. So, Brett Hutton coming in to bowl his next delivery, the 4th of this over, into Tom Westley, who leaves that just outside his off stump, and there's no run.
Nice delivery, just shaped away from Hutton, still getting the ball just to respond. Such a threat last weekend at Wantage Road. Him and Patterson continually finding the edge. The slip cordon brought into play seemingly every over.
In comes Hutton for his next delivery. Bowls and just played out in front of him by Tom Westley for a single, taking him on to 30. And the score on to 102 for 1.
This is the 70th time that Notts have hosted Essex, as Dickie was saying this morning. 1972 match was at Newark. 3 times the fixture's been played at Worksop, but the other 65 previous meetings all at
and Brett
Trent
Hutton,
Bridge.
I beg your pardon. Brett Hutton for his final ball of the over, and that's going to run to the boundary for 4 runs from the bat of Sir Alistair Cook.
Yeah, just guided down to third man with an open face, 106 for 1. The last meeting was there we are on the live stream. It is a helicopter flying somewhere somewhere near us. It's a good spot by one of our camera crew. The last meeting was 2021 here at Trent Bridge, when Notts won by an innings, but the 2 previous visits Essex left with the big W at the end of the game. They won here in 2018 and 2019. Going to be Broad from the pavilion end, just having a little word with Stephen Mullaney. I wonder what they're cooking up. They've got those 2 close to the wicket catches on the leg side. Broad into Westley. Will he bring it into the pads? He won't. He'll nip this one away, and Clark again has to be light on his feet to move across in front of the slip cordon.
It's not as warm as it was this morning, and certainly these it's not overcast conditions, but I guess these conditions are certainly helping the Nottinghamshire bowlers this afternoon, aren't they, Dave?
Yeah, they'll sure be enjoying the little bit of cloud cover. And here comes Broad. In again, left alone by Westley. A little bit of animation out there, but didn't really get him in trouble. That Notts win a couple of years ago, all really set up on the first day by Luke Fletcher. He took 6 for 24, which at the time were career best figures. Blew Essex away out for 99 in the first innings. Shane Snater, who's playing in this game, he got a 7 for 98 when it was Essex's turn to bowl, but Notts had got quite a healthy advantage. They made 323 with Stephen Mullaney getting a century, as Broad in again to Westley, and again it just jags away off the seam. And then second time round, Essex bowled out for 194, half century for Nick Brown, but Lyndon James with 4 wickets, accelerating the The Essex demise after day 3 was lost to the weather. Was a fixture at Chelmsford back in 2007 that I guess for many of the wrong reasons of cricket is in the record books. This one worked away nicely. There's 2 close to the wicket catchers, or close-ish, on the leg side, and Wesley clipped it between them, but Lyndon James out there in the deep prevents it from going for 4. 2 more to Wesley. He's under 32, 108 for 1. Yes, in 2007 at Chelmsford, Essex batted on and on and on over the first 2 days before declaring 700 for 9. But Notts thought, well, if you can bat for 2 days, we'll bat for 2 days. So that's exactly what they did. Chris Reed 240, Samit Patel 117, Mark Waugh 107 and 97 from Graham Swan, and Notts made 791, their highest ever first class total. 108 for 1 is the score here. Broad bowls, and as Clark hung on to that. Now, did he nibble at it? Didn't get an edge in the opinion of umpire O'Shaughnessy. I think it was something that just produced a little bit of optimism. You can tell from the reaction, I don't think they were 100%. Now, in a look at the body language there, not sure there was any exchange of views between Stuart Broad and umpire O'Shaughnessy. I think it just nipped away. Yeah, that's exactly what Steve O'Shaughnessy has just said. It just nipped away. Good bit of bowling.
Yeah.
Might have brushed the pad. If so, it was outside the line, but didn't appear to be the bat. 108 for 1. Partnership worth 92 as Stuart Broad comes in again to Tom Wesley, who leaves this one alone.
Certainly in that last over, Stuart Broad asking a lot of questions, the ball pitching and sort of deviating slightly in that last but one delivery. Offering some hope for the Nottinghamshire bowlers. See if they can get some more wickets.
Been a lot of players that have transitioned between Trent Bridge and Chelmsford, or vice versa, or taken a different route. And I think in recent years, of course, Andre Adams, so successful for Notts. He had a spell with Essex before coming here. Ashim Amla's played for both counties. James Franklin, Jason Gallion.
As Brett Hutton comes in to bowl. The first delivery of the new over from that just missing the bat of Sir Alistair Cook, pitching just outside the off stump and going right through to the wicketkeeper. He appeared to play at it and then moved his bat slightly away to that delivery.
Peter Siddle, who we've already seen here this year in the Somerset colours, he's played for both counties. Will Jefferson, Peter Such, who's a match referee now. Number of players up and down the country played for both.
Brett Hutton comes in, bowls his next delivery, and that's just played out in front of him by Sir Alistair Cook, and there's no run. Didn't used to happen so much. Players would sign for a county, and generally they'd stick around for most of their career. There certainly wasn't a great deal of movement on the loan market back in the day, or players unhappy and moving here, there and everywhere. Be an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment. And Brett Hutton comes in, bowls his next delivery, and Sir Alistair Cook playing that out in front of him. No run. He's on 55. Essex 108 for 1.
Yeah, Notts desperate for an end to this ongoing partnership here. 92 they've added since Nick Brown's early departure. Just waiting for the cue to speak to Radio Nottingham.
Brett Hutton comes in, bowls his next delivery, and Sir Alistair Cook playing this out in front of him, and just for a single, moving him on to 56 now.
Yes, Hamid doing the fielding.
Brett Hutton coming in for his next delivery, bowls. That's left alone by Tom Wesley.
Just shaped away nicely. Wesley not being drawn into playing a shot. Sun on the wicket. It's certainly getting paler and paler as the day goes on. Here is that update. Yes, just the one wicket today for Nottinghamshire. That's disappointing for the home side after they put Essex in this morning. An early breakthrough for Stuart Broad, who dismissed Nick Brown, the left-handed opener, for 11. But his opening partner, Sir Alistair Cook, still there. He's just reached his 50. Tom Westley with him on 32. Essex 109 for 1.
And Brett Hutton just completing his 10th over. No wickets. 30 runs have come off his bowling.
Yeah, Stephen Mullaney would have been banking on this pair to make a breakthrough. Broad has now had 11 overs, 1 for 27. I'd imagine it would be just a case of switching the seamers round again. Dane Patterson, and there's a door open at the main pavilion doors wide open. The stewards will need to go and shut it there, right in Alistair Cook's eye line. There we go. In fact, he disappeared inside. 109 for 1. Yes, I'm sure it'll be Dane Patterson and Lyndon James who get the next opportunity as Broad bowls wide of the mark. So Stephen Mullaney had 3 overs this morning. A couple of spinners, of course, in the Nottinghamshire ranks for this game. Liam Patterson-White, the left arm spinner, but of course Calvin Harrison on his Nottinghamshire debut, leg spinner. Be interesting to see if he has any part to play with the ball, certainly in the first innings. Provisional batting order we've got is Calvin Harrison to come in at 8, so you would imagine they'll want to use him with the ball as brought in. Again, Cook leaves it alone. And there's no addition to the total. 109 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport, and those of you watching the pictures on the live stream available, trentbridge.co.uk/live, and that will get you through to where you want to be to see the pictures. Broad in again. Bowls, strikes Cook on the pad, was going down the leg side. Gary Regan, hi Dave, why do you think Notts chose to field? I think that's just the way they like to set up the match. They feel the best opportunity is with the ball on the first morning to get some of these 20 wickets. It's worked pretty well the last 2 matches, and against a side with a very decent top order in Essex that have been hoping to get more than the one breakthrough in the morning. Sometimes, of course, these plans and ideas backfire as Cook drops this on the leg side, but that's just the way. You've got to have some sort of game plan, I think, Gary, and if you win the toss, and that's just the way they like to go about it. Without Duckett as well, you can maybe say it's come a little bit into the equation. I doubt it though. I just know they do like to whatever wickets they can on the first day of a match, and that does mean over days 2, 3 and 4 they're looking for another 10 wickets. Of course, a lot of runs as well, but that's just the way they like to set their matches up. They do it more often than not. Broad in now to Westley, who's on 32, played nicely. This one shapes away, and again a scrambling stop by Clark. Rob Collins, the decision to bowl first, not looking like the wisest choice at the moment. Well, see previous answer, Rob. We can all be wise after the event, but as I said, you've got to have some sort of plan, I think, to go into these matches. And well, if we win the toss, we're going to do this and that and whatever. I know it's an age-old thing. If you win the toss, bat, and if you're in any doubt, we'll have a think about it and then bat. But some sides do like to go about it in another manner, and this is pushed out into the offside by Westley. Remember 2 years ago, Essex were bowled out in just over a session, just after lunch in session 1 for 99. They will come unstuck with that policy every now and again, and of course we always get it the other way round. If Notts had battered and been 5 or 6 down for lunch, there'd be just as many people saying, well, why on earth didn't Notts Notts bowl? So.
Yeah, it's a nice little partnership though, this between Sir Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley. 95 runs as Brett Hutton comes in to bowl his next over, and that delivery left outside the off stump by Tom Wesley, who's on 33, Sir Alistair Cook on 57, and Essex 111 for 1.
Yeah, Nelson, considered to be unlucky amongst cricketers. If you're of an Essex persuasion and you got your feet off the ground, well done you.
As Brett Hutton comes in, bowls in the next delivery, and that's pitched and then moved outside the off stump, veering into the direction of the first slip area, and the ball being thrown back now slowly around the fielders and back. Eventually will end up with the bowler. Brett Hutton, as he comes in to bowl his next delivery, prepares himself. Ball in hand now. Comes in, bowls. That's pushed out in front of him by Tom Wesley, who's on 33.
The BBC Essex region listeners have been starved of Dickie for far too long.
Yes.
End of this over, do you want to have a 10-minute break?
I think we should. I think we should give them a fill of Dickie this afternoon, I think. Although...
well, he might bring about, of course, a wicket for Nottinghamshire, in which case he'll not be able to live with himself.
Brett Hutton comes in, bowls the next delivery, and that's punched out towards the leg side by Tom Wesley on 33. Moves him on to 34. So they've passed that that unlucky for some 111.
Yeah, you can put your feet back on the ground. Partnership worth 96 now.
Yeah.
Between Wesley and Cook. Still Lawrence to come. Critchley, Rossington back in the side, replacing Michael Pepper, Harmer, Bracewell, Snater, Cook and Porter.
Brett Hutton comes in, bowls his next delivery, and that's pushed out in front of him by Sir Alistair Cook again, and there's no run.
After last weekend, when Notts found it really all too easy to run through the Northants side twice, just getting a stark reminder of how tough county championship, especially Division 1 county championship cricket can be, because they really didn't have too many problems dismantling Northants in either innings last week. A little tougher today.
Brett Hutton comes in to complete his over, pushed out in front of him again by Sir Alistair Cook, and he remains on 57. On the other side, Tom Wesley's on 34, and Essex are 112 for 1.
Thanks for now, Nasser. More from Nass in half an hour or so. We'll get him back on. Just to say that things haven't got much better after lunch down at Hoe for Glamorgan. They're now down to their last pair. They're 113 for 9. Glamorgan against Sussex, and Sussex there won the toss and stuck Glamorgan in. Got a bowling change, so Broad out of the attacker, just as sort of surmising might be Dane Patterson to come on and replace him, and that's exactly how Notts have gone. Patterson this morning 7 overs, none for 18. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end, and to talk you through it, here's Dickie Davies.
Patterson into Wesley, plays defensively, trickles down in the offside. No addition to the score of 112 for 1. And a string of emails come in.
Did you manage to get fed and watered? That's the important thing.
Did I ever? Yeah, there was a very, very long queue, so I was glad I didn't have to be back on time, having been on air till just gone 1. But yes, a magnificent piece of pork and potatoes. She's not listening now. She's still around at her mother's. So I'll, as Patterson moves in. Oh, and that's outside the off stump. Potatoes, just potatoes at home. I do hope she didn't get home early. And but yeah, they managed to do something with the potatoes today, which was absolutely fantastic. So that was good. And then...
Well, you can't move on. What did they manage to do with potatoes that you've never seen before?
Well, I don't know. That's the point. I might ask them tomorrow.
Were they mashed, roast, boiled, covered in cheese, fried?
They were covered in something. No, I shall ask them tomorrow. They've obviously got an excellent chef down there. And... but there's nothing much I can do about it. I can't go home and say, look, they did wonderful potatoes and they were cooked this way, because otherwise I'll get, what's wrong with the potatoes I cook then? Oh, no, nothing. No, they're wonderful.
I know, you can't do right for doing wrong, can you?
No, that's played through the onside for a single.
Do it yourself then.
No, no, quite. And then to follow that up, I had a syrup sponge and custard.
Oh, you worked your way through the menu, did you?
I did. I might not have to eat this evening.
Well, you've got the scone and jam and cream to come at tea, yeah.
Indeed.
113 for 1.
Patterson around the wicket, bowls. Now I meant to mention this morning, but I forgot. But it doesn't. It's not related to any particular time. But I came by train, and therefore I'm reliant on public transport or Shanks's pony, and I'm staying up in just north, I think it is, north of the city centre.
In the suburbs.
Canning Circus, I think it's called. And so I thought, well... Anyway, to cut a long, boring story short, that's played out into the covers for a single. I popped into the big information centre, right in the middle of Nottingham. I think it's by the old Market Square. And I've been there before. It's wonderful. And all this... And... I picked up a free map, and I also, the chap asked me what I was doing. Well, not asked what I was doing in a belligerent manner, quite the opposite.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, how can I help you? So I said, I'm going from here to here. What the best bus routes? And he told me as Patterson moves in. And then he said, oh, you're going to Trent Bridge, or you're an Essex porter, are you? And I said, well, yes, I am really, but I work for a local BBC radio station and I'm doing the commentary. You're not doing it with the great Dave Bracewell,
Oh,
are you?
my word.
I said, well, yes, I will be, actually. He said, oh, whenever I'm not working here, I'm an avid listener. I think it's wonderful. He said, do send him my best wishes.
There's my listener.
So
very good.
So I might pop in tomorrow on the way here and get his name, then we can give him a shout out. But yes, he was full of praise.
At Brace Cricket, or get in touch on the email bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I was intrigued by your opening to that little anecdote that you came by train. So where would you have set off from? Southend?
I live in a place called Leigh-on-Sea, which is a suburb of Southend. Yeah.
So there's a train station at Leigh-on-Sea, is there?
Oh, good grief, yes.
Yeah, I don't know, do I?
No, you don't. I do beg your pardon.
Hutton round the wicket and bowls and dropped on the leg side. So you've jumped on at Leigh-on-Sea station sometime yesterday lunchtime.
I would use the word jumped very sort of loosely, but yeah, I negotiated my way onto it. And then it's a big commuter line to London, you see. It goes into a lesser-known London terminal.
You've not got to change at Southend or anything, so you can go from Leigh-on-Sea to London.
Yeah, to a lesser-known terminal called Fenchurch Street.
Right. On the Monopoly board.
It is.
£200, is it?
It is. I can't think why. It's probably the... Well,
it's always the forgotten one in quiz shows and that, isn't it, Fenchurch Street?
It is, because it's only got 4 platforms.
Hutton again, round the wicket, past umpire Longley, bangs it in short, and it's a no ball. I think it must have been for the front foot. Yeah. That's one thing with white ball cricket. We tend to sort of be able to determine. The applause is for the 100 partnership coming up from 206 ball, or is that 208 balls? Second wicket partnership. Westley's contribution 35. Alistair Cook 53. So
his highest score of the season.
For Cook. Comfortably outscoring Tom Westley in this partnership. 116 for 1. Next ball is a bouncer, pulled away. No cries of catch it. In fact, because he's rolled his wrists nicely, they get a single. Just a reminder, back to 11 o'clock this morning when I foolishly mentioned that Cook's highest score against Notts all over the years. This is his 9th match against them, his 69 not out that he made way back in 2003, 20 years ago, and his highest score on this ground was 78. Why I mentioned it and why I'm repeating it, I'm not sure, but it was nailed on. He was going to get a big one. So we've got as far as Fenchurch Street station.
Yeah, I must just say, Essex followers are very grateful that you
Yeah.
did mention that, of course.
Here's Wesley on strike. Hutton bowls to him. This is pushed on the offside. He's nailed on to get 100 here anyway, Cook. So you got to Fenchurch Street, and then what? Did you have to cross London?
Oh yes, yeah, I then get a bus. Usually, because I don't go to London that frequently, maybe once a month, rather than go on the underground, which is always quicker, I allow extra time to go and sit on the top of the bus, which is the best way of seeing London. So I get a. This is riveting stuff. I'm sure people are turning off in their droves.
Well, it's
enlightening. I get a 206 train, a 206 bus, which takes me from more or less from Fenchurch Street to St Pancras. It also goes to all the other mainline stations. Well, not all of them, but on the north side, Paddington and.
In comes the bustling Hutton.
Paddington, Euston, King's Cross. The 206 goes past them all.
And then it's St Pancras to Nottingham, is it? Or
Yeah.
King's Cross to Nottingham?
Yeah. No, St Pancras.
St Pancras.
And I'm always so terrified of getting there late, because by getting a train ticket early, you get it at a cheaper rate. And as soon as I knew I was doing this game, I booked up a ticket. So I'm always terrified of getting late and delayed. So I had about an hour to kill, but that was all right.
So here's Hutton. To bowl to Wesley, who whips this one away onto the leg side. Hamid is set deep at mid-wicket, fires in a return, only a single, 118 for one. So it'll all be done in reverse when? Tomorrow night?
No, Saturday morning.
Saturday.
In fact,
isn't that the train strike day?
Oh dear, I should remember that you're good at winding people up.
It was last Saturday actually. it was last Saturday when both Notts County and Nottingham Forest were both playing in London, and there was a train strike. How about that? 118 for it was 118 for one. Cook is on 59. He's on strike. Brett Hutton bowls to the left-hander, who chops it away again out to Hamid, who's getting a little bit of a working out over there. Throws the ball right into the gloves of Clark. End of the over. 119 for one here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport, with Dave Bracegirdle and our intrepid traveller, Dickie Davis.
And in fact, I'm not going back. I think my train from Nottingham, I can't remember the exact time, it's sometime between 4 and 5, so I'll probably be here for quite a bit of the day, assuming it's the game's going well and the weather's staying good.
You did say you got one or two emails, Dickie, before I interrupted you so rudely.
Well, no, that's fine. Of course it is.
As is my want.
Yeah, exactly. It's your radio. Well, it's not your radio station, but you know what I mean. As Patterson continues from the pavilion end. Right on round the wicket to Cook, who edges that down for 4. And it was an edge, and he would be among the first to admit it. And one of the many vagaries of cricket which we love, is that you can play a sumptuous extra cover drive for 4, or you can get an edge down through the it wasn't through the slips, wide of the slips for 4, but they all look the same in the scorebook.
They do indeed.
And one is worth no more or less than the other ultimately.
Went through third slip. It was uppish slightly, but wouldn't have carried to third slip in any case. Bounced in front of him.
No.
Had there been one there.
That's just played totally defensively by Cook. On the text, Carol in Hornchurch says my lunch sounds delicious. Yes, it was.
Potatoes that we don't know what they were, and a bit of pork, a slab of pork.
Yeah, no, I'll establish tomorrow exactly how the potatoes were cooked. And well, that's played out through the covers for, well, not through, that suggests it went to the boundary, but fielded in the deep, well, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and they go through for a single. Now let's find these emails of which I've been speaking.
I can just tell you quickly, Dickie, that Glamorgan all out for 123 at home against Sussex. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson. Right,
Kevin, I beg your pardon, says the next members forum, this is Essex, is to be held next Monday evening when no game at Chelmsford. Any views? Well, not from me, our other emailers may. That's well down the leg side, and that's going for a couple of byes. Probably it won't reach the boundary because the outstretched glove of Moore's took the sting out of it, but yes, they go through for 2 two buyers.
Clark, Mr. Moores isn't.
Yeah, I said Moores. I beg your
yeah.
pardon. I beg, and Mr.
Yes,
Moores and Mr. Clark. He's not had. When I say he's not had the happiest of times, I don't mean through his own doing.
No.
He's had some.
He's had a lot of width to contend
He
with.
has indeed, yes. So please don't misinterpret that. No, he's kept well, but sometimes he's been over challenged really. As Patterson moves in. Bowls to Wesley. Well, short of a length. Wesley, you just for a moment think, that maybe he considered trying to club it through the offside, and then discretion being the better part of valour, let it go through to the keeper. Michael says, wonderful thing about this streaming service is my interest in so many counties, fostered by the matiness of the commentaries. Mike, well, I mean, one of the many joys of this, of doing this job, and there are many. I sometimes undersell it deliberately when I'm talking to my mates, because they think, oh, you've got a nice job, haven't you? But that's gone hard and will probably be
Spilled by Slater in the deep.
Oh dear, oh Lord. Now Slater had to move a few yards to his right, but even so, at this level, and the sun's gone in, at this level, that wasn't a difficult chance, really. And when I say a few yards, I mean only a few yards at long leg. And well, there's nothing much more to say except that was very unfortunate from the Notts point of view, and very fortunate from the Essex point of view, and from Wesley's in particular. But I mean, he should have held that, shouldn't he?
Yeah. He got both hands to it.
Yeah.
I think the crowd was just sort of about 1/8 through a cheer before they realised it was going to bobble out, and the huge groan. So Wesley was on 36 at the time. He took 2, so he's moved on to 38. Essex were 126 for 1. They are now 128 for 1.
Yes.
And we've got a bowling change. We're going to have spin for the first time. LPW is coming into the attack. Liam Patterson-White is going to be bowling to Alistair Cook, left armer to left-hander, and his first ball is pushed up to Hutton, who's coming out of the slip cord and is at mid-on, and there's no run.
And one of the numerous adages or sayings in cricket, from the batsman's point of view, if you get a let-off, make them pay, make the most of it. So
Patterson-White in again, bowls, and Cook works it onto the leg side, and there is Ben Slater, who's been hoping or wishing for the ground to swallow him up. He doesn't spill many. Took an absolute, typical, isn't he? Took an absolute snorter at Wantage Road last Saturday. Terrific catch. Doesn't spill many. There's an LBW shout here. They're asking umpire Lungley, or rather the bowler is, but nothing doing as Alistair Cook goes to sweep across the line. Missed the ball, but fancy he'd got outside the line of off stump, and quite rightly the umpire says not out. Cook on 65. Patterson-White bowls to him, tosses it up nicely, and this is nudged out as far as a Seba Mead. And a single is taken. Cook on to clickety-click, 66. 129 for 1. Notts in truth haven't created too much for themselves today, or been presented with that many opportunities, so that'll be doubly disappointing that a proper full shot didn't bring the wicket. It's Patterson-White, a hop, and then a couple of paces, and fired down the leg side and clipped nicely away. There was plenty of timing on that. Just looked as if he just nudged it into the leg side for a single, and before you knew it, Seba Mead was having to trot over the boundary rope and go and fetch it back from the boards. Lovely bit of timing from Wesley, who's on to 42, and he is looking to cash in. Partnership of 117 on 33 for 1. Next ball clipped into the offside, fielded by Harrison, and there's no run. End of the over, 133 for 1. 5 runs from that first over of spin.
Yeah, so going back to Michael's comment about the matiness, well, yeah, we do look. One of the things I look forward to, apart from the actual, commentary, is in no particular order, as they say on Strictly, visiting places and exploring them. And I try and get up reasonably early for me, and have a look round the place, and then in the evening, as long as it's light, I'll have a look round. And the other is meeting people that meeting old mates behind the microphone. And there's a great bunch on BBC Local Radio. Great bunch. There's only Patterson moves in and bowls. That's outside the off stump. Goes through the keeper. People, after I make this comment, people all over listening are going to think, I wonder who that is. Yeah, I'll just say there's only one place, and it's certainly not Trent Bridge, where I don't particularly look forward to going, and it's nothing to do with the place or the team. But but it's great fun, and I'm very lucky to be doing it, and I do appreciate it every day. That's just played out to mid-on. Had an email from Eddie, I think it was, yes, Eddie or Ed, beg his pardon. Also in very sunny and warm Frinton. That's the posh part of Essex, Frinton. They didn't have a pub for years and years and years because it was considered to lower the tone of the place. He says, good afternoon, team. I usually listen on audio, but I've taken, I think it was David Bracegirdle's advice, and searched my ex-wife's old steam-powered laptop, and I'm now watching the shots too. Two England greats playing, Sir Alistair and Stuart Broad. That's played into the mid-wicket area for a single by Sir Alistair. And one more. The balance between bat and ball. Oh, Dave's just about to do an update.
Yeah, we've rattled along. Just do an update in a second, and then Nas will come back and join Dickie as Wesley eases us into the offside. Verity Cowley show on BBC Radio Nottingham. Heaven knows what they're nattering about. I'm sure I won't be challenged on sausage rolls as I was this morning. 134 for 1. We're not so. Hello, Verity. Looking forward to a little bit of Duran as an alternative to Nottinghamshire trying to break this second wicket partnership. Sir Alistair Cook, every time we see him, is a little bit of a bonus. He's been one of England's finest, if not the finest, over the last 2 decades. You don't know how many more times he will come and play on this ground, but he's certainly making the most of this as Nottinghamshire put Essex into bat. He's 67 not out. Never scored 100 at Trent Bridge, remember. Tom Westley with him on 43. 1 wicket earlier on for Stuart Broad, but Notts have just missed a chance. Really good catcher in the deep, usually Ben Slater. He's just spilled Westley when he was on 36. Essex 135 for 1. So there's Patterson, final ball of this over. Bowls dug out by Cook. There is Ben Slater doing the fielding. End of the over, 135 for 1. More from Dickie, and then he'll be joined again by Nasser.
Thanks, Dave, very, very much indeed. And Essex 135 for 1. Wesley 43, Cook 67. So these two, first wicket fell at, or the only wicket rather, at 16, which means that they've put on 119. So Essex supporters will be happy, but they'll also know that in common with lots of teams, Essex are quite capable of turning a good position into a not so good one. As Patterson White moves in now and bowls, and it draws Wesley forward, and with total defence, head over the ball in accordance with the old coaching manuals. I don't know if new coaching manuals, or even if there is such a thing nowadays, as left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Wesley plays it back to the bowler. No addition to the score. Welcome back, Nasser.
Thank you very much, Dickie. Good to be back.
We've, amongst other non-cricketing things we've been talking about for the last half hour, was that's just played out into covers. Our lunch, I saw you in the lunch queue ahead of me.
Yes. Yeah.
It's good stuff, wasn't it?
It was very nice, yes.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yes,
Patterson White moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside for a single. Fielded just backward of square on the onside.
Yeah, rather splendid fish and chips for me.
Oh, right. Yeah, I had the pork. I think I might have fish and chips this evening somewhere. Wonder where the best fish and chip shop is in the centre of the city of Nottingham. Lots of people have different ideas. That's short of a length. Oh, and Cook goes to the back foot. Plays and misses, looking to hit it quite hard through the offside, and one of those instances where it could have easily just got the thinnest of edge and gone through to Joe Clark to be caught. So Patterson White in again, bowls. Played down to third man, and in total contrast, an immaculate shot. To manage to get enough timing on the ball to play a slow bowler down to third man takes a lot of skill.
Absolutely takes a lot of skill, Dickie, and from an Essex point of view, I think that run rate is now creeping upwards, isn't it? It was just under 3, but now going over 3.
Yeah, 3.18 it says.
That's right. That's going to be healthy in this afternoon if they can maintain it or even increase it at some point without losing any wickets. And remember, they haven't lost any wickets since the early part of the game when they lost the first wicket.
No, which was in the fourth over.
Fourth over, yeah. Long time ago. This partnership, 124 now between Sir Alistair Cook and Tom Westley.
So Patterson to continue, and
yeah, Patterson is going to continue now. Confusingly, it's Patterson White.
Yes.
That sort of caught my eye when I looked at the scoreboard, and I was thinking, which one am I looking at? So yeah, it is Patterson. Patterson is the bowler that's coming in, and he's going to bowl in to Tom Westley, and Tom Westley leaving that delivery.
To add to the confusion, one of them has 2 T's in his name, one of them has 1, so I had to ask Dave whether there was a different way of pronouncing one than the other. I mean, normally, but
Yeah.
no, they're both Patterson. There's not one.
Yeah.
One isn't Paterson or something like that.
Yeah, also a challenge if you're a print journalist as well to get the spellings correct too,
Yes.
because you don't want to offend people. And it is Patterson with the 1 T coming into bowl the next delivery, and he comes in and he bowls this next delivery to Tom Westley, who pushes it quite square through the gully area, and it's going to go through to just short. Oh, has it gone through? I can't see from here. I think it's just gone through for a couple of runs there, and moves the score on to 142 for 1. Tom Westley on 46, and Sir Alistair Cook on 71. Yeah, a couple of runs there in the last delivery from Patterson. He comes in and he bowls this next delivery, and it's played out in front of him by Tom Westley.
Your second name, Nasser, is
Hanif.
Hanif. Now
Yeah.
then, as soon as I heard that or saw it on your pass, I thought there was a chap called Hanif Mohammed who I think he had a record as the slowest Test century ever.
Yeah,
or something.
he made 400 and, well, I don't know about the slowest century, but I remember he made 499 runs as well.
That was it. Yes.
That's one of the records he had. And in comes the next delivery from Patterson, which is whacked towards the boundary and goes through, in fact, for 4. The boundary on the leg side, in fact. And that takes him to 50 now for Tom Westley. 50 off 128 balls for Tom Westley. It's taken him 159 minutes. He's made it off 128 balls, and there's been 5 fours in that. A strike rate of just under 40 for Tom Westley. So Tom Westley joining Sir Alistair Cook and really pushing on this Essex score into a very healthy position now as Patterson comes in, bowls the next delivery. That's played out in front of him by Tom Westley again, and Patterson lunging towards the ground, tried to stop it, take off some of the pace off the ball, and it went through to the fielder at mid-off, I beg your pardon, just in front. And these two batsmen now are really pushing through their advantage and really building a really handy
Well, they are.
total. As Patterson comes in, next delivery, and that's over the wickets. No run there. So the end of the over, Essex 146 for 1. Tom Westley getting his 50 in that over, and on the other end, is Sir Alistair Cook, who is on 71, so 29 short of what would be his first century at Trent Bridge.
Yes, this is already his top score. I think 69 was his highest before. So Patterson White continues to bowl, and this one gets the better of the great master. It bounces down into the slip.
Yeah, Hanif Mohammed was a batsman, I think in the 50s or the 60s he made.
Yes,
I think it was the 60s he made
I've just looked him up.
499, I think that was his highest ever score.
Yeah. Just played back to the bowler. Yes, it was. He was sort of famous, or I don't like to say notorious, but he played a very long innings, didn't he? Which it must have been that 499 to which you refer. I've never been out for 499. I'd be quite annoyed I didn't get my 500. And that's worked away down to fine leg. Well, fine leg, long leg for a single.
Of course, we've had many people hitting high scores since those days, haven't we?
Yes.
You know, the likes of Brian Lara, and of course around here, around Trent Bridge. I don't know, when you walk into Trent Bridge, you see all the Sir Gary Sober's stuff.
Yes. That's a super shot from Wesley. It's picked its way through the onside down to straightish mid-wicket for 4 runs. Wesley has made his reputation for being strong, in particular on the leg side, and brings up no, it doesn't. He'd already got his 50. 54 now. Brings up the 150. Patterson White, left arm round the wicket, and again with authority, but straight to the man at shortish mid off. Liam Patterson White, born in Sunderland in November 1998, so he'll be 25 in the autumn. Moves in now and bowls. And that's just played solidly back to him. End of the an over which saw that splendid straight driven 4.
Yeah, it's not going to plan really here for Nottinghamshire, is it? They could do with getting certainly Sir Alistair Cook, and if not Tom Westley out, and get into this middle order if they can.
I wonder if they saw more in the wicket than it's playing. I mean, all the expertise that these players have and the coaches, sometimes, you know, nobody can tell what a wicket's going to do sometimes.
No.
And this may be one of those. Somebody emailed saying it looks as if it's got tram lines on the sorry.
As Patterson comes in for the next ball, which is left outside his off stump by Sir Alistair Cook, and there is no run.
Yes, the emailer said that on the pictures it looks as if there's some sort of, I think he used the word tram lines. Yeah, there are some lines down it, but I don't think it's causing it to play particularly. In fact, it's playing pretty well. I mean, if you put a side in, then you expect it to reap its benefits, but
yeah, Patterson in, next delivery, bowls, and that has caught, taken in second slip, taken at second slip. And it is Sir Alistair Cook who has to walk back to the pavilion. And the bowler there is Patterson. He's taken the wicket, made that a very important breakthrough here for Nottinghamshire. They really needed this wicket. Taken it to second slip by Harrison. 72 runs for Sir Alistair Cook. He was in for 183 minutes off 124 balls, and there were 10 fours in that innings. It says highest score for Notts.
Highest score
Against Nottinghamshire.
against Nottinghamshire.
Against Nottinghamshire. His highest ever score against Nottinghamshire for Alistair Cook. Of course, the former England captain, and a big blow as far as Essex is concerned, but certainly Nottinghamshire very, very happy with the state of play at this point in time.
Yes, it was caught by Harrison.
Yeah, caught by Harrison, came quite quickly, and he took it, pouched it. No mistake this time. Can't afford to drop those catches in the slip cordon, and he didn't. So good catch. Patterson gets his wicket, and the new batsman is in. And the new batsman is just entering, in fact.
So Dan Lawrence and Essex supporters hope that, well, I was going to say hope that he follows in Sir Alistair's footsteps. He won't. Nobody will follow in Sir Alistair's footsteps. And anyway, Lawrence is a totally different batsman.
And Dan Lawrence has played for England in capacity. Is that right? Am I getting him?
He's played half a dozen times.
Half a dozen times, yeah. These days, with the number of players who play in the various squads, and there are so many.
Oh yes.
Sometimes you can forget that there are players who probably played, one or two games,
yeah.
and then just completely gone into oblivion.
Yes.
Yeah. So very important wicket that for Nottinghamshire. Patterson 1 for 35 now, off just over 11 overs for him, and Dan Lawrence, the new batsman, yet to score. And in comes Patterson again, and that's left outside his off stump by the new man, Dan Lawrence.
So Nottinghamshire had to wait a long time for that wicket to come, but and when it did, it was courtesy of a very, very good catch indeed, has to be said.
Yeah, they come really quickly in that slip cordon. You've got to really be on edge and be ready for it. As Patterson comes in, bowls this next delivery, and that's played out in front of him, and just going through to mid-off, picked up by the fielder there. Dan Lawrence remains. Or not.
So Nottinghamshire will be hoping this is the beginning of a breakthrough. And
Patterson comes in, bowls this next delivery, and again pushed out in front of him by Dan Lawrence. Does a few exercises, a few bits of stretching, a bit of limbering up. He's been waiting there a long time, hasn't he, to come out?
Yes, he has.
Last partnership was quite a healthy partnership from an Essex point of view. As Patterson comes in, bowl this next delivery. And again, just played out in front of him by Dan Lawrence, and a very good over that from a Nottinghamshire point of view. A very successful over. They've taken the wickets, and a very important wicket that of Sir Alistair Cook. And at the end of the over, Essex 151 for 2, Dan Lawrence yet to score, and Tom Westley on 54.
Yeah, so Lawrence has been waiting since about 20 past 11, I suppose. So that's oh dear, what's that, 3.5 hours? Yes. Yeah. Obviously lunch intervened anyway. So that whether it was going to happen anyway, or whether it was that wicket that produced it, whatever the reason, there's a change of bowling at this end, and Lyndon James is back into the attack, having so far conceded 13 runs off his 5 overs. And tall, fair-haired, wearing number 45 for reasons best known to him. And he will be bowling to the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. Moves in now. Right arm over the wicket. Wesley goes forward solidly. Trickles out on the offside. So Lyndon James, born in Worksop. We were talking about Worksop this morning because that was the last time these two teams met in the Championship in Nottinghamshire anywhere other than Trent Bridge in 1997, which was 1 year before Lyndon James was born. Born just after Christmas, the 27th of December 1998. So when he was, that's outside the off stump. So when he was growing up, when it came to Christmas, he used to say to his mum and dad and aunts and uncles, "Do you remember? It is Christmas and I've got a birthday as well. I'll expect two presents. You know, it's no good saying, oh, the one will have to do for both."
It's always a problem, isn't it, when you have Christmas?
Yes.
Or you have a birthday at Christmas rather than Christmas at your birthday. I'm getting them mixed up there quite.
So James to Pete Wesley again through the leg side where he loves to play it. There's a man understandably patrolling the boundary there, and so they go through just for a comfortable single.
It looks like Hasib Hamid patrolling the boundary on that side. Don't know.
No.
I might get him mixed up.
You're listening to commentary via BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Essex, which doesn't have radio in its name. And played out on the onside, which causes some confusion amongst some people. When I say I work for BBC Essex, they say, "You on television?" I say, no.
But there has been a Dickie Davis on television, hasn't
Yes,
there?
he died quite relatively recently,
Yes.
I think.
I do remember him because I remember him growing up.
Yes, ITV World of Sport on a Saturday afternoon, which was a great programme, and Patterson moves in and bowls. That's just played defensively out on the offside. They introduced, although it was called World of Sport, its main feature was wrestling, and
Yep.
everybody knew that it wasn't actually a sport, it was just entertainment. And they had this commentator, Kent Walton, who took it all very seriously, as if it really was proper competitive sport. And virtually everybody knew it was just entertainment, and that the two fighters had sorted it all out beforehand, and they met afterwards and they went for a meal or a couple of drinks, and and they would rehearse them, so I believe.
Yeah.
That's out on the onside, but it was still entertainment with great characters.
I know it well because my father used to watch it. We always have to be very, very quiet whilst it was on because he was a big fan of wrestling.
End of the over, 152 for 2. Yeah, there were characters like Mick McManus who played. Everybody had a role to play. You know, there was the bad guy, and Mick McManus was the bad, evil one, or one of them. There was another one called Jackie Pallow who wore striped shirts, and then there was a comedian called Eddie somebody who was from Yorkshire. Can't remember his surname. They all had different acts to perform, really.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, that was a Dickie Davis programme.
As Patterson prepares to come in and starts his first delivery of his new over, and that particular delivery just goes outside the off stump, and there's no running there.
Sometime when he was still broadcasting, or no, it wouldn't have been. I don't think I was around very much, or certainly not working in those days. But afterwards. But he was still sort of quite a big name. I occasionally used to get through the post some fan mail to him, which had been misdirected, asking for a signed photo. And I thought, they can't mean me. I'm sure they don't mean me.
As Patterson comes in for his next delivery, second of this over, comes in, bowls, and it's played to the leg side by Tom Wesley. No run there.
Luckily, I found out somehow, I can't remember how, where he lived, and I just forwarded them to him, and I said, I think these are for you.
I think he was a very popular figure, wasn't he? He was a very
yes.
popular figure, very popular broadcaster. And I
Yes.
guess in a day or in an era when there wasn't that much sport around.
Oh,
was
yeah,
there?
that's right.
So, you're talking about 2 channels maybe showing.
Yes.
Yeah, only the BBC and ITV showing sport.
Yeah.
So
Les Kellett, that was the name of the funny fella who was always a comedian.
as in comes Patterson for his next delivery. And this left well alone by Tom Westley. He remains on 55, and the Essex score 152 for 2.
I actually, when it was being broadcast from, no, I don't think it was being broadcast. Yes, it was. I think from Southend. I actually went along to have a watch.
Wow!
And it was really very comical to go and watch it, because one of the obviously the evil one in the contest. Come back to that. I'm not going to interrupt the actual commentary.
As Patterson comes in to bowl his next delivery, and this pushed out in front of him by Tom Westley.
The evil one in the contest was getting up to his usual tricks away from the referee, who was also all part of the performance. And some old lady came out of the crowd with an umbrella and started beating him over the head. And we then found out afterwards this was all this was all part of it. Because he said to someone, he said to her afterwards, I saw him, he said, oh, well done, Lily, you did well there. Yeah, that was good, yes. It almost hurt, he said.
Patterson comes in for his next delivery. This pitch is just short, and Tom Westley moves his head out of the way as the delivery just went over his shoulder and through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Thanks, Graham. I'll read out your email at the. Oh, well, no, there is
just one more ball to come in this
That's
over.
a long run. After his. Oh no, there's only one more of this over, assuming it's valid.
So in comes Patterson to bowl this final delivery of this over, and he bowls, and it's played through to the leg side, and there's no run.
152 for 2. I think that was a maiden. I'm sure I remember saying 152 for 2 at the end of the last over. And Graham emails, as he says, from Nanyuki. Apologies if it's not pronounced, but it's the name of a place, not a person. So from Nanyuki in the foothills of Mount Kenya, watching to see Cook, who is caught as I type. Interesting discussion of North Devon before lunch. I played at Broughton a few times on Balliol College Oxford tours. Paul, now this is very interesting. Well, it's all interesting. I'll come back to that after this delivery, which is again worked away on the onside. This time from Dan Lawrence, though. When he was playing for Balliol College on their tours, Paul Edwards, now a cricket writer, would have been trying his slow left arm even with those short boundaries. Thanks for the commentary. One of the interesting things about that is that Paul Edwards is here today, and I've got to know him fairly well, and I was talking to him in the press box earlier on. So that's outside the off stump, goes through the keeper. So when I'm off air in about another 10 minutes or quarter of an hour, I'll show that to him, I'll mention it to him, and I'm sure he remembers. So he played left arm spin, did he? Oh, right. I say he didn't realise he went to Balliol. That will be my opening comment when I see him. I'll say, oh, you went to Balliol College, didn't you? And he'll say, how on earth do you know that? As Lyndon James moves in again and bowls, and met with total defence by Tom Westley, who, having been let off when he was on 36, beg your pardon, has added 19 to that. And I think, as I said at the time, when you've been let off, maybe it makes you concentrate harder, but you certainly think, right, I'm going to really make them pay for this. So thanks for the chance. You'll live to regret it. That's the attitude. It's Oh, it's a super shot, but it's equally very well saved by a diving, sprawling Stuart Broad, who gets a nod of appreciation from Steve Mulaney, the captain.
And he's managed to keep his bandana on as well in all of that.
Yes, yes, he did. Didn't keep his hat on, but he kept his bandana on. The hat now is somewhat optimistic. The sun has gone behind some light clouds. It's not going to rain today. And and that's, well, that was a bit edgy, and it's gone down to wide third man or backward point. Never sure where one ends and the other begins. And they pick up 3 slightly fortuitous runs.
Yeah, definitely fortuitous runs, and
Yep, okay.
just pulled in just short of the boundary.
Right, but at the end of this over, which is only one delivery to come, I shall make a temporary break for a while. I'll go and talk to Paul Edwards down in the press box and point out what we just found out about him. As Lyndon James moves in now, right arm over the wicket, tall, fair head, bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence plays that out to Stuart Broad, and it's the end of the over. Essex, dare I say it, as an Essex man, going well at 156 for 2, and I think we're going to do a double change now, but we never like to leave you with dead air. The biggest offence one can commit on radio is dead air.
Oh, we'll always find something to talk about.
We'll always find something to talk about. So right, so now that
help yourself to a cuppa, Dickie.
I will.
We'll only be a few minutes before we.
Now that Dave is on air, I'll make way for our guest.
Thank you. Thank you, Dickie. 156 for 2. Tom Wesley 58. I was watching from the back of the box as Ben Slater put him down as Patterson comes in and bowls to Wesley, steers it out into the offside. Yeah, as Dickie alluded to, with our 3 in the commentary box is a 4 at the moment, because Carl van Vollenhoven, I think I've pronounced it right. I hope I've pronounced it right, because I've commentated on you playing. Former Warwickshire player, of course, played against Notts a couple of years ago, which we'll hear about, but now moved to this parish, topping the batting stats in the Notts Premier League, topping the bowling stats in the Notts Premier League. That's not good enough for him. Wants to come and do a bit of blast commentary with me. Are you all right, fella?
Yeah, I just love talking, so don't see why not.
Here is Dane Patterson in, bowls to Wesley, works it away behind square on the leg side. 157 for 2. I think just one word from Kyle there, and you perhaps got the merest hint of a South Nottingham accent there. Of course, Kyle, fellow countryman of 1 or 2 playing in this game. Dane Patterson, you know well. Matthew Montgomery, you know well from South Africa. Calvin Harrison, 1 or 2 others that you've come across in your time.
Definitely. I know Monty very well. We played school cricket together at the famous Michaelmas week, when back in 2016, I think he got quite a few runs that day.
What on earth's Michaelmas week? That Christmas week?
No, it's a very famous tournament that we all go down and play in October. All the big prestigious schools around South Africa go and play.
There's Dane Patterson from the pavilion and bowls to Dan Lawrence, who's on 1, works it to mid-wicket where Liam Patterson-White does the fielding.
So all the prestigious schools go and play at tournaments in Maritzburg, Peter Maritzburg, in KwaZulu-Natal. And he played for Clifton and I played for Pretoria Boys High.
So Monty used to play for Clifton, and now you play for Clifton, but it's a different Clifton, isn't it?
It is indeed. Clifton Village Cricket Club in Nottingham. He plays for Plumtree.
Yeah, 157 for 2. Dane Patterson bowls wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. I've seen your name obviously the last couple of years in the Notts Premier League, and thought, what on earth is he doing in that level, especially, as I say, when I always see you up towards the top of the rankings in both the batting and the bowling. You were with Warwickshire. What was that, just a pay as you play sort of deal as it finished? Are you still with Warwickshire?
So I trialled around with Warwickshire.
Bear with me just a second, Carl. Dane Patterson's coming into bowl, but Radio Nottingham are in my ears as well. Well, Notts have picked up a wicket in the last half an hour, and it's a really important one, that of Sir Alistair Cook. Never had a century on this ground, thought he was going to do it today, but got to 72 and then was dismissed. A super moment, really, for the young debutant Calvin Harrison, playing his first-class game for Nottinghamshire. Good catch at slip off the bowling of Patterson. Essex, other than that, going along very nicely. 158 for 2. So there, an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Nothing of any consequence happened to the last ball. One delivery left in this 51st over. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport together at Trent Bridge as a vigorous pull by Wesley out onto the leg side. A single that'll ensure he keeps the strike on 60. 159 for 2 at Brace Cricket if you'd like to send your messages in, or bbcessexcricket@gmail.com on the email. We're talking to Carl van Vollenhoven. KVV, you're going to be KVV.
Much easier to pronounce.
KVV's alongside me for the next few minutes. Yeah, so you know a lot of these boys. But 2 years ago, you played against Notts, that game that Asiba Mead got a century?
He did. He batted beautifully that day. Unfortunately, I was on the receiving end of a couple of his magnificent shots.
And then he got called up for England, didn't he?
He did. He got called up the next day, I believe, so...
There's Lyndon James. Bowls now. And this was hit back, and it's a drop chance. It was very, very difficult. You've got to be a hard taskmaster to put that down as a chance, but I guess we've got to. It was hit uppishly by Wesley. Lyndon James moving away to his left on his follow through, just veering away to get off the wicket. It was drilled back at him to his right, tried to throw himself in the other direction, got his right hand to it, which is now stinging, and down it went. Chance?
They either stick or they don't, I believe. I think half chance you can take that down as.
So Wesley on 60. Was spilled on 36, that effort down at long leg by Patterson. There's Lyndon in again, bowls wide of the pegs, and it goes through to Joe Clark. 159 for 2. So things didn't work out with Warwickshire. Club cricket now working as well, day job?
Working in a school in Nottingham, Nottingham Emmanuel School. So that's the day job, club cricket on the Saturday, bit of commentary here and there.
But England very much your home now.
England is home now.
Yeah. Wesley on 60. Lyndon James bowls again. Elegant looking shot up to, not skipper, Mullaney. And there's no run. We just talked briefly off air, didn't we, for a moment or two just before we came back on. And again, Mullaney, I think this is the third time now he's taken the ball to the umpire. Sort of felt that there was a fella out there fielding a sub for Nottinghamshire in a couple of games last season who I sort of ought to know, and you did do a little bit for Notts last year.
I did indeed. I can't remember the games. The one game that does stand out is the game where it was red hot at Derby when Ben Duckett and Hassan Mahmood decided to bat for day on end.
Oh, it was hot, wasn't it? They put 400 on together.
It was very hot. Thank goodness we were batting first.
So how did that come about? Do you have a contact within the Notts group, or are you very much being watched, wink wink, by the Notts coaching staff? Just bear with me for a second, because Lyndon with the old ball bowls. This one's hit. Broad will stop it at mid-on, and there's no run, and then he throws down the stumps, removes the middle stick, and all really a whole load of nothing. Dot ball. 159 for 2.
I was very lucky enough to be able to train with Notts in the winter last year, and Peter Moores got in contact and said, if you are available at times to do 12th man, would you please be able to come and help? And jumped at the opportunity. Yeah, being around,
as you would, yeah,
as you would, being around Trent Bridge, being able to train with the team and everything. It was fantastic.
Lyndon James in again, passed umpire Tom Longley, bowls, and another straight drive from Wesley. He's got him hitting in the V here, hasn't he? I know you've only seen half an hour's cricket or whatever. How are they trying to get him out here?
It looks like they're going very, very straight, bowling wicket to wicket, catches in front of the wicket, looking to try get him caught in front of the wicket, as we saw the half chance that Lyndon unfortunately put down. early on in the over.
There's Linden. Fairly lengthy run up he has. So he just needs that just to stretch the legs out, get into a nice rhythm. Bowls, this one's carved away, and that'll be 4 runs down to third man. And Wesley on to 64, 163 for 2. A funny feeling actually, that game you were talking about, he played a handful of games for Warwickshire. That one against Notts where Hamid got 100. I think Linden got a 5 for, and it was the last time he bowled.
One of those wickets was me.
Was it? Still counts.
Still counts.
Yeah, they're starting up work, I think, next. Oh no, it's the hover cover. I don't think we're going to need the hover cover, but he's just pumping up its tyres as they often do. Now they're looking at the ball again. You don't get this at Clifton on a Saturday afternoon, do you? Umpire, can we change the ball, please?
Only when it goes into the bushes and we can't find it again.
163 for 2. Again, they've said no. We'll carry on. Doesn't seem to be anything more scientific than getting that bit of card out and just seeing if the ball goes through one ring and doesn't go through the other. If it satisfies both elements of that, they tend to throw it back to the bowler and say, oh, get on with it. So here's Patterson. We're in the 53rd over of the innings, with Essex 163 for 2 having been put in. There's a lovely looking shot, this time from Lawrence. That's going to make him feel $1 million. Glorious opening boundary for Dan Lawrence. Moves on to 6, 167 for 2.
That's a great shot.
So in from club cricket into the Notts dressing room as a 12th man. You know, you keep yourself to yourself in the corner, or you're being bounced upon by the big animal that is Luke Fletcher and the likes.
I try to keep to myself in the corner, but you're right, Luke Fletcher made that very difficult, very welcoming dressing room to be a part of, which made 12th manning so amazing.
Bit of South African influence as well in the coaching staff with Ant Boerter.
He's brilliant. It was very nice to hear Brew again.
What's Brew? 167 for 2. Lawrence has 6. He's going to get another one here, just helping it out onto the onside Montgomery Willfield. What's Brew, brother?
It's the South African phrase that we use for mate.
Right.
So instead of saying mate, we say Brew. So it was quite a nice thing to hear.
Comfortable with that. Looking forward to being called Brew as we as we do some of these blast games that you're going to be joining us for.
I look forward to it.
Well, as we said, you're very welcome. 168 for 2. Should be a good blast. There's sort of everybody looking forward to the blast for Notts as Patterson bowls, and this is pushed back to him with Colin Munro, the New Zealander, signed to bolster the batting, but a marquee signing in Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Looking forward to
bolster the bowling. Yes,
he's fantastic player.
Well, he's box office, isn't it? Absolutely box office. Who are your heroes?
Probably biggest hero, Jacques Callis. Just loved. He did everything. It's not one thing he didn't do.
168 for 2. Wesley has 64. Dane Patterson bowls to Tom Wesley, cuts this into the offside. Just a little close to him. He was cramped for room, but nevertheless there's open spaces there, and he will come back for a couple. It'll be 170 for 2. He was no sobers though, was he?
He was no sobers. Unfortunately, a bit before my time was sobers, so I didn't get to watch him.
He was my hero when he playing with you. He was my hero. So Garfield, yeah, it's not a bad role model to have, is it, Jacques Callis?
No. Serious player.
170 for 2. Wesley 66. Lawrence 7. Still got ambitions to return to the professional game if the opportunity was there?
Definitely.
Next ball driven back to Dane Patterson, and does really well because he not only stopped it, but he took it cleanly, and for a 6-footer did really well there. Dane Patterson just to readjust and make sure it didn't elude him and run away for more runs to Essex. 170 for 2. big score is very much on the horizon. Notts need to knock over a couple and get into that middle order as quickly as they can, but Essex will be delighted with the position they're in. Put into bat. Patterson in again to Wesley, chopped on! Oh, Tom Wesley, the pull is his downfall. Just couldn't resist taking Dane Patterson on, and Paddo's got a second for Nottinghamshire. 170 for 3. They've got a bowling bonus point, and Tom Wesley, looking for that pull, has chopped on. Absolutely removed his middle stick, and Wesley out for 66. So that is the second of the big guns that shared in that huge partnership have gone within 4 overs of each other. Wesley out for 66. He was at the crease for 3 hours or so, faced 159 balls, 7 fours, and he has been bowled by Dane Patterson for 66. Notts needed that, didn't they?
Desperately. I think Mr. Slater will be quite relieved that he is out now.
Yep, very much so. He was spilled on 36, got to 66. Here's Matt Critchley. And I said earlier, I never know which way round it is, but Matt Critchley and Ben Slater, both former Derbyshire players, and their other halves. One's the sister of the other one's brother, or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure there's a family. Well, there is a family connection there. I don't know if Ben's other half is Matt's sister, or Matt's other half is Ben's sister. I'm not entirely sure, but they know each other and get on very well. 170 for 3. That's just what Notts need. 2 wickets within a short space of time. Lawrence has only got 7. He has played one glorious shot, but only been at the crease for a short amount of time, and now the new man is Critchley, who's coming in at 5. Good round of applause for Dane Patterson as he makes his way out to the boundary rope in front of the Smith Cooper stand. You seen much cricket here? Been here often?
I have come to watch the Test match last season when England first started playing a very, very exciting brand of Test cricket against New Zealand.
Is that where Bairstow
went
had fun on the last day? Yes, as Lyndon James bowls. That's fabulous from Lawrence. Straight down the ground for 4, just to the onside of straight. No chance of Stuart Broad at mid-on cutting it off. Very, very nice shot indeed from Dan Lawrence, who is in the England 15 for that Ireland Test in a couple of weeks. He looks in good fettle, doesn't he?
Took the words out of my mouth. Looks in great touch. They always say to play straight drives you got to be in good nick, and he certainly looks it.
To not have the first point of the match, a bowling bonus point for getting 3 wickets. And certainly one to add to that. They'll be pleased to see the back of first Cook and then Wesley, but Lawrence threatening to do some harm. Patterson will do some fielding here. This one turned away behind square. 175 for 3. We'll have Dickie Davis and Nasser Hanif back with us before too long, but delighted to welcome KVV.
There we go.
To the commentary box this afternoon. Former Warwickshire player, played against Notts a couple of years ago in the Royal London at Edgbaston. That was an afternoon where Hamid got a century. Lyndon James got 5 wickets. Next ball is run away with an open face. This will be another 4. This time it's Critchley getting off the mark, just angling it down to third man for 4. Nobody down there. I think that was deliberate, Kyle, do you?
I do. I think it was very nicely bowled, but I think he's deliberately done that. Nice way to get off the mark.
If you're the bowler, are you chuntering a little bit? Are you a chunterer, a sledger? Do you have a word?
I can't help myself. I try not to, but I can't help myself. I think white line fever is a big thing that I have a problem with.
We'll have to curb it when you're on the radio. 179 for 3. Critchley has 4 then. He's off the mark. Lyndon James a little unlucky there. Here comes Lyndon in to bowl to the former Derbyshire captain, who helps this up to Stuart Broad at mid-on, there's no run. I think this is the second year that Critchley's been with Essex. Might be 3, but I think it's 2. Yeah, it is 2. Pretty sure that he made the move. 179 for 3 is the score. The wickets today going down at 16. That was Nick Brown, pinned in front by Stuart Broad. And then 151 when Alistair Cook went, and 170 when Wesley, the last wicket to fall. Lyndon James bowls again. Clipped to the ball polisher, Liam Patterson-White. He's another one you've played with, isn't he, Pato?
No, I haven't played with Pato. I've trained with him in the winter of 2022.
Well, that's close enough.
It's close enough. Spent some time with him doing 12th man duties. He is definitely the designated shiner.
He
so
is.
He's been this designated shiner for years now.
You've only got to look at his flannels.
They're difficult to clean.
Yeah. Used to be Michael Lum when he was here at Trent Bridge. Another one born in Southampton. In fact, he was born in Joburg, wasn't he, Michael Lum? This one's
he was indeed.
Pushed past Broad. He's got a bit of a chase. Loses his floppy sun hat, and they will push hard and come back for 3. And they do indeed. 182 for 3. It was interesting to hear NASA describe it as a bandana, because I just sort of... I'm the last person in the world, as you can tell, who would have any sort of comment on fashion or clothing or whatever. But as I commentate with different people week in, week out, some call it a bandana and some call it a headband. And as I say, I'm not in a position to say, no, it's not a bandana, it's a headband, or it's not a headband, it's a bandana, because I don't know the difference. People have tried sending messages to describe the difference, but I don't know which is which. But safe to say, he's got a white band keeping his floppy hair out of his eyes.
I think it's probably a mixture between the two, really.
How can you have a mixture?
Well, you can't say that it's not a headband, and you can't say it's not a bandana. It's probably... They're both doing the same job.
Here's Dame Patterson going to bowl to Critchley. Patterson's figure's now 2 for 45, starting his 16th over. And Critchley eases this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Adam Rossington due in next, who has been round 1 or 2 counties, hasn't he? Adam Rossington started, I think, with Middlesex, then had a spell with Northants, got a century at Wantage Road against Notts in 2017, and he's now in his 2nd season at Chelmsford. Back into the side today, replacing Michael Pepper. Next delivery pushed into the offside. Simon Harmer listed at 7 on the scorecard. Doug Bracewell, one of the New Zealand Bracewell dynasty. Shane Snater, who got a 7 for here in 2021. Sam Cook, who plays his 100 cricket here for the Trent Rockets, and Jamie Porter. So a lot of players with a lot of experience to come. Elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire now 178 for 3 at home against Northants. Somerset 174 for 2 at Lords against Middlesex. And Kent 176 for 7 at the Oval against Surrey as Patterson bowls to Critchley. Defensive push into the offside. At Bristol, Durham 216 for 5 against Gloucestershire. All the wickets today are at Hove, or at least they were Welsh wickets at Hove, because Glamorgan 123 all out. Marnus Labuschagne out for 1, 4 wickets to Ollie Robinson. And Sussex have made a brisk start, 68 without loss already in reply. And at New Road, Leicestershire 170 for 7 against Worcestershire. Here we've had 3 wickets and we've had 182 runs. Essex put into bat by Stephen Mullaney at 10:30. Here's Patterson in short, but Critchley rolls his wrists nicely, gets it down to long leg, where I've got to peer through 3 different bits of glass to see Ben Slater wearing the sunnies, and he does the fielding. 183 for 3. Have Clifton started the season?
We had a great start. We played newly promoted side, and we beat them quite convincingly. We got 220, I believe, and bowled them out for 70s. After that, we've struggled a little bit.
Here comes Patterson. Bowles hit him on the pad, asking here. That looked pretty close. If it didn't get a graze off the bat, I would have thought that was pretty close. Patterson's still got his hand up in the air. I've no idea why. We haven't got the best view in the world because Patterson bowling from the pavilion end, so we're sort of peering through the stumps and trying to see what happened the other side of the batsman. I don't think it got up high, but I would have presumed just at first sight it would have been a decent shout. I've not seen a replay of that one. Maybe we'll get the opportunity in a moment or two as Patterson comes in again and bowls, and Lawrence this time makes sure it is the bat. 183 for 3. Don't know if we will get the chance. Looking at the pictures there,
I think he may have hit it.
Yeah, I would say if he hadn't hit it, he might have been in a little trouble. That one big partnership of 135 between Cook and Westley thus far. Either side of that, 16 for the first wicket, 19 for the third, this one worth 13 as Brett Hutton comes back into the attack. Terrific season he's had so far, 25 wickets at 15, and that's with playing just the 4 games, didn't play at the Ageas Bowl. So it will be Brett Hutton, 183 for 3. So you think you could take to watching from this vantage point?
Best place to watch.
I think it is.
Very high up here.
Hutton to bowl to Critchley, who's on 8 so far. Hutton bowls to him. Critchley pushes it into the offside. Oh, they've taken the single. In the end, it's a comfortable single. If Ben Slater had been able to cup the ball in his hand rather than just parry it with his fingertips, because they had committed, hadn't they, to the run.
Could have been a run-out opportunity.
184 for 3. Just see you through with this over, then we'll bring Dickie back in. There's going to be another half an hour or so before tea, with 40 overs to go after this one. Here is Brett Hutton down the leg side. Easy opportunity for Lawrence just to pull that one away. That didn't come out right, did it? You just sensed from the very off that wasn't destined to happen for Brett Hutton. Just dragged it a long way down the leg side, and with no protection out there on the fence, that was the easiest of boundaries for Lawrence, just to get bat on ball and pull it away behind square. No protection for him.
No, sort of help yourself to Mr. Lawrence.
Here comes Hutton. Umpire at this end, Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire man. Bowls a little push into the offside, fielded by Slater, and there's no run. 188 for 3 is the score. Cloudy, you would imagine with cloud about it should help the seam bowlers, but it's just very high wispy stuff, isn't it? It's a glary sort of day. Hutton bowls again. Oh, that's caught behind. Yep, he's got an edge on that, Lawrence. So Brett Hutton gets the wicket. That was unusual attempt to play the shot by Lawrence. He came forward a couple of paces and clearly just nicked it through to Joe Clark, who won't get an easier catch for as long as he keeps wicket. And Notts have just dragged this back a little bit from 151 for 1. It's now 188 for 4. Lawrence caught Clark, bowled Brett Hutton, so his return has brought reward. And Notts, as I say, just dragging this back a little bit.
Getting themselves back into the game.
Which is what it's all about. Still some decent players to come. As I say, Rossington has had a century against Notts in his Northants days, and then Harmer, Bracewell, Snater, Cook and Porter. We'll have a little bit of a change around, Kyle. Terrific to see you, spend a bit of time with you. We know we're going to hear a little bit more of you on Radio Nottingham through the coming weeks. Joining me for some of the Blast games. We'll very much look forward to it, and we'll wish you well in the meantime for your next assignments with Clifton.
Thank you very much, and it's been an absolute honour to be here.
Well, you know where we are now, and we'll catch up soon.
Brilliant.
Carl van Vollenhoven, who's now plying his trade in the Notts Premier League. You have a look at the rankings, the top of the batting and the top of the bowling. Spent some time on the Warwickshire staff, played against Notts a couple of years ago, but now very much part of the furniture and fittings around this area, and he's going to be joining me as a summariser for some of the Blast games. Thanks to Kyle. The new man is Adam Rossington, and then we'll have we'll get Dickie back, because the BBC Essex Sport commentators will be, or listeners will be wondering where the esteemed Mr. Davis is. A wicket for Hutton. So Hutton into the new man, pushes this to mid-off, and there's no run. There'll be another update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two as well. 188 for 4. So Adam Rossington back in the Essex side, facing his next delivery all down the leg side. Now there's going to be 4 to the total here, but 4 somethings. Is it buys? It is buys, as it drifts on down the leg side away from Joe Clark. So an over that ended disappointingly, but it began well for Brett Hutton, with Dan Lawrence out for 16. 192 for 4. Critchley has 9. So that little burst for Nottinghamshire saw Sir Alistair Cook caught Calvin Harrison at slip from the bowling of Patterson for 72. Tom Wesley bowled Patterson for 66, and Dan Lawrence caught by Joe Clark from the bowling of Brett Hutton for 16. I'm not entirely sure how many wickets had gone down last time I spoke to you, but it just seems like, well, Essex, let me tell you, are 192 for 4 now, Verity. I think they were only 1 down. It seems like we've had 3 wickets go down very, very quickly. 2 to Dane Patterson, including the 2 former England players. Alistair Cook out for 72. Fine catch by Calvin Harrison. And then Tom Westley chopped on for 66. But that's not all. Brett Hutton then brought back into the attack, and he's just dismissed another England player, Dan Lawrence, caught behind by Joe Clark for 16. So Notts just finding their way back into this one. They put Essex in. They got off to a good start, the visitors, but they're currently 193 for 4. So there's an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Dickie will be back in just a second, and then Nasser will join him wide of the off stump. This goes through to the keeper. 193 for 4. Welcome back, Dickie. Sorry, we're doing a bit of shunting about. Sometimes you know what it's like yourself. Sometimes you're doing these hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on commentary, and there's only 1 or 2 of you. And then other times we get 1 or 2 guests into the commentary box. It's nice to get them on. I'll just see this delivery with you, and then we'll get Nasser back on 93 for 4. If you're just joining us, you Essex folks, it's not the Nasser. It's the Nasser. This one is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. Stephen Mullaney does the fielding. It's Nasser Hanif, and in a moment he'll be joining Dickie Davis.
Thanks, Dave, very much. Yes, whilst I've been off air, Nottinghamshire have made a couple of further incursions, I think is the word, into the Essex batting lineup. So at 193 for 4, honours possibly more or less even, maybe Essex. Well, the scoreboard suggests Essex are in a slightly stronger position, but in practice I think it's about even matched at the moment, as that next delivery, which was from Patterson, is just played out defensively. So it's
Yes, afternoon, Dickie.
Good afternoon, Nasser.
Yes, we leave the game for a few moments.
It all falls apart.
It all falls apart, and they were doing so well, weren't they?
Yes, I suppose falls apart from the Essex point of view.
Yes,
but,
indeed, from a Nottinghamshire point
a little
of
bit
view.
unfair, but that's just played out in the offside. No addition to the score. And one more delivery of this over, with Nottinghamshire having fought their way valiantly back into this match to have their visitors at 193 for 4.
Which I guess was the plan when you put the other side into.
Well, yes.
To bat, you want wickets, don't you? You want them fairly quickly.
Yes, they had to be patient. They had to wait, but then they did come. As the next delivery is played out on the onside end of the over, and Essex having been put into bat are 193 for 4, and with Brown LBW to Broad for 11, Cook caught Harrison, bowled Patterson 72, Wesley bowled Patterson for 66, and Lawrence caught behind the wicket by Joe Clark off the bowling of Brett Hutton for 16. Critchley's not out 10, and Rossington has yet to open his account, 193 for 4.
And I guess in all of that, the experience of batsmen like Dan Lawrence and earlier Sir Alistair Cook losing those wickets, not very good from an Essex point of view, to say the least.
No, that's right.
As we await the next over, and this is from Hutton, and he bowls, and Matt Critchley on the other side plays it out in front of him towards the leg side, towards mid-on, and there's no run. Essex 193 for 4 now. Matt Critchley on 10, and Adam Rossington yet to score. As Hutton comes in to bowl the second delivery of the over, and it squirts off the outside of the bat of Matt Critchley, and heads just past the gully fielder, sort of in between gully and slip area, towards the boundary for a single. Just looking at that run rate though, 3.40, still quite a healthy run rate. I mean, despite losing the wickets, which sometimes happens.
Yes, I believe I stand or sit to be corrected, but come back to that.
As the next delivery comes in, and an appeal from the bowler, from Hutton, for leg before, but no. The umpire even unmoved by the shouts from the bowler, from Brett Hutton, and we're back to where we are. So Matt Critchley is still there.
Yes, I was saying that I believe I'm right that last season no team in either division scored fewer bonus batting points than Essex.
Right.
I think that's right. It's right or thereabouts.
As Brett Hutton comes in to bowl, this one's just played out just towards the leg side, just dropping in front of him, dropping in front of Matt Critchley, and there's no run there. But certainly that famous M word, momentum, has changed slightly from whence we were here before, Dickie. Careful inspection of the ball by the bowler before he comes in and bowls this next delivery. And that's played out towards the leg side by Matt Critchley, and there's no run there.
Now, it was still a bit of an overcast day, but, well, developing into a bit of an overcast day. The best part of the day was when we started, 11 o'clock or even a little bit before. But it's still very pleasant. There's no threat of rain, and among the clouds is the odd speck of blue. But you have...
Oh, and another wicket. We have another wicket. The final ball of the over, bowled by Brett Hutton, and it shot up, and a little nibble there from Matt Critchley, taken by the wicketkeeper, and Essex lose their fifth wicket. Their fifth wicket. Essex lose their fifth wicket. The batsman out, Matt Critchley, and the wicket taker even, Brett Hutton there, with a fantastic breakthrough for Nottinghamshire as they continue to take wickets in this afternoon session, now reducing Essex to 195 for 5. So an important wicket there as they get towards the bowlers, I suppose, slowly creeping towards, I guess, what you would not consider the batters. But I think we've still got a couple, haven't we, in Doug Bracewell. I think he can hold the bat, and Simon Harmer.
Simon Harmer, it seems to me, I'm not sure if the statistics would back it up, that which I suppose to a degree could be said about all batsmen, but yeah, often seems quite vulnerable early on, but if he gets to sort of double figures, he'll, as often as not, get a pretty decent score. So
yeah, and it is Simon Harmer who's in next, isn't it, Dickie? And he's going to be facing Stuart Broad, by the looks of things.
So a harsh initiation, some might say. Well, he won't be facing him immediately because it was the last ball of the over.
Yeah.
So he'll have a. So he'll have a, you know, it's quite a good position to be in. When you come in and you don't have to face immediately, you can watch from 20 odd yards away, and
it's probably the best. Probably the best place at this stage.
Just get the feel of things and the conditions, and also just get the atmosphere out.
And also Stuart Broad, I think he's one of those bowlers who can quickly rattle a couple of wickets out here, can't he? And suddenly we've got a completely different game on our hands.
Oh yes. And it's me, isn't it? Yes, it's Broad, moves in, bowls outside the off stump, chopped away into the covers. No addition to the score. We've had a few more emails. Yes, I promised Graham I'd go and talk to Paul Edwards, and yes, he remembers fondly those matches for those. He said many tours that Balliol College went on.
Wow,
they were all great fun, and yeah, he certainly remembers Graham. And that's just played defensively. My club always used to go on tour, and one of the tours was to the we played a few Oxford colleges, but only once. They were nearly all too strong for us. So Stuart Broad moves in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Rossington, who just plays it out into the covers. Had a couple of other emails. Yeah, from John, and I empathise, and I don't disagree with you. Mind you, I don't disagree with many people. It comes from years of being married. And he says, I don't think you gave Hanif Mohammed sufficient respect. No, I think you're undoubtedly right. His 499 was the highest first-class innings of many years and has only been beaten once. However, it was a fairly suspect first-class competition.
Yeah, I think that's probably...
Was that?
Yes, I think that's probably the...
What do you mean is the definition of first class?
Yeah, I think it was from back in the day, sort of, and I am not sure... how can I put this politely without sort of offending people? I'm not sure some of the bowlers or some of the batsmen in the particular teams may have been up to a certain standard, if I can put it that way.
I wonder who defines what's first class and what's not, because different... Yeah, developing countries, I know I'm not suggesting Pakistan were developing at that stage, but developing countries would have a different... Maybe they're given sort of status by the ICC as to...
Yeah, but I think it's right. I mean,
that's outside the off-stump taken by a diving keeper.
I think it's right because I think the sort of teams that he played for in places, well, certainly in Pakistan in those days, the teams were built around companies. So
Yeah, oh,
like
yes.
railways and,
Yes.
and various sort of big conglomerates had teams, and I think Hanif Mohammed, from memory, would have played for perhaps something like Pakistan Railways or something. I can't remember the
Yes.
exact team that he played for.
So therefore, yes, that's played out in the covers by Rossington, and for 4 runs. It's a short boundary, but no, it would have probably made it anyway. So slightly overpitched, and he just leans into it and it goes away for 4. Takes the score up to 199 for 5. Yes, I mean, before I started watching cricket to supplement my income, I had various jobs and worked for various different companies, most of which had their cricket teams. And the thing about all cricket sort of teams based on places of work are, almost by definition, they're going to vary in personnel enormously, from 2 or 3 who really look very good to 2 or 3 who equally don't. So it's the nature of the animal. So at a higher level in cricket, organised mainly by these enterprises, then I think it's the ICC that ultimately decides what's first class and what's not, isn't it?
Yeah,
I know there was the averages a few years ago. Go on.
And the next next delivery. Sorry, I'm just. I was trying to read upon Hanif Mohammed whilst you were talking. That's what sort of like. The next delivery is bowled by Hutton. First delivery of his new over, and that's just played into the leg side.
Yeah, I'll just
Steve Harmer.
If I may interrupt just a minute, because John's email says, what is more impressive was his, i.e. Hanif Mohammed's, triple century when following on against the West Indies. It remains the longest in...
As we see the next delivery coming in from Hutton, that again is just pushed out into the offside there for no run.
In terms of time, it remains the longest Test innings ever, over 16 hours. And broke many records. Well, it would have done. It probably will never ever be beaten, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
He was a stalwart in a fairly weak Test team. Yeah, that backs up entirely what you were saying.
And Hutton comes in to bowl his next delivery, the third of the over, bowls, pitches, and the batsman, who is Steve Harmer, plays it just down in front of him towards the onside, and there is no run.
Yes, the definition of first class, I think, I'm never quite sure if it lies in the hands of the ICC or the country's national board. I suppose it depends to a certain extent. But I can remember the records being rewritten a few years ago, the averages, because a match against a rest of the world 11 either was designated in hindsight.
As Brett Hutton comes in to bowl again, and the delivery this time is played out into the leg side by Steve Harmer, and again there's no run.
Was either designated a first class match and then was changed to it wasn't a first class match, or the other way around. I can't remember. I also remember Essex playing a few years ago what started off as a first class match against the rest of England or something. It was meant to be a warm up game for the England Test team, and there were so many injuries it was downgraded to not first class.
As Brett Hutton comes in, bowls the next delivery outside the off stump and goes past Steve Harmer's bat, just outside the off. Simon Harmer. Simon, where did I get Steve from? Passes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
So, thanks, John, for reminding us more about Hanif Mohammed. 16 hours, good grief.
This next delivery comes in from Hutton, and again pitches outside the off stump and just goes through to the wicketkeeper. No run at the end of the over. That's 199 for 5 is the Essex score. Simon Harmer has yet to score, and on the other side it's Adam Rossington, and he has made 4.
36 overs to go, which means there are 4 overs to tea, which will take us up to more or less 4 o'clock, I would have thought. Maybe a bit later. David emails us. I'll take this in the spirit in which it's offered. David says, for your information, according to Wikipedia, that well-known source of... it's just played out in the offside. so-called knowledge. A bandana is a square or rectangular piece of cloth tied round the head or neck, either for decoration or protection purposes. From what I can see on screen, I suspect that it is what Broad is wearing rather than a one-piece headband. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We'll take your word for it. Yes, call it what you will.
I can't claim to be an expert on
No, neither
bandanas,
can I. Broad moves in, bowls. And I can remember once, I'm not suggesting you're in the same league, David, and I thank you for your email, and I take it, as I say, in the spirit that's offered. Down at another one of my favourite grounds, Hove, where Sussex play. And the feature of Hove is all the seagulls going around, and I started to talk about the seagulls soaring in the sky, and somebody said there's no such thing as a seagull, they're a black-headed gull or a lesser grey spotted or something like this. And yeah, well, that's just played out in the offside. There was an old Ealing comedy, I think, called Seagulls Over Sorrento. It wasn't called lesser black-headed Twitchit over Pimlico, and I believe the great Anton Chekhov wrote a play called The Seagull.
Right.
And again, he wasn't specific. So what do bandanas and seagulls have in common? As Broad moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. Played out on the onside, no addition to the score. You're listening on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Essex, and we would, as you can tell, we've had numerous emails in. We'd welcome your comments about Essex cricket, Nottinghamshire cricket, England cricket, Pakistani cricket, any cricket, club cricket. I'm a great fan of club cricket, but most weekends I choose not to work for BBC Essex because I just love going to watch club cricket, the essence of the game really, and the version of the game in which, that's outside the off stump, in which virtually every player in county cricket, apart from overseas players, has at one stage played.
It's where it all starts, isn't it?
It's where it all starts.
The grassroots of the game, if I can put my teeth back in, the grassroots of the game is fundamental. I mean, you wouldn't have the players that you have playing at the very highest level, test level, without the grassroots, without the commitment of people.
I mean, the vast majority, probably of both these sides, but obviously I can only speak really for the Essex, the vast majority have played club cricket in the county. That's just played defensively. Those that probably haven't, or I know haven't, Matt Critchley, but he must have played club cricket in Derbyshire. Adam Rossington, I think, played club cricket originally played for Middlesex or Northants or both, I'm not sure. But he'd have played club cricket. Simon Harmer wouldn't, because there's no such, well, it's a different setup, I would imagine, in South Africa, and similarly Doug Bracewell in New Zealand.
From a Nottinghamshire point of view, the level of commitment that has to go. I mean, Hasib Hamid's father took him to India to, get practice and perform out there to help him build his skills so that he could eventually play at the very highest level. As we see this next over coming in from Hutton, bowls, and Simon Harmer playing that out to long off.
The top level of club cricket, and I'm sure it applies in Nottinghamshire, it certainly applies in Essex, it's bound to apply in Nottinghamshire, it's a very high standard. It's sort of the feeder clubs, it's not all, they don't all come from academies.
Yeah.
It's one of the feeders to the county side, so not to be undervalued at all, and sometimes I think they are a little bit.
As Hutton comes in, bowls the next delivery. Just played slightly towards the leg side and in front of him by Simon Harmer, and still he remains without scoring.
And many players, many county players, certainly not all but many, when they finish their careers, they go back almost as a sort of thank you and play a couple of seasons or so for the same club and maybe help the youngsters. It's wonderful.
Hutton comes in, bowls this next delivery, and that's played towards the gully region by Simon Harmer, and he is finally off the mark with a single.
It's usually players who do that are usually the players who love the game rather than just love the rewards that it brings.
Yeah.
And sadly, he's no longer an Essex player, but Ravi Vapara, even when he was more or less at his peak, if for some reason he wasn't playing for Essex, or he didn't have a fixture, he'd turn out for his club. There's a splendid fellow, Ravi Bopara.
As in comes Hutton to his next delivery, and that's again played just out in front of him by Rossington, who's on 4.
Ben Folkes, former at the moment England wicketkeeper. I mean, he plied his trade for Frinton. We mentioned Frinton Cricket Club earlier on, and many a player who's gone on to achieve great things in the game has come from the likes of the Frinton Club and others.
As in comes Hutton, bowls this next delivery, and it's played just out again towards the square region.
So the moral of this promotion of club cricket is, whether you're a Nottingham supporter, an Essex supporter, or any of the other 16 counties, if your county isn't playing, or you can't get to watch them, or whatever, then go along at weekends to your club. If you haven't been before, you'll be amazed, A, at the standard, B, at the welcome you'll receive, and C, the hospitality.
As Hutton comes in to complete his over, and that's played, and that was a very fine delivery, just pitched just in front of the wickets and bounced a little bit, I think, before it went to the keeper, and just missing the edge, going through to the wicket keeper, and no further damage to Essex, as they are on 200 for the loss of 5 wickets. Simon Harmer on 1, and on the other side it's Adam Rossington, and he has made 4.
Many of the clubs also have a bar on the ground, so you can avail yourselves of their bar facilities, not just for your own welfare, but you're supporting the club by, they make a bit of profit over every pint or gin and tonic that they sell, so. And a bit of tea. Sometimes you can have a bit of tea. So, yeah, this Saturday, if you're not here at Trent Bridge, and you're not listening or watching online, go to your local club in Nottinghamshire. You'll have a fun afternoon and may see some Nottinghamshire stars of the future. As Broad moves in and bowls, that's down the leg side.
And am I right in thinking 2 of the finest club teams in the country end up playing at Lords, don't they, in the competition, which his name I've completely forgotten, and I'm sure
national, I think it's just called the National Cup. Well, it might have a sponsor's name attached to it, but basically it's just the National Cup, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, it's first of all held in, I'm going to sound really geeky now, I think it's first of all held in as that's just played totally defensively by Harmer in 16 groups all over the country, and then gradually, as they become, as sides win and progress further, then the groups become obviously slightly more wider until eventually, inevitably, they become national. When it gets to sort of the, I think there's a southern semi-final and a northern semi-final or something, and then, as you say, they meet at Lords. Not sure who's the current. Let's look that one up. Who are the current national holders? If I'm going on about club cricket, I to a certain extent don't make an apology, because I say it's a great source of talent to the clubs, and it's a source of great fun for the participants. And if I have a telltale tear in my eye, it's because, much as I love watching Essex playing cricket, there's nothing much like playing the game, and I just loved my years of playing club cricket. Loved them. And I've got an enormous number of mates, lifelong friends through them. That's edged down to third man, all along the ground, so it wasn't a chance. And 4 more runs goes on to the score. And that second point I make about, which moves on to 204 for 5. Now, this time last year, Essex would have got their first bonus batting point. This year they haven't. They've got to wait another 46 runs.
Yeah.
If they come.
Yeah, and clubs, I guess, for a lot of part, they're feeders, aren't they? They can be important feeder organisations, can't be, into the county system.
Yes, indeed.
So
very important. As Broad moves in, bowls to Harmer, who squares him up totally, looking probably to dab it down on the leg side. It finishes up squirting out on the offside square of the wicket. It's a good job we haven't got some commentary boxes have quite worryingly from my point of view have a camera actually in the studio, and occasionally they show shots online of the commentary team. They particularly have this at Old Trafford, which I found very disconcerting, and I almost felt I had to go into makeup before I came on air. And we're not played with total authority, and strays out on the onside. And I know why I went down that cul-de-sac. Yes, would have had a field day then, because I was describing Cook's Harmer's shot. I was waving my arms around, saying he tried to push it over on the leg, and it went on the off. Still, good exercise. 204 for 5. Harmer not out 5, Rossington not out 4, the batsman out, Brown for 11, Cook for 72, Wesley for 66, Lawrence for 16, Critchley for 12. Honours just about even in my book.
It's last over before tea as Hutton comes in to bowl it. And he bowls this delivery to Rossington, who plays it out in front of him, and there's no run.
Yeah, I may have to. If the phone rings, it's because I'm to do a 4 o'clock update. So I'm. Oh right, I'll let Dave on now if that's okay. Stay there. It's only one over.
Oh, you're right. Hutton bowling this final over as Rossington tries to get him away, nudges it into the offside. I think it's probably a split session, over 100 runs scored by Essex, 118. Notts picking up 4 wickets, 2 for Hutton, 2 for Patterson, so probably even Stevens or so this afternoon as Hutton in again. Bowls worked away behind square by Rossington. He'll get a run. Takes him on to 5.
Nice healthy run rate as well.
Yeah, going along about 3 1/4. 205 for 5 Essex. Notts would have, I'm sure, been starting to get a little fearful as Cook and Wesley made hay. That partnership worth 135 for the second wicket as Hutton. Bright sunshine, bowls a fullish delivery which Simon Harmer clips up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. There's no addition to the total. 2 balls left in the session. So even though we think we're going along at a timely enough rate, T's still going to be about 20 minutes behind where it normally is. Should have been at 20 to 4. So probably going to be here till 6:30 this evening. But as long as the light holds, the current conditions very good. Hutton bowls one that swings a long way away from Simon Harmer. So in the morning session, Nick Brown, LBW Stuart Broad for 11. That was 16 for 1 in the 5th over. And this afternoon, Alistair Cook caught Harrison at second slip. Bowled Patterson for 72. That was 151 for 2 in the 47th over. Tom Wesley bowled Patterson 66, chopped on. That was 170 for 3 in the 53rd over. Dan Lawrence caught Clark, bowled Hutton 16, 188 for 4 in the 56th over. Final ball of this session has been blocked by Simon Harmer. The other one out, Matt Critchley caught Clark, bowled Hutton for 12. That was 195 for 5 in the 58th over. And at tea, Essex put into bat 205 for 5 after 64 overs. Both Harmer and Rossington 5 not out. What we made of it? Even session?
I think so, pretty even. The wickets calm, certainly in favour of Nottinghamshire after the sort of early partnership between Sir Alistair Cook, of course. Very important partnership right at the top of the order between him and Tom Wesley. Those two really performing well with the bat. But Nottinghamshire in the afternoon getting back into the game, taking these wickets, and certainly the wickets from Hutton have helped them.
An update to BBC Radio Nottingham. And we've hit tea time, 4 o'clock here at Trent Bridge. The players leaving the field with Essex 205 for 5. A wicket in the morning session for Stuart Broad this afternoon. 2 big ones for Dane Patterson, dismissing Alistair Cook for 72 and Tom Westley for 66. 2 wickets for Brett Hutton as well. Leaves Essex at tea, 205 for 5. So that's it from this session from us here at Trent Bridge. Everybody off to get a cup of tea. We'll do the same and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time. Well, hello everybody, welcome back. You're in ample time, as we are, for the start of the post-tea session here at Trent Bridge. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Dickie Davis alongside me from BBC Essex Sport. We've got Nasser Hanif from BBC. We say BBC Radio. He's here as the third voice. He works out of Media City here at Salford. Nasser will be with us before too long. We're going to get a bit of Stephen Mullaney, Dickie, straight after tea from the far end. He bowled 3 overs before lunch from this end, didn't bowl in the afternoon session. Game, I don't know, how do you see it? On an even keel, Essex with the noses in front? Here we go.
That's certainly what I said it was, sorry, I just played defensively out in the onside. Yeah, for my 4 o'clock report I said it was evenly balanced, yeah.
It's one of those, isn't it? 2 or 3 wickets now and Notts would be happy, a 50-run partnership, and Essex would feel, well, they've had the better of the day.
Yeah, it's set up for a good game of cricket. The very fact that as Mullaney moves in and bowls, let's play defensively, as the fact that neither of us can actually say who's in the stronger position, that does suggest we're in for a good few days.
One huge partnership's dominated the day,
oh
hasn't
yeah,
it?
totally.
135 put on between Cook and Westley.
Yeah, then they lost 4 for 44. As Mullaney moves in and bowls, played out into the covers, into mid-off rather, bowling from the Trent Bridge end, of the Pavilion end rather. Sorry. And this is still called the Radcliffe Road end.
It is indeed, yeah.
Gosh, that brings back memory. I remember listening to the likes of, that's outside the off stump, and played out for a single down to deep extra cover, patrolling the relatively short boundary. I can remember listening to test matches on Test Match Special and John Arlott saying he moves in from the Stretford Road end.
Radcliffe Road end.
Yes, sorry,
Stretford's Old Trafford, isn't it?
The Radcliffe Road end, yeah. Well, they also said that, yeah, but of course there isn't a Stretford end.
No, turned it all round, didn't they?
Yeah.
Is it there's a James Anderson end and there's a Brian Statham end?
Yes.
There's an awful lot of nothing happening at the moment.
There is really, yes. As Mullaney moves in and bowls. Over pitch, played out into the covers, and again a single out to deep extra cover.
So
I think both sides probably appreciate that this is the next half hour or maybe or so is going to be quite critical for both of them. It could set the tone one way or the other. There's probably also the words to these batsmen, not they probably needed telling at tea time. Mullaney to Rossington. Rossington plays that cautiously, respectfully, with head over the ball and just pushes it out into the covers.
Rossington, Pepper, Rossington. Is there a specific reason he's been brought back for this game? Has he played this season?
Well, I mean, Rossington is considered the number 1 keeper, and he did pick up an injury 2 or 3 games ago, and Pepper came into the side, but for my money there's precious little to choose between them really.
Now thinking about it, of course Hutton is going to bowl to Harmer, but Brett Hutton had his 3 years at Northampton. He'd have played under Adam Rossington because he was skipper there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
So it is going to be Hutton to bowl to Simon Harmer on 6, and Brett Hutton bowls and Harmer just, well, it's the bread and butter shot, isn't it? Just drops it off his thigh pad and takes the easy single. Liam Patterson-White too.
Rightly or wrongly, in my case probably wrongly, I've always thought of Rossington more as a one-day player. I mean, when he used to open for Middlesex, didn't he, as more or less the old-fashioned pinch hitter in the 20-over version.
He's had his days in this format. As I said earlier, I can remember him getting a century for Northants against Notts at Wantage Road. Hutton balls to him, and might just have nicked that, but it bounced well in front of Joe Clark if he did get anything on it. I'm not entirely convinced he did, but certainly didn't carry. And now Joe Clark has just a decision to make, whether he needs to be closer, but I fancy Hutton just took the pace off that one a little bit. That's the trouble with a keeper. You can come and stand up, and then suddenly you'll get a quicker ball.
Yes,
at
quite.
Lords 2 or 3 games ago, where Clark came up to the stumps to Horton, who then proceeded to bowl a bouncer over the top of everybody. Here is Brett Hutton, past umpire Lungley, bowls, and this is pushed up to Mulaney at mid-off. Meant to ask you earlier when I said our scorers today are Roger Marshall and what's Mr. Choate?
Tony Choate.
Tony Choate, there we are. Because on the scorecard it's A, and I think Alan, Adam, Alf, Arthur.
Yeah, Tony Choate, been in the Essex scorer for donkey's years.
Yeah,
donkey's years.
Sorry, Tony, if you've got the commentary on in the box. This one's cut away by Rossington for a single, 209 for 5, and Rossington and Harmer pint apiece, seven apiece, pint for the marker.
And a few years ago, Tony Choate, who's well, he's not in his first flush of youth. He's retired. I think he worked in a bank, and he is a bit of a Captain Mannering figure, really.
He'll be listening.
And
he'll be listening to you.
Oh yes, well it's right. I'm not going to. No, I'm a great respecter.
On balls.
I should hope he's not. He's got to concentrate on scoring.
This one's pushed back to the bowler.
And a few winters ago, maybe I don't know, 5 or 6 winters ago, without telling anybody, he qualified to drive the Essex coach.
All right.
He took all the exams and the tests and everything, qualified. And which became quite useful.
Hutton bowls on the pads of Harmer, eases it into the offside, gets a single.
May have been a bit longer than that, maybe nearer 10 years ago. And it hardly led on to anybody except 1 or 2 in the Essex management, but not in the team. And but it became quite useful because the regular coach driver sometimes could. Well, not just could, but by the regulations has to have a break,
yeah,
particularly
right.
long journeys.
Yeah.
And so Tony Choate would take over for an hour or so. And so most of the players became accustomed to this. But Alistair Cook was playing for England. It was in his pomp, which is why I thought it probably was sort of 10 years ago. And anyway, he came back and played a game at Leicester. I remember it so clearly. And in fact, I think it was Sir Alistair Cook that told me this tale. And Mulaney continued from the pavilion end. He was in bowls. And it had been arranged that Tony Choate would drive the coach back to Chelmsford from Leicester, not too far. And anyway, so they all got in the coach at Grace Road, and Tony Choate got into the driver's seat. And Alistair Cook thought this was very funny. Not suspecting. That's just played out to mid-off. And then Tony Choate started the vehicle, drove off towards the gate, and apparently Alistair Cook was looking a bit apprehensive, but he thought, well, he'll get out the driver's seat when he gets to the garage, get to the gate rather. But he didn't. He carried on driving, and apparently he sort of ran down the front and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't drive the coach. I'm England captain." That's played out in the offside. And Tony Choate said, "Don't worry, I'm qualified. I wouldn't drive you if I weren't." No, you can't have a bank loan. Not that Alistair Cook would need one, I'm sure.
But he's got a tractor driver's licence, if there is such a thing.
You've got one?
No, I bet Sir Alistair has.
Oh, yes, yeah. Played out on the onside.
Just a word from the Oval, where Kent are 250 for 9. Joey Everson's going off on one. He's 72 not out. The last wicket pairings put about 60 on. He's there with the Australian Michael Hogan, but Joey Everson, latterly of this parish, rattling along, 72 not out in a last wicket partnership.
And that's dug out, slightly overpitched, and Harmer just plays it out quietly into the covers. Jim has sent a few pictures which don't open up completely. Oh yes, they do now. Well, that's one of an older Essex team with Doug Insall captaining. As Mulaney moves in and bowls, that's guided down towards the third man boundary. They'll go through for one, they'll think about a second, but it will be ill-advised, and sure enough they don't. And the score moves on to 211 for 5, and the over reaches its conclusion with Harmer on 9 and Rossington on 7.
A centurion today. George Bartlett of Somerset has reached his 100 at Lord's. Somerset 227 for 3 against Middlesex. James Vince is 71 not out for Hampshire, who are 237 for 4 against Northants. The other Division 1 games. Here's Brett Hutton as we hit 4:30 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport. Nice crisp looking punch into the offside by Harmer, but that's been well fielded by Liam Patterson-White, and there's no run. This pair have put 16 on for the 6th wicket. Last one to go was Matt Critchley, former Derbyshire man. Yes, we've recently started after tea here with Essex 211 for 5, Simon Harmer and Adam Rossington at the crease. Afternoon even Stevens, Essex scoring just over 100 runs in the period between lunch and tea. Notts getting 4 wickets, 2 for Dane Patterson and 2 for Brett Hutton. Essex currently 211 for 5. Last ball was just clipped out on the leg side, no run. Now Hutton. This is the 68th over, bowls a delivery which Harmer just works into the gap on the offside. Patterson-White's after it, goes all the way out towards the Fox Road side of the ground, running over some net wickets, those that they practice on in the morning. Keeps them to 213 for 5. Essex from this point you'd say nicely poised to at least get couple of batting bonus points, maybe 3, get to 350. Still enough overs to get the full complement, but they'll have to bat well. Hutton in again, that's a super delivery, just seems away from Simon Harmer and through into the gloves of Clark, who's already taken a couple of catches. Nice bit of bowling from Brett Hutton. Thought Dan Lawrence's dismissal was slightly curious, and that he advanced 2 or 3 steps down the wicket and nicked it through to Clark. Westley was unlucky, chopping on a ball outside his off stump from Dane Patterson. There's Hutton in again bowling, and Harmer showing him great respect here to block. Doug Bracewell on the card to come in next, then Shane Snater, who has had his hair done especially for the occasion. I saw Shane Snater this morning. Looked as if he'd had 10 bobs worth in the barbers. Sam Cool in at 10. I say cool because that's what it says on the scorecard. Sam Cook, of course, little chef. Nice looking shot. This should go for 4 and will go for 4 from Harmer. Punched it through the offside. No sweepers out there. Nice looking shot. Harmer on to 15, 217 for 5, and Jamie Porter to bring up the rear. Last year's match here did seem, even I could see Essex's point of view. They seem to have got the wrong end of the rub with the fixtures last year. You may remember, Dickie, I'm sure you had a thing or two to say about it, but Essex played the first 7 rounds last year without a break.
Yes, they did.
Sorry, not last year, in
2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And so it meant, quite rightly, that the coaching staff were looking after the bowlers, giving everybody a game off in rotation, and it was Sam Cook's turn to miss here 2 years ago, and I think they could have done with him.
That's worked away on the onside for a single. Mulaney still bowling from the pavilion end. That was It's funny how recent history confuses me almost as much as ancient history. Was that the year of the Bob Willis Trophy, or was that?
2020 was the behind closed doors one where Essex beat. Was it Warwickshire beat at Lords?
That was very strange. Ooh, that went it went past the batsman and then through the legs of the keeper, but it was rescued by first slip coming across the leg side.
Yeah, not a fan of that behind closed doors cricket. I mean, we probably don't make enough of the spectators that are in, but they certainly add to the occasion, to the day. Their applause, their enthusiasm.
That's worked away on the onside for a couple of. It might just reach the boundary, but even if it doesn't, it does reach the boundary. But it was in that far southeast corner of the ground, and it's not impossible they could have run 4, but it was a good 3.5. So 4 runs. Essex move on to 2-2-2.
Calvin Harrison is loosening up at slip, the leg spinner. We're in the 69th over, so you'd imagine Notts will just want to whisk their way through the next half an hour and then get that second new ball when it's due. So we might see a little bit of Calvin Harrison on debut, remember.
As Mullaney moves in and bowls, and that's just played out in the offside. No addition to the score. Yes, the year of the Bob Willis Trophy, Essex did, well, actually won the final, but it was a bit of a hollow victory, as you say, playing in front of vast empty stands. It just didn't feel proper at all. And the final itself was a real farce to my mind. Although Essex won it, I thought it was still a farce. That's worked away just in front of square on the onside.
Was it Warwickshire or was it Warwickshire?
No, it was
Lancashire
Somerset.
the year after. Yeah, it was Somerset. No, it's Warwickshire, Lancashire the year after. That was it.
Admittedly, it was good for Essex to win because, for some reason which I can't quite remember, but most counties have sides that, even if not the counties themselves, the supporters always, especially want their teams to win, and that's just played out to mid-on quietly. Broad picks up, and as far as Essex supporters are concerned, Somerset are the team we always want to beat, but apparently we don't like Somerset, and I can't remember why historically, but but that final, although Essex won, it was still a hollow victory because they're determined in advance. They stretched it to 5 days in the attempt to get a result, but they also decided that if there isn't a result, whoever gets who wins on first innings wins the match.
That's right.
And of course the weather, as you would expect, I think it overlapped into October just about. The weather was dreadful, and so in practice, Essex got a first innings lead, and who can blame them? Well, that's it. We've done it. Just play out time, and we won the thing, which any side in that position would have done, and it was. No, it didn't feel quite right at all.
It served a purpose considering the season only started on the 1st of August.
I think the late great Bob Willis deserved something better, actually.
It's going to be Lyndon James rather than Calvin Harrison. See Liam Patterson-Wide also loosening up, so maybe that Calvin won't get his bowl after all. But here's Lyndon James running away from us to start a new over, bowling to Simon Harmer, who's 20 not out, played nicely since coming to the crease and blocks this one as presume there's a large jet somewhere overhead on its way into East Midlands Airport. Just away to our right, 2:23 for 5.
Oh, suddenly the emails come flooding in.
Been a nice-ish day. We had the 2 matches at Trent Bridge so far this season. We had a lot of floodlight use, but hasn't been needed yet today, and hopefully won't be. There's a bit of fielding work to be done down in the deep.
I was talking early on about how virtually everybody in the Essex side and probably most of Nottinghamshire side have played club cricket. I said that in Essex's case probably Harmer didn't, being an overseas player, but Lorna points out to me that Harmer played a season for Stony Stratford County Cricket Club. Not quite sure where that is. I've heard the name.
James in, cut away by Rossington. Slater will tidy up. 1 run, 225 for 5.
So thanks, Lorna, very much. Well, that means even more of them are playing club cricket. Adrian emails.
Well, I've got one here, just a quick tweet for something you were talking about. Rich Page, Dave, tell Dickie the current national club cricket knockout champions are Bexley from Kent. As Lyndon James Bowles and Harmer defends, I heard you talking with Nasser about the national championship. Bexley from Kent. Thanks for that, Rich.
Thank you, Rich, very much indeed. Bexley, right.
Again, something you were talking about earlier, and I know you've had correspondence on it. Marcus, Dave, it's a bandana. It's a bandana. The bandana is a piece of fabric tied around the head. Headband is a single piece. Thank you, Marcus. Sincerely, thank you, Marcus. No. James in again. Simon Harmer putting a high price on his wicket here. Harmer just helping the middle and the middle lower order to support the good work of those up at the top. This pair have now added 30. James with ball in hand, this fairly lengthy approach. Sets off to ball to Harmer. Just push it into the gap. Patterson White gets to the ball. Might have been interesting, we've been able to pick it up cleanly, but couldn't. Single taken, 226 for 5. Doug Bracewell due in next. What's his status in terms of availability? Is this going to be it, or is he staying for the season?
I think he's here for the season. I'm pretty sure he's here for the season. So, yep. Aid emails. Again about club cricket, whose praises I was seeing. This week at Takeley Cricket Club, we saw the village community cricket at its best. On Tuesday evening, we saw a thrilling run chase to bring about victory in our local HEBL Cup, I'll look that one up, against local rivals Farnham. This was followed by last night's cricket community at its very best, seeing 11 refugees staying locally to the club, taking part in a brilliant coaching session on our outfield, giving these young boys and men an escape from the monotony that they face in their daily life. Splendid stuff. Keep up the good work, Aid. Yep, thanks, Aid, very much. Change of bowling at the far end. Sees Patterson White back into the attack, left arm round the wicket. He plied his trade from this Radcliffe end earlier on, but now at the pavilion end. P.S. Essex crying out for another batsman in their line-up this season. Yeah, I mean, I'm more than inclined to agree, but cometh the hour, cometh the moment, and maybe one of these two will go on to get 70 or 80 or more, and they'll say, "What are you worrying about?" That's difficult to describe, that shot. It wasn't sort of out of any coaching manual, but it found its way down to third man up. I usually find flail describes that.
Yep, you got my support with a flail.
Thank you.
Bottom edge. Can't put fielders there for flails.
And that's nudged down to fine leg, and that may well. There's a fielder coming round. Just have to get up and look down now. Hold it in a couple of 3 yards short of the boundary. Gary emails us from Brinton, pointing out that Doug Bracewell also played club cricket because he played for Frinton when he was an 18-year-old. Well, thanks, Gary.
That's brought him back to the area then.
Yes. As Patterson White moves in and bowls, that's played out on the onside.
At the Oval, they've played an extra half an hour and have just gone to tea with Kent 271 for 9. The last wicket pairing of Hogan and Everson have put 75 on.
Oh. This is also nudged down to third man. Fine leg. But this time they only go through for a single. as it's fielded by Dane Patterson.
Joey Everson, former Notts man, 76 not out. Michael Hogan, former Glamorgan man, 39 not out. That's going to drive you up the wall, isn't it, if you're a Surrey supporter or player?
Yes.
75 the last wicket pairings put on, and you've got to come out after tea and still try and get rid of them.
Yes. That's played out into the offside by Rossington. End of the over. 233 for 5. Harmer not out 29. Rossington not out 9. And had an email from Rich. Disappointed to see Essex throw away a very good start, but enjoyed you reminiscing in the box about 1980s wrestling. Brought back great memories, as my grandfather was a huge fan.
Have I missed that? Did I miss the wrestling bit?
Yes, you did.
Chatting to Kyle next door.
It was because somebody. Oh, I beg your pardon. Somebody. I do apologise, now, sir. Yes, he brought up the fact that I'm called by the same name as Dickie Davis.
Oh, yeah.
A far greater repute and world of sport. And so we got on to talking about the so-called sport of wrestling.
It's Otten bowling, nice looking shot, lots of I beg your pardon, it's Lyndon James bowling, lots of groans out there, audible groans, whether it was from spectators, fielder or bowler, but whoever it was who groaned knew straight away that that one had strayed onto the pads of Harmer and was clipped away on the leg side.
Well, everybody knew it wasn't a sport, so but they're
hugely popular.
But the commentator Kent Walton always took it very seriously.
Oh yes, with your Mick McManus's and your Jackie Pallows and your Kendo Nagasaki's.
Oh, that was another one.
Who else? Big Daddy.
Giant Haystacks.
Oh yes, we could. 237 for 4 as Lyndon James better tighter line this time, and Harmer. He's made 33 from 50 balls. Defence.
If ever you needed convincing. I wouldn't have thought many people did that it wasn't for real. It was the best of 3 falls, and nobody ever won 2-0. Whoever got the first fall, you knew the other fella was going to get the second fall. You just knew it, and of course he did. Especially if he looked absolutely beaten into submission almost, then he'd come back.
Lyndon James, nice and full and driven up to Broad at mid-on. There's no run. I'm getting all sorts of names just flashing through the mind. Les Kellett.
Yes. Les Kellett, because I looked him up because I mentioned his name, was apparently the finalist in the ITV version of Sportsman of the Year. Presumably he didn't win, but that would have been, much as I enjoyed watching him, that would have been a travesty for a wrestler to win Sportsman of the Year.
Lyndon James, tall young man, 6'5", something like that, ball, so it's a no ball. Tall young man with long legs, and those long legs have just stepped over the line. Couple of runs to the Essex cause, 239 for 5, extras up to 20. Lyndon will have to reload that one.
Yes, Rich continues. His grandfather was a great fan, a huge fan, and got very carried away while watching it. Also my uncle, who was an athletics coach, and he used to be a personal friend of Giant Haystacks. Well,
next ball on its way now, and once more defended.
When it comes to somebody like Giant Haystacks, you'd want to be a friend rather than an enemy, wouldn't you? I mean, he was just an enormous man of maybe 30 stone who just sort of collapsed on people, didn't he?
Isn't it almost every other week from Brent Town Hall, something like that?
Yes, that's right. I don't think.
What have we got here? What's the what are you playing now?
Sorry.
Is that
I don't know.
Is that your wake-up alarm for the middle of the afternoon? 239 for 5 as James bowls a delivery that Harmer steers into the offside.
Sorry about that phone
That's
call.
all right.
I got rid of it because it didn't come up and say BBC Studio or anything like that. So, yeah. So thanks, Rich in Wiltshire.
My phone now, I've not had it that long, but it when it goes off, you get those that you really wish you hadn't answered. It flashes up, suspected spam, every now and again, so it saves me answering them. I just don't bother, just block the number. This is pushed back to the bowler, so heaven knows who I'll keep blocking. 239 for 5, but certainly it sorts out my contacts for me. Suspected spam, don't answer it, Dave. Harmer, who's played beautifully, is on 33. Rossington no less beautifully, but rather less of the strike. Is 9. I say less of the strike. He hasn't. He's faced 57. Harmer's faced 55. But in a more containing role, Adam Rossington is 9 not out.
And had a long email from Jim, who's now in County Tyrone in Northern Ireland. I won't read it out verbatim, but I'll get the gist of it and come back to it as.
That one went.
That one did go, didn't it? Yes.
Slow left arm spinner on Patterson White, and as Rossington pushed forward, it did a lot, didn't it?
Certainly did. And next delivery comes in, and Rossington plays that out into the covers in addition to the score. So thank you all very much for your emails. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, as I say, I won't read it word for word, otherwise, especially when there's a slow bowler bowling, push forward, wraps him on the front pad, but no appeal. It's 239 for 5, 11 more to the first bonus point for Essex, and 1 wicket for forget that. 2 wickets for.
No, 1. Get to 6. Yeah.
Of course, it is 6, 7, 6. Yeah. And Patterson White moves in again and bowls. An economy of approach, I think, would be the phrase.
Yeah.
And it's played out into the covers, into the mid-off. That's twice I've said that. I don't know why. Yeah, he sort of walks in about 2 or 3 paces, and that's it, really. And, but getting a bit of turn, which will encourage the likes of Simon Harmer.
I was going to say, there's good news and bad news out there for Notts.
Yeah, Harmer watching from 20 yards away. Harmer from 20 yards away. Well, I've thought, I think I know which end I want to bowl.
Just wonder if they'll have a little look at Calvin Harris, and just seems an ideal opportunity just to give the leg spinner a chance.
Well,
but
yes.
It is going to be Lyndon James to continue. This is going to be the 74th over. I'm sure we'll get Broad and Hutton and then Patterson back for the taking of the second new ball, assuming we don't get 5 wickets go bang, 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 bang. You'd imagine we're due for a shiny red cherry in about 25 minutes time. Harmer on strike on 33. This one's just eased into the covers out to Ben Slater, who uncharacteristically put one down earlier on off Wesley. At the time it looked a little costly. Tom Wesley was on 36 at the time. It was a top edge from the bowling of Dane Patterson. The second wicket partnership was nearing 3 figures at that stage. It looked an expensive spill. Doesn't drop many, Ben Slater, but that one went to ground. James bowls another no ball. Overstepping here, the young man. 2 more, 242 for 5. Essex. Liam Patterson White bowling. Had a message from his dad yesterday. I think he's following from Mallorca, gone for a few days in the sunshine. Normally doesn't stray too far away from watching Liam when he's playing. So if you're watching from Mallorca, enjoy your break, Dan, as Lyndon James bowls. Pulled away. Cries of catch, but the ball's already crashing into the advertising hoardings for 4. Pulled away just behind square. Lots of cheering there as that went for 4. I've seen a decent number of Essex fans in the ground.
Yes, I think as with most counties they have a loyal band of followers, and as much for them as for us. Trent Bridge is a place they like to come.
50 partnership being applauded, of which Adam Rossington's contribution only 13.
Not just Trent Bridge, but Nottingham as a whole is a great place, really is.
Lyndon James bowls. This is defended by Rossington. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be, obviously not look, but I'm sure there'll be something on in the Theatre Royal or the Royal Concert Hall or the
Playhouse,
Motorpoint Arena. Yeah, there's all sorts of things.
Yeah, so it's a great city from my experience.
2:46 for 5.
I know people who've been to university up here and they've had a whale of a time.
James looking for his first success. Bowls to Adam Rossington. He's pulled it away out onto the leg side, just short of Matthew Montgomery. He had one of those decisions to make there. Was he going to try and throw himself forward and try and take the catch or hang back? He opted to bravely go forward, but the ball just didn't quite carry. But he made a good job of stopping the ball and keeping them to 1. It was slightly uppish as Rossington pulled it round the corner. Out towards deep backward square. 2:47 for 5. Lots of encouragement for Lyndon James. Runs away from us past umpire Longley, bowls a delivery that Simon Harmer blocks. Looks like Harmer is batting with a bat that's about 6 feet wide. Everything seems to be coming out of the middle at the moment.
Yes. After one more delivery, I'll make room for Nasser.
We're getting there. We're nearly at 5 o'clock this first day. Still got 22 overs to run, but we're into the last knockings of the opening day. 2:47 for 5. Lyndon James bowls, and so on run away on an angle of 45 degrees, no run. Calvin Harrison makes the stop, thanks to Dickie Davis, who will see back with us before too long. So 6 overs between Notts and the potential taking of a second new ball. Nasser returns, as he has done all day, carrying a cricket book. What is that? No, what is that one? The Analyst's Guide of Cricket, Simon Hughes.
Is that one?
What?
I know.
Not the. Put your,
sorry,
put your microphone on, then people can hear. I don't.
Why?
I mean, it raises questions. The fact that you keep bringing it from the back of the box to the front of the box and then taking it for a walk back again as Patterson White bowls to Rossington. Is it, something that you always need close to your heart? The finest works of Simon Hughes.
Well, I like contingency. I like backup. That's my favourite word. Backup and contingency were two of my favourite words.
Rossington, who's on 14, clips this one past the diving bowler, but there's protection out there and no run.
If I'm unsure of something, at least I can, refer to...
Are you likely to find it in the Analyst's Guide to Test Cricket by Simon Hughes?
Good question. Some of it I might find in there.
Patterson White bowls chipped into the offside. Crowd catch for Matthew Montgomery.
So a couple more runs and they get a bonus point.
Yeah, 3 more runs and 1 more wicket. Notts would get a second bowling point. Essex closing in on a batting point. Rossington, where's squad number 17? Pushes it out to Montgomery. Notts haven't got their number 17 in this game. Ben Duckett sitting this one out ahead of what he would hope would be a busy international summer in that England squad ahead of the Ireland match and then the 5 tests against Australia. Next ball worked away behind square. How much we'll see of him for Notts in the blast or future championship games remain to be seen. As Rossington takes a single. More overhead activity. I'm very good at hearing out aeroplanes, hopeless at spotting them where they might be. I think they seem to do a loop sort of round the back of this stand, so I can't see them. But I'm hearing them all day, and I've not seen one. Patterson White off that minimal approach. Bowls. Harmer defends. 2:48 for 5 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport, and on the live stream as ever, brought to you by the hard-working Kirsty and Aaron. It's like mission control at Houston in there. Popped my head in a little earlier, and pretty clear it was. What is it? What's the phrase? Two's company, three's a crowd.
Three's a crowd.
They were both working hard, and all I was doing was being a bit of a nuisance. Now then, Calvin Harrison is going to have a bowl. It's not going to be a long one, I don't think.
No.
We've seen him in Nottinghamshire colours the last 2 summers, of course, in the T20 Blast for the Outlaws, and really is terrific to see him in the all white and playing in his own right. He often comes on as a fielding sub, has done since really coming to Trent Bridge. Took a couple of wonderful catches at Wantage Road last Saturday, and he's taken a good one today. Now can he join that list of Nottinghamshire bowlers who've taken a wicket with his first ball for the county? No pressure on you, Nas.
No, not at all. And he comes in he's get himself ready, and he comes in and bowls his first ball of this spell, and he's immediately dispatched over Stuart Broad's head to the boundary for what looks like 4 runs.
Yeah.
Not a good start.
Well, you say that, I don't think there's anybody on the field in Nottinghamshire colours who would mind seeing that. It was lofted, and it cleared Stuart Broad, but it could so easily have gone straight to him at mid-on. Broad's just hung back a couple of paces. That could so easily have been a wicket first ball, could have lobbed up to Broad, but it just cleared him for 4.
So in he comes again and bowls, and this one played a bit more carefully in front of himself by Rossington. Adam Rossington at the crease with Simon Harmer. Simon Harmer 34, Adam Rossington on 19. So in comes Harrison again. The 3rd delivery, going for a quick single. The batsmen make it, and Harmer now to face Harrison. Spinner facing spinner.
South African born spinner facing South African born spinner.
Nah.
We can extend it even further.
Yeah.
You won't find that in the whatever it is guide to cricket.
No, you won't. Lots of little subplots in a cricket match, aren't there? And these, I guess, one of them. We had Alistair Cook against. And in comes Harrison again and bowls. And this one played in to the inner cordon, a fielder who manages to sort of just stop it from getting any further. Played into the leg side, and no run there from the bat of Simon Harmer. As Harrison comes in again to bowl, 5th ball of this over, and bowls, and again it's pushed into the same direction, just in front of square, no run there. Harrison now about to close the over. Last delivery of this over. Comes in, bowls, and it's pushed out in front of him by Simon Harmer. End of the over. Simon Harmer on 34. Adam Rossington 20. Essex 253 for 5.
Yeah, 5 from that over. The first ball, perhaps a nervy first ball. Clipped over Stuart Broad for 4, and then another single, but he'll be pleased to have got that first over out of the way. Knows all these guys, of course, as I say, been around the club and been at Trent Bridge for the past 2 seasons. Scored 100 here playing for Oxford University. Not liked what they saw. He's been with the county ever since. Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling to Rossington. He goes to cut him away and has got it away. And there'll be runs here, and there'll probably be 4 of them. Well, indeed.
Wow.
Nice shot from Adam Rossington. Fast outfield. Gets the ball away for 4 runs. Hutton and Hamid in hot pursuit. Couldn't get there. Rossington on to 24. Just starting to blossom a little bit. He will be aware that that second new ball just around the corner. Either tuck in against the spinners or prepare to face Stuart Broad in a moment. So he's getting what runs he can. Eases this one out as far as Montgomery. There's an update for Radio Nottingham. Yeah, this is where we are, just down the road. 2:57 for 5. Essex put into bat. Strange sort of day. 1 wicket in the morning session for Notts. Then a century partnership for the 2nd wicket between Cook and Wesley. 4 wickets went down in quick succession, and now Notts being held up again by a really troublesome 6th wicket pairing of Harmer and Rossington. They've added 62 here. Second new ball due in 3 overs time. Essex 257 for 5. The 77th over, Liam Patterson-White in his 7th over of the day, none for 27. Hop, skip and a jump. Bowls now to Rossington, pushes it back to the bowler. So 1 delivery left in this over. Just the 1 slip. Stephen Mullaney always comes into the first slip position when the spinners are bowling. Punched into the offside, straight to Matthew Montgomery, now relegated to 3rd spinner in the side. Young Monty with Harrison in the side. Calvin Harrison's going to get another over, as you'd expect. 2:57 for 5, with Harmer and Rossington just re-establishing this position of strength for Essex. They, one stage were 151 for 1, then Cook went, followed by Wesley, and Lawrence and Critchley just scraped into double figures, but no more.
So Calvin Harrison readying himself for this next over. Comes in, bowls, short run off, and bowls, and it's flicked down the leg side. It's going to go for a couple of runs from the bat of Simon Harmer. 2 runs to Simon Harmer, taking him to 36, and the Essex total to 259 for 5.
Kent are all out at the Oval. Kent 278 all out. Last man Michael Hogan dismissed for 43, leaving Joey Everson 77 not out.
Calvin Harrison bowls again, and Simon Harmer right behind that delivery, pushes it back towards the bowler, and the bowler fields off his own bowling, picks it up, shuffles it 1 hand to the other, comes in and bowls, and again it's played out in front of him by Simon Harmer. No run.
Hampshire 269 for 5 against Northants. James Vince out for 95. Somerset 260 for 4. Century there for George Bartlett.
In comes Calvin Harrison again played in front of him by Simon Harmer.
At Bristol in Division 2, Durham 293 for 5 against Gloucestershire.
Simon Harmer bowls again, and I beg your pardon, Calvin Harrison bowling, and Simon Harmer looked as though he was going to come out and try to maybe clobber it somewhere, but didn't. Went back into his crease. In comes Calvin Harrison again as he prepares himself and gets himself ready. Waits, batsman waits on the other side. Simon Harmer waits. In comes Calvin Harrison and bowls, and no run off that delivery. And the end of the over.
If you're planning on spending the weekend at Hove watching Sussex and Glamorgan, you might want to just reappraise your plans and your intentions. Glamorgan 123 all out, Sussex 127 for 3 in reply already, so 13 wickets have gone down. Steve Smith 28 not out, Cheteshwar Pujara out for naught earlier, Marnus Labuschagne out for just 1 for Glamorgan, and the other one, oh crikey, Leicestershire 173 all out at New Road against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 47 for 7 as Liam Patterson-White bowls to Rossington. Josh Davey on loan with Leicestershire has got 3 for 26, and Chris Wright has got the other 4 wickets. So Worcestershire on dreadful 47 for 7. Patterson White bowls. This one is an attempted sweep by Rossington. Mullaney will throw it down to the far end from his position at slip. Just ran behind the keeper, picked the ball up. They'd gone for a quick single and he gets home despite Mullaney hurling it down to the other end. 260 for 5.
That's interesting as well there, Dave. There's all sorts of other subplots going on as well. Pujara and some of the Australian batsmen that you mentioned there. Was it Steve Smith, I think you mentioned. So apart from the England and Australian batsman, India and Australian batsmen too.
260 for 5. Clipped onto the leg side through Calvin Harrison. Not sure he got a kindly bounce there. He will feel that he probably should have cut it off, and they take 2 runs. 262 for 5. This the 79th over. Yeah, we've got the World Test Championship coming up, haven't we?
Yeah, that's exactly why. Yeah, I meant to say that's the point I was trying to make, not in the best way I made it. But yeah, World Test Championship, of course, Australia against India, and that match taking place at the Oval, I believe.
262 for 5. Patterson White bowls. Harmer clips it into the offside, takes a single. 263 for 5. There were a couple that went from Liam Patterson White in his first over of this spell, but not been any significant signs of turn since then. He's in once more and bowls to Rossington. Happy to block. So these two in at 6 and 7. Doug Bracewell listed to come in next, then Shane Snater, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Patterson White bowls to Rossington. That's the end of the 79th over. Maybe it for Liam Patterson White. He's taken his cap from the umpire. May well be that Stuart Broad is just getting himself re-energised for a burst from the pavilion end. With the 80th over coming up, it would just sit in nicely with Broad to take the 81st over with the second new ball from the far end. We'll just keep half an eye on him.
Yeah, he appeared to be having some sort of conversation there prior to him now taking his position in the field, sort of towards boundary, long off.
Well, he's going to mid-on.
Sorry, mid-on.
Tom Lowton's on the field, number 24 at mid-off subfield. I didn't see who went off, just for presumably a quick comfort break.
And the next over we're going to get is from Calvin Harrison as he continues this spell of bowling. His third over comes in and he bowls, and that's just pushed out in front of him by Simon Harmer.
Yeah, Broad's getting ready now, so everything as you'd expect. So too Brett Hutton, also getting himself nice and loose, ready for another burst. Thought Hutton was good this afternoon. 2 more wickets to him, 2 more to Patterson.
Simon Harmer is in, bowls, and again it's pushed out just in front of him by Simon Harmer.
Stuart Broad with the first wicket to go down this morning. Seems a long time ago. 5th over of the day when he trapped Nick Brown LBW.
In comes Calvin Harrison again, bowls, and Simon Harmer pushing out. So almost like a repetition of the previous delivery, just pushing out in front of him, no run. And that last delivery there from, of course, Calvin Harrison, bowling that one. And again, like as in the previous delivery, no run. Simon Harmer still on 39. Essex 263 for 5. In comes Calvin Harrison again. And ditto.
Just seemed content just to see this over out, and then everybody get themselves ready for the onslaught that's about to come.
Bit more fiery stuff.
Will it be a flurry of wickets? Will it be a rapid burst of run scoring?
So Calvin Harrison completing his over, his third over. He's gone for 7 runs, and Essex 264 for 5.
So that may be the end of the spinners. Patterson White 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. Calvin Harrison 3 overs, no maidens, none for 8. Is going to be Stuart Broad scratching away. 5:15-ish. Tom Loughton heading off, or has he gone to fetch a helmet? I'm not entirely sure. But it is going to be Stuart Broad. Off comes the floppy sun hat.
Yeah, as a middle to late order batsman, last thing you want to be doing is facing Stuart Broad at this time of the day. With a new ball in hand, of course.
Well, you've got to be ready. You've got to be up for the challenge. You've got to be prepared to put a high price on the wicket, and also you've got to be prepared to take the scoring opportunities when they come, because you know at the other end the fellow will be giving his absolute all. Stuart Broad will run in with purpose, with intent. Will give it plenty of energy. The whole team will be energised by the England man, just trying to inspire something. Might be a word or two said, might be the odd funky field, the odd plan set in place, but there is Broad. Scoreboard confirms second new ball taken. Broad in, bowls to Harmer, pushes it back to Stuart Broad, and there's no run. Already he's inspecting the ball, having a little bit of a look. Liam Patterson White, the ball polisher, he'll be itching to get his hands on it, but he doesn't there because it was sent down by Broad, hit back to Broad, and he's kept it.
Yeah, in the context of the game, it's a useful partnership, isn't it? 69 runs here.
Second highest partnership of the day. I wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before we get the floodlights on, folks. It's just getting a little gloomy as Broad in again bowls Harmer. Really nothing more than a back foot defensive punch out to Matthew Montgomery in the covers. Expect Monty to bat at 3 for Nottinghamshire in this match, with Slater moving up to the top of the order in Duckett's absence. There's Broad from the pavilion end. Bowls short, pulled away by Harmer towards mid-wicket. Work for Slater to do, does nicely. Pretty much just threw himself in the path of the ball to make sure it didn't go either under him or around him. And they get a couple. 266 for 5. It was the end that Broad got his, what was it, 8 for 15 against the Aussies back in 2015. That fearsome burst, bowling the Aussies out by lunch on the first day. Always tends to favour the pavilion end for obvious reasons. Some great memories. Comes in again, bowls and edged, but it's gone for 4.
Wow.
It was played down, wasn't a chance, but somehow it's gone between Calvin Harrison at second slip and Brett Hutton at first. Harrison dived to his left, Hutton dived to his right, and neither of them could stop it. Wasn't a chance, did bounce in front of the pair of them. Almost collided, but back-to-back boundaries. Oh, rather a boundary. The previous one, of course, was cut off by Slater, and they got a couple. Yeah, again, maybe, just maybe Calvin dropping down to his left was the first to have an attempt to stop it, and then Houghton diving across behind him was partially unsighted, but it squeezed between the pair of them. Wasn't a chance. Can Broad create a genuine opportunity? Bowls now, and he's got his man LBW. Harmer almost walks. Plum LBW. Simon Harmer was squared up to a really full quick ball from Stuart Broad, and he gets his second LBW of the day. It's 270 for 7. Harmer squared up and went high up, looking down on the things. We're on the action. We're not in line, but that looked absolutely stone dead from here. You could just see the line that Broad had bowled, and Harmer, I actually think, was taking a pace or two. We'll just see a replay now on the live stream. Yeah, I think Harmer was taking a pace or two towards the umpire as the umpire is bringing his finger out of his pocket. He knew. Batted for an hour and 20 minutes. Simon Harmer faced 81 balls at 6 fours. Good knock from Simon Harmer and a good partnership of 75. But the second new ball has brought instant dividends for Nottinghamshire. A wicket in the 81st over as Harmer departs to be replaced by the other overseas player that Essex currently have on their staff, Doug Bracewell, the Kiwi.
And Nottinghamshire will look to sort of really now try to get hold of these last couple of wickets, 4 wickets remaining. If they can get them today, that'll be a really, really good day's play from their point of view. And certainly with Stuart Broad bowling the way he did in this over, he'll be hoping to sort of get a few more wickets tonight. 1 delivery left, I believe, in this over.
Yep.
Last delivery of the over. Let's see how he gets on. But yeah, Stuart Broad at his very best can be a lethal operator in these conditions. Brand new ball. Although on the other side we've got Doug Bracewell, an experienced international cricketer. So let's see how he fares against the pace of Stuart Broad. 2 for 43 so far for Stuart Broad in this game.
Yep, he's just taking guard from umpire O'Shaughnessy, who for the second time today raised his finger to send back an Essex player, but almost like Simon Harmer knew once he'd missed it with the bat and it thudded into his pad. He was on his tootsies. He was off. Knew what was about to befall him, and this one, I think, drifting down the leg side, might have been a touch high into the thigh pad of Bracewell, who wears squad number 34. End of a successful over for Stuart Broad and for Nottinghamshire. Essex 270 for 6. Essex 1 bonus point. Notts now with 2 bonus bowling points, if we can get it right. 270 for 6.
Yes, which means that Brett Hutton will be bowling from this side where we're sat, the Radcliffe Road end, the media end. He'll be coming in. He was doing some stretching exercise, I think, in the last over, whilst Stuart Broad was bowling from the other side. And he'll be coming in to bowl to Adam Rossington, who's on 25. Gets himself ready and starts his run-up, runs in. And he bowls. And this is played into the leg side by Adam Rossington, and there is no run. So he will try to emulate Stuart Broad on the other side. He's got 2 for 54 off his 19 overs so far. Looking to support Broad on the other side as well, as he gets himself ready. Starts his run up. He's in. And bowls, and again outside that off stump. It looked as though it deviated slightly, pitched maybe on leg and just moved slightly, going through to the wicket keeper. Fielders pass it around amongst themselves, and the ball ends up, of course, ball is now with Hutton again. Brett Hutton has the ball, runs in, and he bowls, and a shot, a waft towards the leg side by Rossington. It's heading towards the boundary, but pulled in from the boundary rope, and the batsman complete a couple of runs.
Yeah, I don't think Brett will be tremendously enthused by that delivery. It was always drifting a long way down the leg side.
With this new ball, you want to make the most of it, don't you? You want to really pitch it in those within the stumps and try to get to deviate perhaps a little bit, take a nick. Anyway, gets ready, runs in and bowls. And this one played out towards the offside. Quick single from the 2 batsmen, and they pick up another run.
It was all a bit chaotic there, the calling and the running. And once again, Nottinghamshire not able to pick the ball up cleanly and able to take advantage of a slight miscommunication. And Rossington and Bracewell have got together, just had a little bit of a chat about who's doing the calling and who's doing the running and everything else they need to know so as to avert possible disaster. There's a little bit of shall we, shan't we?
Hutton comes into ball, next ball. He bowls, it's pushed into the leg side by Bracewell. Picks up another single. Much better running between the wickets this time than the last delivery. Sometimes it happens when you've got batsmen, perhaps late order batsmen, maybe not used to each other. Who knows what the relationship is between these two, but as we await the next delivery from Hutton. Comes in to complete his over, and he bowls, and it sort of cuts up the batsman in half almost, and goes through to the second slip, and there's no run.
Good delivery from Brett Hutton. Didn't produce an LBW shout, nor when it flew to Calvin Harrison at second slip did it produce any sort of appeal for, or was there some bat involved? It'll be Broad again. 274 for 6. 2 wickets to the 3 principal seamers, Broad, Hutton and Dane Patterson. 14 overs to go in the day. Shane Snater, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter are the 3 Essex players we haven't yet seen out there in the middle, as Broad comes in to bowl to Bracewell, who's just beaten outside the off stump there. Delivery of extreme pace from Stuart Broad, certainly not holding back, just nipped away as well. So Notts have got the extra slip in. Matthew Montgomery at third, Hutton at first, Harrison at second, Montgomery at third. They've got a third man in Asiba Mead. That's Broad in once more, bowls, a nice looking shot, and it's well cut out by Lyndon James at mid-off. That was nicely struck by Doug Bracewell. Just found that one in his slot, pitched up by Broad, and the Kiwi attempted to drive it down the ground. Would have done but for a magnificent sprawling stop from Lyndon James. Really watchable day's cricket. Sir Alistair Cook with 72, the leading hand. This one past the outside edge through to Clark, who's taken a couple of catches. Tom Wesley made 66. Cook and Wesley adding 135 for the second wicket in something like 41 overs either side of lunch. Both departed in fairly swift succession, followed by Dan Lawrence and Matt Critchley. Then a stand of 75 for the 6th wicket, broken in Broad's previous over. Here comes the England quick, bowls again, punched into the offside, picked up on the run by Patterson White, whose lob in is claimed by Matthew Montgomery before it gets to the keeper. 274 for 6. And there are 13 overs to go after this one. Well, it's okay. Club cricket, they wouldn't be getting remotely interested in the light, but this sort of level you do see there's a little bit of a precaution before it gets any gloomier. You see the lights go on. Wouldn't be surprised if that happens as Broad bowls. And again, Bracewell squared up, spoons it out onto the offside to Patterson White.
I think safety is paramount at this sort of level, isn't it? And that's why you sometimes see the umpires coming out and checking the lights, especially when you're facing the likes of really hostile fast bowling.
Yes, I think Doug Bracewell will be pleased to get through this over. On ball left, Broad giving it everything. He studies the ball suspiciously before tearing in, and bowls a really good delivery past the outside edge, taken by Joe Clark. Good from Broad, who gives it the full teapot, hands on hips. No success in that over. Broad through 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 43. Got rid of Nick Brown this morning, and more recently Simon Harmer, both to LBW decisions. Over 900 first-class dismissals now for Stuart Broad. .576 of them at Test match level. Just checking there, because
This next over is bowled by Hutton. Comes in, Brett Hutton, and the ball played out into the offside there.
I sort of said something there, and my mind is at the same time saying, are you sure, Dave? That seems a lot, but yeah, 920 first-class wickets going into this game, so 922 now. And he isn't far away from a Nottinghamshire milestone either. 274 for 6, the score. It's a lot of bowling, 920 first-class wickets.
Hutton comes in, bowls its next delivery to Rossington, and Rossington chipped just over the bowler, and it heads towards the boundary. If I can sort of peer over and see, I think it's been retrieved just short of the boundary ropes, but the batsman will collect a couple of runs from that delivery.
Yes, just looking on the live stream there, Dane Patterson, who retrieved it and threw the ball in, is you can see, those of you watching the pictures, just looking at his, well, under his right arm or right shoulder. I think there's one or two smiling at him. I don't think it's anything too serious.
In comes Hutton, bowls this next delivery, and it's left alone by Bracewell.
Certainly don't want Patterson to pick up a knock. The last match, Fletcher was injured. Excuse me, the match before that, Ollie Stone was injured. Stone with the hamstring, Fletcher with the ankle. Don't want to lose Dane Patterson in this one.
So Hutton comes in to bowl his next delivery and bowls, and it's hit square by Bracewell for a single. As Essex move on to 278 for 6 now, with Bracewell on 2 and Adam Rossington on 29.
Still going to be Hutton. Patterson still ringing his right arm. Not entirely sure what good that does, but makes him feel a little better, I guess, as Hutton into Rossington. Bowls. Rossington cuts this away onto the offside. It's gone for 4. Nice looking shot. 282 for 6. Just waiting to do another update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Nice shot that was from Adam Rossington. Has moved on to 33. Keep coming at you, there's Essex players. Still got Snater, Cook and Porter to come. And Essex currently 282 for 6. Still some mileage left in this opening day. 12 overs to go after this one. Notts have just picked up the 6th wicket of the day, taken by Stuart Broad with the 5th delivery of the second new ball. Adam Rossington holding Notts up at the moment. The Essex wicketkeeper batter is 34 not out. Essex 283 for 6.
And end of the over. Batsmen in the middle have a chat amongst themselves. You got Adam Rossington in the middle there alongside Doug Bracewell, the Kiwi. Both of them chat and sort of head back to their respective positions as we await the next over for Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad is going to be bowling from the pavilion end. And gets himself ready, comes in to bowl this next delivery, and the batsman just moved out a little bit before he actually attempted to play that shot, Adam Rossington, and then hit it towards the leg side for a single, taking him, increasing the score to 285 for 6. That was Rossington who made 30. He's on 35 now, and it's Bracewell who's now going to be facing Stuart Broad. So Broad prepares himself, comes in to bowl, and bowls, and Bracewell just pushes. He looks as though when he's batting, Doug Bracewell, just sort of moving out of the crease slightly. I guess that's to help.
Yes,
help him.
Make room.
Make room just to sort of kill the pitch, maybe get to the pitch of the ball. Maybe it'll mean that Stuart Broad will pitch it a little bit shorter, perhaps. Wait and see how that develops. Stuart Broad comes in, bowls the next delivery, and again a play and a miss. Play and a miss there from Doug Bracewell.
Broad bowling really well, as you'd expect. Yeah, we talked about the experience of Alistair Cook earlier on. The experience of Broad is coming into play just as much, every bit as much.
As Stuart Broad prepares himself, gets himself ready, and he's into his run-up now. And he bowls, and this one's played to the boundary, his leg side boundary, for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Only, well, to my mind, fractionally over pitched, and yeah, Bracewell was on it in a tress, and well, it was one of those shots that's 4 from the moment it leaves the bat.
Yeah.
The moment it leaves the bat, you don't need to run. You just know that it felt as if it was off the sweet spot, and it's going through a large gap.
Yeah.
And it's 4 penneth.
Broad comes in, and he bowls, and the next ball just
Kept low.
kept low and went over the off stump, and was dropped by the keeper as well, I think, and it's just now working its way back to Stuart Broad.
And it was this end that who was it now? Patterson White was getting a bit of turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, the bowlers will be lining up to bowl from the pavilion end when Nottinghamshire come to bat.
Stuart Broad comes in for his next delivery, and ball is played out by Doug Bracewell, and there's no run there.
On the other hand, maybe that's to undervalue the skill and experience of Broad. Maybe it is he that's producing the odd unplayable delivery rather than the wicket. Maybe a combination of the two. So 288 for 6. Yeah, I think a good game in prospect.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I don't know who it was, some quite prestigious cricket reporter or observer, said that usually in an uninterrupted match, if the first side is bowled out for about 300, give or take, a few either side, you're probably in for a good game. And I've noticed, that's usually been the case. That's appeals for LBW, and it meets with the approval of the umpire. And Essex at 288 for 7. And Rossington batted well for his 35, but eventually he succumbs to Hutton, as 2 others have beforehand. And Rossington is out LBW to Hutton for 35, 288 for 9.
For 7.
So, yeah, we're not in a position to see, and well, I've always maintained all the years I've been doing this that even when we are in a position to see, it's not something that I like to do. If the umpire said, I was brought up in the old school, which if the umpire, the umpire's decision is final, and also sometimes it's a bit futile anyway. As I always used to say, when a batsman said, "Oh, I was given out," I wasn't out, and they say, "You look in the paper tomorrow morning," and you were out. The umpire said so. The final arbiter. And so Shane Snater comes to the crease. Now Shane Snater, well, admittedly he's coming in at number 9, but he can be a very handy number 9 to have. But then all counties have clubs like this. The days when my dad first took me to watch county cricket, most counties had sort of numbers 10 and 11 who were complete rabbits. Once you got the first 7 or 8 out, you just knew that was it. Now, I suppose because of the advent of one-day cricket, when often it's the bowlers who are left to get the final important runs, that there are no real rabbits on the circuit at all.
No.
They've all had to develop their game. Well, what's the phrase now? You have to be a three-dimensional player, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Very much so these days. You don't see a number 11 as was in the past.
No. So Hutton moves in and bowls to Snater, who goes to the back foot, just plays it straight down into the, more or less at his feet, and obligingly picks it up and tosses it to the nearest fielder.
I guess from a psychological point of view, if Essex could just maybe top that 300 mark somehow,
yes.
310, 320 maybe, be useful.
Yeah, I agree.
Agree
entirely. And so much of this game, well, I suppose a lot of sport, but it's particularly the sports where, playing a miss there, bit of an injudicious. He didn't really get to the pitch of the ball. And games are generally played more slowly, and you are almost as much in the mind as in the field. Obviously, it doesn't apply so much in the likes of football and rugby, because you don't have time to analyse it or think about it. But in games like cricket and golf especially, I mean, people have driven themselves almost mad, golfers, haven't they, with analysing their own game and. That's just played out on the onside. No addition to the score. No addition to the score other than the one that Snater picked up for it. Of course, the great thing and the dreadful thing about golf, and I know from having hacked around many it's just played defensively, came down that in a hurry. Having hacked around many a course over southern England and a few up this way, whatever you do, you've never got anybody to blame at golf except yourself. You've got a ball, a stick and a hole, and that's it. At cricket, football, rugby, whatever, you can always somehow, even if desperate, blame somebody else, but not at golf. And that's
I guess it's the ultimate game in a lot of ways, isn't it? In terms of you're facing the environment, the wind, the rain, all that sort of stuff that's going on. The final ball of the over was well wide of the off stump, and again, Joe Clark was called to show all his athleticism, diving away to his right to field it. Yeah, golf is the ultimate destroyer almost, isn't it? I mean, I know the number of times, even at my very low level, and I'm not being sort of falsely modest or something, I'm pretty awful golfer. I just do it to get a bit of exercise, and even then you come home and you think, oh no, I'm never going to play that stupid game again. And the following week the phone goes, and you're all right for this week? Yeah, of course I'm all right this week. Yeah, well, I'll be there, see you on the first tee. Broad comes in. And this next delivery from Snater is played right in front of him, and there's no run.
But of course, that's the other, great on the plus side of golf. And I just sort of referred to it, saying I'm not very good. As long as you play people of a similar ability or lack of ability, you can have great 4 hours entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. As Broad comes in again. Bowls and
well taken.
Brilliant catch.
Well taken.
Second, third slip, around third slip, I think.
Matthew Montgomery, wasn't it?
Third slip, trying to make out the fielder.
Yeah, 14, Matthew Montgomery.
Matthew Montgomery taking that.
I was already looking down to third man. And I took it almost when it was
absolutely
behind him.
Brilliant piece of bowling from Broad.
I hope they show a replay of that, because it's worthy of it. So, Snater goes for one. Yes, it was caught. Montgomery bowled Broad. And, that was a very, very good catch indeed.
So almost seeing the last rights here of this innings, possibly.
Yep.
And we could see Nottinghamshire bat this evening. A couple of quick wickets.
Oh yes, yes.
I think we'll definitely see Hasib Hamid and company come in.
So Sam Cook, not cool as it says on the card, comes to the crease. If he hasn't pointed that out, somebody will, even if it's only me, and he'll love it. He'll love it. 289. So that wicket only added a single, which was the one that Snater got, obviously. So Sam Cook.
Yeah, and 3 wickets now for Stuart Broad.
And 200 for Nottinghamshire. It's 200 first-class wicket for Nottinghamshire.
And 200 first-class wickets for Nottinghamshire as well for Stuart Broad.
I thought there seemed to be an extra appreciation of it, yeah.
As he comes in again, this is Stuart Broad, bowling from the pavilion end, and bowls, and it's left well alone by Cook.
Our screen has a message on it saying there was no operation performed for a long time. Shut down, question mark, and there's a yes, but I can't see a... Oh, just a no. No, there's a no there. Oh, thanks, Dave. No. Thank you.
The joys of modern technology.
Yes, it does that at home on the television.
Yeah.
It's like a woman. Unless you give it constant attention, it goes off and sulks.
Stuart Broad comes in and bowls. And that was pushed out into the offside by Cook. Shouts from some of the fielders, the close-in fielders, but no follow-up appeal, and Cook is still there. Essex 289 now for the loss of 8 wickets. Bracewell on 6, and Cook still to get off that duck. As Broad comes in and bowls, and Cook hits that square for a single and runs through, collects the single, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, you mentioned 300. I mean, it's not just a psychological limit, but achievement, but it's another point as well.
Another point.
It'll be the 3rd point, and who knows? It doesn't often come down to 1 point at the end of the season,
No.
but it might between what? It's too early in the season, really, to.
And one of the slip cordon is being moved to the
I think, yeah.
mid-on position. As this next delivery from Stuart Broad is squirted out towards the leg side, and there's a single there as well. And Bracewell will continue to face the next over. I think that's what he wanted to do, didn't he?
Yes, I think so. Oh yes. Yeah, but what I sort of just about began to say, but yeah, at this stage of the season, although admittedly this is the 6th game, but because the season's been so affected by rain, and more in some parts of the country and more and less in the other, I think it's very early to draw any conclusions as to which are the the good sides, which are the bad sides. I suppose Surrey are going to be the side to beat as ever. But yeah, they're all. It's got to the happy situation. I mean, it's a happy situation with the good of cricket, where anybody can beat anybody, and that's just played out into the covers.
Which I think, from a spectator's point of view, fans' point of view, that's what they would like, really, wouldn't they?
Oh,
they
undoubtedly.
You don't want one side completely, or one or two sides being so powerful that the others simply don't have a chance.
No, that's right. No, I agree 100%. That's the next delivery. Oh, and that moves away off the wicket, down the offside. Just lucky enough to fail to get an edge. I mean, it's a bit like, some years ago, Steve Davis won however many World Snooker Championships on the trot, and you kept thinking, well, please somebody else come along and do it. Nothing personal at all. Just makes the whole game more interesting. As Hutton moves in again and bowls, this time Bracewell goes forward, gets totally to the pitch at the delivery, and plays it out. Talking of bad weather, which I don't. Yes, Stephen in sunny Hockley, not a million miles away from where I live, and that next delivery. Oh, that tucks up Bracewell, and it's hit the stumps.
It's hit the stumps. It's come back and hit him in the.
Pardon.
Yep, come back, pitched.
I thought it hit the
Yeah,
batsman.
I thought at first glance it looked as though it hit the batsman, but then
Maybe
on
it hit
closer
both, yeah.
closer inspection, I think it came off the pads, did it, and then hit.
No. Hopefully they'll show us a replay because
When we see the replay, we can clear things up a little bit.
yeah. But the net result is that Bracewell is out for 7, bowled by Brett Hutton. And
Takes him to 4 wickets, 4 for 66 now as well.
yeah, so if he gets the last, it'll be 5. Yeah, that's a world-shattering observation, isn't it? No, I don't think we are going to get a replay, which is just the way it is. So Essex have slumped a bit. Oh no, here we go. Wicket, it says. Right, so what does it do?
Hit his glove. Come
Yeah,
back.
hit. Yeah, I think it was his glove. It
I think
certainly
hit
hit
his
something
glove. Hit his glove, and then
because it reared up quite
it
high.
reared up, hit his
Yeah.
glove, then went back and crashed into the stumps.
Yep, yep,
Which is
yep. I must say that if the picture you're getting at home on the live stream is anything like the quality that we've got in the studio here, then it's brilliant. The technology as regards online streaming has moved on so much in recent years. I mean, in the first few years, which isn't that long ago, there was just a fixed camera at each end, and that was it. And now, yeah, there are cameras all over the place, and all the camera operators are brilliant, I think, with no exception. And we were talking about the supporters earlier on in the season, putting up with dreadful weather. To a certain extent, they choose to do it, but the camera operators, as long as there's play out there, they've got to do their job and record it. Oh, well, that's outside. Porter's off stump. I didn't mention that Porter had come to the wicket, but there was nobody else left, really.
no last man.
I mean,
Last man in.
yeah. At Chelmsford this year, one of the regular operators is a woman who also works for ITB, I think. And 1 or 2 matches, you could see, she was absolutely frozen, and she had to stay out there. And, that comes back at him as well, and it just trickles out down to into the gully region. We felt so sorry for her. We plied her with cups of tea every 3/4 of an hour or so.
Yeah, I've been quite fortunate in my life that I've seen cricket in sunnier climes.
Yes, I'm
where
sure.
it's hot and sweaty, and often the other way around. To
So you've been to Chelmsford?
Yes. So yeah.
So 291 for 9. So yeah. So specifically, where were these places?
So these I've seen cricket in South Africa and also in Pakistan.
Right.
And in India as well, as Broad comes in to bowl
Oh.
his next delivery, and he bowls, and it's played out towards the leg side by Cook, and there's no run. Yeah, Pakistan have been very fortunate seeing cricket quite a bit in some of the big cities there, Lahore and Karachi, and South Africa for the World Cup back in 2003. Yeah, and India for the very first IPL. In fact, I just went out there with a group of friends, so I was quite fortunate in my life to see those games. But anyway, Broad comes in and bowls, and it's played off his legs by Cook for a single.
The only countries outside the UK that I've commentated on cricket aren't very far outside. They're Ireland and Holland, and both of which were highly enjoyable experiences.
Yeah. think I've been to Ireland as well. I've been to Northern Ireland
Yeah.
and seen cricket there, because I remember covering a series between Pakistan and Ireland way back. Broad comes in and he bowls, and that's a play and a miss from Porter, just outside his off stump, and goes through to the fielders.
But not Holland.
Not Holland. I've never been to Holland.
At least I have one.
No.
One box tick.
I've never been to Holland.
Oh, that was. It was when in the was it a knockout competition? You know, they were part of the setup here, and as were Ireland and Scotland.
As Broad comes in to bowl his next delivery, and he bowls, and it's played out to the leg side, and the batsman Porter and Cook exchange, run through rather, for a quick single, or a single, not particularly quick, I think, just a single.
So 293 for 9. As Nasser said, you know, Essex would like to get 300 both psychologically and 1 point, which could be precious at come the end of the season. Points make prizes. Well, they can do.
As Broad comes in and he bowls, and this one is played off his legs.
No.
Just off his legs and stopped from the boundary, and the batsman go for a run. Valuable runs.
Yes.
At the end of the innings for Essex. But I'm sure Hasib Hamid, somewhere around the field, wherever he is, will be stretching, getting himself ready.
Yeah, there are 7.1 overs to bowl, so you take off 2 plus the 1 in progress.
As Broad runs in and he bowls, and it's played out just in front of himself by Porter, and there is no run.
So if no, the wicket didn't fall then, so yeah, so there are 7 left now, so the most Nottinghamshire could be asked to bat, or told to bat, 4 overs. Which they certainly wouldn't want to do. It's under those circumstances, you know. I wonder if they ever think, well, perhaps it'd be in our longer term interest not to get the wicket, you know, too soon. And similarly, Essex, I'm not saying they'd think of declaring to have 4 overs, but we'll see how it goes. Hutton and moves in. Hutton looking for his 5th wicket. Taken 4 for 67 in 23 overs, so less than 3 and over. A run accrues there, 265 below wicket. Porter facing.
I think you mentioned Holland earlier. A lot of Dutch players have played in county cricket, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Prominent players have come through various counties right across the country.
Yes. And that's just played solidly. Yes, I think maybe there might be 1 or 2 exceptions. It's nearly all amateur. They don't play enough. Well, they didn't in those days. Perhaps now they are fully professional. Yeah, they may well be, but they certainly weren't when Essex played them several years ago. They played them twice, once at Amsterdam, once at Rotterdam. Both amazingly good experiences. That's played out into the covers.
Yeah, their name often pops up in the big sort of, well, the ICC tournaments, doesn't it?
Yes,
yes. And often they end up qualifying. In most cases, don't they? They have to sort of enter in the sort of qualifying period, and then if any of these so-called lesser teams qualify, then they end up.
Yeah, because former Essex player Ryan Ten-Doeschate had a lot of dealings with the Dutch cricket team. It's just played solidly defensively. And there's this sort of Dutch-South African
there is
connection,
that connection as well, isn't there?
Yeah,
there is. And there are some South Africans, I think, who I'm trying to remember the name of one, but I think after they retire from the South African game, they go and play in Holland and stuff like that. So there is that sort of connection.
So Hutton, 4 for 67, conceded 1 this over. Moves in now and bowls. Played pleasantly, very pleasantly indeed by Porter, and it's given chase, and the ball is hauled in several yards short of the boundary, and they go through for 2 runs as Nasser makes way for our host Dave to do his 6 o'clock update.
He's done a good job there. 4 wickets in the last half an hour or so.
I'm glad you think so. As Hutton moves in, looking for his 5th wicket. Bowls to Porter, who goes onto the back foot and just jabs the bat down and keeps it out quite solidly, and it trickles out to mid-off, where it's fielded by skipper Stephen Mullaney.
Yeah.
End of the over, 297 for 9.
Just to tidy up Stuart Broad there, that last wicket he got, the one of Shane Snater, was his 200th first-class wicket for Nottinghamshire. 923 first-class wickets in all, obviously the bulk for England, and obviously played for Leicestershire, but 200 for Nottinghamshire in 53 matches. His first was in 2008, obviously on his debut at the Parks against Oxford University. Peter Young, whatever happened to Peter Young? The Oxford University skipper was Stuart Broad's first victim in Nottinghamshire colours, and 15 years later Shane Snater is the 200th. So congratulations to Stuart Broad, their little milestone.
Yes, indeed.
I know they like these things in the Notts dressing room. Anything worthy of note they celebrate. Harrison's debut would have been one of them. Here's Patterson, who's got 2 of the wickets to fall. Bowls to Sam Cool, Mr. Cool, 298 for 9. It's Sam Cook just on the scorecard today. I did tweet it this morning, a picture of it.
Right.
SJ Cool.
I didn't finish reading Stephen's,
please do. Yeah, I'm just
email. No,
wary that we're probably into the 6 o'clock news
yes,
on Radio
yeah,
Nottingham,
no,
but they will give a blast in our ears, Dickie. They generally give us at least a second's notice.
Time, tide and updates wait for no man.
Go for it. Go for it.
Stephen says he also talking about the wrestling.
There's Patterson. Bowls edged, all out. Matthew Montgomery takes the catch. Patterson's got his 3rd, 298 all out. So Essex by 2 runs miss out on a 2nd batting bonus point, but Dane Patterson finishes with his 3rd wicket. The last one out was Porter, Jamie Porter, caught by Matthew Montgomery from the bowling of Patterson. The board says 5.4 overs, so we go down to 5, and we'll have 3 to play. 298 all out, and now Radio Nottingham are on the brink of coming for an update, and then we'll have a moment or two just for Dickie to catch up with his emails, and we'll go through the card. Porter was out for 3, left Sam Cook 5 not out. Good catch again by Montgomery, went quickly. So 3 overs will need to be bowled. Of course, 6 o'clock, we might just have been done about 10 past 6 otherwise, but we've got a 10-minute delay now whilst the 2 teams swap over. Essex 298 all out. It's always frustrating to get out so close. The last game against Lancashire, Notts were dismissed for 2-4-9, missing a point by a run. Well pouched by Matthew Montgomery. Lovely pictures again from our camera crew. Thanks so much Charlie, Jack and Jono, who've been around the ground with the cameras today, out in the fresh air, bringing you the pictures. And there you can see, don't know if we can wave, if we wave,
Which
if we can be seen.
Are we on?
We're those open windows. We're there. I don't know if they can see us.
No, I don't think so.
But those of you watching the live stream, those open windows, just where the crowd are sat on that level. We're in the middle windows. Still waiting for this update for BBC Radio Nottingham. 4 wickets to Brett Hutton, 4 for 69. He continues his fine form. Dane Patterson 3 wickets, 3 for Stuart Broad as well. So once again, the principal 3 quicks have done such a good job here to dismantle Essex after the visitors have been put in. How good a score it is, of course, we won't really know until this game advances. 90.2 overs. It took Nottinghamshire to bowl Essex out. And Essex have just been bowled out, 298 all out, so from their perspective they'll be a little disappointed they missed out on that extra batting point for reaching 300. For Nottinghamshire, a really good second half to the day. 4 wickets for Brett Hutton, 3 for Stuart Broad, including his 200th for the county, and 3 for Dane Patterson. Notts will have 3 overs to bat this evening, having just dismissed Essex for 298. So there's that update for BBC Radio Nottingham. It gives us a minute or two just to catch up with correspondence. Dickie, what have you got?
Yes, we'd gone down the path of, because of my name, gone down the path of World of Sport and wrestling. And Stephen says, did you know that Mick McManus, for those not in the know, he was one of the characters, he was a bad man in a bad character. He probably wasn't a bad man, a bad character in the wrestling. He was a member of the MCC, and his obituary appeared in Wisdom.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. By the way, every week on a Wednesday evening I do a recorded few minutes called Around the Wicket, where I've been invited, and I'm delighted to do so, to talk about any aspect of cricket I like, whatever takes my fancy, and I've made it clear over the years that I just love all versions of cricket. Last night, because of the way the season started, I just talked about I think I called it the great imponderable, about weather and the effect it's had. And you just have to accept it as part of the game. It's no good moaning about it, although supporters always reckoned that they were going to go on to win a game that's affected by rain. It never seems to into their heads that they might have gone on to lose it. He said, by the way, I enjoyed Dick's piece on Around the Wicket last night about poor weather and cricket. I was at Fenner's over 40 years ago when the umpires took the players off in a Cambridge University versus Essex fixture, because the weather was dangerously cold. Well, I suppose at the university it's slightly different. What's the word I'm looking for? Not conditions, but criteria. Different from a championship match. After Derek Pringle, playing for the university, hit a 6 into the gents' toilets. Thank you, Nick, very much. Just while I got the opportunity, there's one more from Lorna, who mentioned that Simon Harmer had played for Stony Stratford. It's on the west side of Milton Keynes, and oh well, this is the sort of thing I really find interesting, because I love words, and he says that Stony Stratford has 2 pubs, the Cock and the Bull, which supposedly are the origin of the Cock and Bull story.
Oh, crikey.
I've got to.
That's terrific.
Well,
yeah.
That's my homework for tonight. I'll Google that and find out all about it. Thank you very, very much, Lorna. Fascinating. Just the sort of thing I love.
Nigel Balaam, it really is about time. A new battery was put in the stopped clock above from where you commentate from. It's especially confusing in the morning from the pavilion, where it always says it's 11:30. Yes, but you can't see it, Dickie. There we are on the. There we are, 11:30. Yes. So if you're listening from the clock, I mean, I don't know how you get to it. I really don't. It has been stopped certainly since the start of this season. People keep telling me. We have got, though, on the scoreboards now, something we've never had before, and that is the digital clock on each scoreboard. Maybe they just can't get it. They've stuck it on the front of the
reach it.
at the top there. But yeah, thanks for that, Nigel, and for your correspondence. Who else has been in touch? Mike Brown was on the ground saying once again Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson the pick of the bowlers. I think Brody's bowled well as well today, actually, to be fair. Lots of people getting in touch. Many thanks as ever. Essex 298 if you put in. Do we know yet how good a score that is, or have we got to wait for this match to unfold a little bit? Are these good first innings runs, or from a position of 150 for 1, they would have been expecting more than 298 probably?
Yeah. Well, they always say, don't judge one innings until you've seen the second. So I still reckon it's pretty evenly balanced.
Well, Notts got 2-5-5 last weekend and won by an innings. I know that was at Northampton against Northants, but sometimes a score can look a little larger. One thing we do know is Essex will be desperate for a strike this evening.
Yeah, I was saying to Nasser earlier on today that some reputable cricket pundit, and I can't remember who it was, maintained that in an uninterrupted 4-day game of Championship cricket, if the first side is bowled out, not declares, but it's bowled out for round about 300, you're usually in for a good game of cricket.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
Yeah, so would I.
Just quickly before they restart, the bowling figures, the pertinent bits and pieces. Broad 20 overs, 3 for 53. Hutton 24 overs, so he was the most worked. 24 overs, 4 for 69. Dane Patterson 17.2 overs, 3 for 48. Of course, nobody else got any wickets. Lyndon James 12 overs, none for 51. Stephen Mullaney 6 overs, none for 20. Liam Patterson-White 8 overs, none for 31. And Calvin Harrison 3 overs, none for 8. So Notts used 7 bowlers. Not done that by choice for a while. They did it against Middlesex here last year when all 11 had a bowl, when it was that sort of last day. Only 1 wicket went down and that was taken by Ben Duckett. It was that sort of day, but the umpires are on their way back to the middle. Brief little comfort break for them just before the close, and now they're back out there. Essex having a huddle. At it, boys, concentrate, boys, make them play, boys, all the usual stuff. I'm sure that everybody knows what Tom Westley is saying to his troops. Whether it hits home and whether they can make Hasiba Mead and Ben Slater play at every delivery remains to be seen, but clearly Notts will be looking to leave what they can and block what they can't leave.
Now, I haven't I got an answer to this yet because I haven't put the name of them, but oh yes, they have. It's Hamid and Slater. The usual openers. I was going to say that the interesting thing to me, and you often see it, is that if during the course of play,
I know what you're going to say. If there were 3 overs left normally, you'd send a night watchman out. Well, Notts have done it before. They did it last year with 1 over left when Luke Fletcher opened the batting for that 1 over. But it is a slight change though in the batting order because Ben Duckett's not playing. Of course, Slater has been playing at 3 all season so far, but he's just nudged up the order, and he's going to face. I wonder if they've been asked. I wonder if it even came into a conversation in the Notts dressing room. What do you think, boys? Do you want to send anybody out there? And if you're a reputable top order player who is confident in your game, you'd I think want to get out there and make your mark. But it's everything to lose and nothing to gain, really. But let's see how we go, Dick.
Yep. Well, there are 3 overs. I suggest you have 2 of them, shouldn't you?
No, you go. Your boys are in the field.
Okay, as Cook moves in and bowls. And that inconvenienced Slater more than a little.
Yes.
I'm not.
He's fielded nicely, Ben Slater, throughout the day, but I guess the one major moment you'll feel was a slight blip in that he dropped Wesley, didn't he, when he was on 30 odd, 36.
36, yeah.
So we want to end the day in a happier frame of mind by just seeing this through to the close. 1 down.
As Cook moves in again and bowls, and Slater goes on to the back foot.
By 1 down, I meant 1 delivery. Now 2, because they'll be just ticking them off, won't they? Let's just count these 18 down and start again in the morning.
Sorry. Under these circumstances, Nottinghamshire don't care about runs. They'll score those tomorrow. If they're 0 for 0 at the close after 3 maiden overs, they'll be perfectly happy with that.
Who'll bowl from this end? Porter?
Yes. Well, I say it uncharacteristically, emphatically, but yes, I think so.
So somebody.
It could.
There's somebody in red on the balcony. I'm only surmising. I've no idea. Ben Slater's got good eyes. If that. Oh no, there's people moving about in front of the seats. Look, or they're just being asked to move. I'm not entirely sure. No idea. But slight hold up.
Yeah. Right. So Cook moves in again and bowls to Slater, and Slater plays that confidently enough. Just trickles out on the onside. Picked up by Bracewell. I suppose, Bracewell might be given the new ball from this end, but if I were a betting man, which I'm not through any moral high ground, just abject poverty.
And that's Porter at long leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
He seems to be flexing and bending.
Yeah, then I'd think it would be Porter. 4 slips. Cook, Harmer, Lawrence and Critchley. Cook round the wicket now. Played out into the covers by Slater. 0 for 0. 2.5 overs remain.
Been a very watchable day's cricket.
It's been a very enjoyable day's
some
cricket.
terrific batting from
Yeah.
Sir Alistair Cook, rolling back the years, looked nailed on for his first Trent Bridge 100. I thought Tom Westley looked in prime form as well. Notts roared back. Adam Rossington and Simon Harmer then steadied the ship again. Been some good bowling from Hutton, Patterson and Stuart Broad.
Cook moves in, bowls, and that's played out through mid-off. They weren't quite sure whether it was going to evade Slater at mid-off or not, and it did, and so they've gone through for 2.
Oh, yes,
the field obviously very, very attacking, so once you pierce the inner ring, then there's undoubtedly runs to be had. There's not going to be anybody backing up.
Yes, I'm getting flashbacks from a couple of years ago, both here in Chelmsford, I think, when we had Snater bowling to Slater. That may happen tomorrow.
Could well do. Cook to Slater. Gets him squared up a little bit, but he's picked up 1 or 2 runs, 2 to be precise, and just backward of square, and it's Nick Brown who gives chase and fields it. And it's the end of the over, and Nottinghamshire are 4 without loss with 2 overs to go.
So Ben Slater can just take a moment at the non-striker's end, as a word with Hasib Hamid. Got 97 here in the last home match against Lancashire, but not yet registered a 3-figure score this season. Mead, 26 years of age, played 6 matches against Essex. His best was 88 that he scored at Old Trafford in 2017, of course, former Lancashire player.
And England player, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's going to be Jamie Porter to bowl to Hamid. 4 slips. Bowls wide of the off stump, and Hamid has chased after that one, and he's got an outside edge, and the ball's gone high over the slips and away down towards the pavilion fence for 4. Did suggest they might be looking to leave everything they could leave and block everything they couldn't. Well, Nasib Hamid has seen it differently. He thought it was a half volley, albeit about 9 feet outside the off stump. He's chased after that and given it absolutely everything and got a boundary.
And the coach is holding his head and saying, no, please don't. But it's 4 runs.
Porter in again. This time he drives. Oh, that's a decent partial stop at mid-on by the skipper, Wesley. They get a single. My word, that was a better shot than the one that brought him a boundary. We were talking about that earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, oh yes, it's... golfers say it's not how, it's how many, and in a way, cricket's the same, in as much as a streaky shot that goes the boundary is worth just as much as the most elegant of cover drives. Such is life.
It's going to be Porter to bowl to the left-handed Slater. They've swapped over, and Ben Slater pushes this back to Jamie Porter, so we're halfway through the allocation of 18 deliveries. 9 have gone, a maximum of 9 to go. Of course, if a wicket goes down in the final over, they'd troop off then. Some always feel that's a little unfair, because I'm sure if Essex did get a wicket at the start of the final over, they'd want to try and exert a little bit of pressure on who was to come out for the last 2 or 3 or 4 deliveries.
Yes.
There's Porter in again to Slater, and again the Chesterfield-born opener pushes it back to Porter. But that's the way we've done it for years on end, and I'm sure that's the way we'll carry on doing it.
I've often said the longer I carry on following this game, the less I understand it. And I've never really quite understood why that is the end of the session. What the thinking was behind it when that rule was originally introduced.
Had a good old day today. We're going to finish, just before 6:25.
Yeah, it's...
Nottinghamshire 9 without loss. Porter bowls and Slater will punch it into the offside. Thought he'd found the gap, but I was wrong. He picks out the man at point. 1 ball left in this over. Hamid did very well to get himself down to the other end. A 4 and a single at the start of the over. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ben. There comes Jamie Porter. Essex made 298. Porter bowls a good delivery. Slater, I think, knew it was not going to cause him any major inconvenience. It goes through to the keeper. Now, something I always forget to say, and then I get my my knuckles rapped by producer Kirsty and Aaron as well. If you stay, those of you that are watching the live stream, so I'm talking to the people watching the live stream at the moment, if you just carry on watching the live stream, leave it on there, just as quickly as we can as the players get off. There will be some interviews that will come up on the live stream as quickly as they can. They'll grab a player or two or a coach or whoever's available to speak to the media. You'll be able to see that live on the live stream. So carry on watching, and although we'll probably say good night before then, but if you carry on watching, you will get the interviews first, so you can hear what a principal participant has had to say.
As Cook moves in, bowls outside the off stump, and it's a loud appeal for caught behind from all those behind the wicket and from Cook himself.
Just wondered if it was caught behind or not playing a shot. I wondered if it was going on to hit the wicket, but I didn't think it was anywhere near the wicket. But
I didn't.
maybe a bit of kidology, you know what players are like, but it didn't seem to have a lot going.
No, I agree entirely. I was surprised at the animation, but obviously something. Well. No, we'll never
Nobody's
know,
unduly
probably.
upset about anything, Dickie.
No. They just say, that didn't work.
Yeah, doesn't cost anything to appeal, does it?
No. And now an appeal this time for LBW equally meets with disinterest from the umpire, or lack of interest.
The Yellow Belly's been in touch. A good mop-up of the Essex tail end today. I fear the weather may affect play tomorrow, folks. The forecast looks better for the weekend. Sadly, I'll be busy elsewhere. Thank you, Yellow Belly. I did actually see that they said there might be the odd shower today, which thankfully we haven't seen hide nor hair of, and they have said there might be the odd shower tomorrow. So let's hope that doesn't happen, and we get a fullish day in once again.
As Cook moves in again and bowls, and that's outside Hamid's off stump as well, and playing a miss.
Ben Slater's glad he's down the other end.
Yes, he is.
Leaving it to his mate.
Yeah.
So we're nearly done. 3 balls left. Essex made 298. Alistair Cook 72. Tom Wesley 66. 4 wickets for Brett Hutton, 3 for Broad and 3 for Hutton. Broad picking up his 200th first class wicket for Nottinghamshire. Notts have given a debut to Calvin Harrison, who took a catch. No doubt tomorrow hopefully we'll get a chance to have a bat. A couple of good catches from Montgomery.
Cook moves in, bowls, and that's played solidly out in the offside. Will be the same. 3 or all 4 of us, I think, are all here tomorrow. So yeah, we look forward to that.
Yeah, many thanks to Nasser Hanif, who's joined us today. We're back tomorrow. I think in the afternoon Kyle is going to pop in once again, and myself and Dickie will, God willing, we'll be here.
Well, yes, take nothing for granted.
Ground staff are ready, aren't they? They've got the hoses and the brushes and the mops and the barrows and the brooms and everything.
Lurking with intent. And that's just played solidly. 1 delivery left. Yes, I've got 1 more day. I'll probably be here for most of Saturday, but not working. My colleague of even more years than I've been doing it. I've been doing it for 20 or more, well over 20. Paul Newton will be here at the weekend, and I'll be later in the day. I'll be on a train back to St Pancras. Hopefully, they're not on strike. I was wound up earlier this morning. As the final delivery is.
It's through.
It's gone. It's going to go for straight 4, and I think Tom Wesley took a bit of the weight off the ball, but not enough to stop it going in the direction where that ball will be going anyway, back to the pavilion. And so the end of a very absorbing, interesting day finishes up in reply to Essex's 298 all out. Nottinghamshire are 13 without loss.
Yep, thanks very much, Dick. Hope you enjoy your evening, and very much enjoyed your company and your commentary today. And thanks, I'm sure Dickie would share with me when saying thank you to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch with us today. We enjoy all your correspondence.
Certainly.
It just helps the day tick along. A huge thanks once again to the camera crew, to Kirsty and to Aaron for keeping us on air. Heaven knows how they do it, and keeping us on the straight and narrow. But we do it for you folks. And once again, many thanks for the nice comments that you often pass our way. And again, just final reminder: if you just stay watching the live stream, those of you that are watching the pictures, there'll be some interviews on there for you as soon as we can. And to those of you following on the BBC Sport website and app, the audio version, our radio listeners, if you will, we really appreciate you folks. You're certainly not forgotten in our thoughts, and I hope you'll come back and do it with us just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. From Kyle, from NASA, from Dickie and myself, Dave, thanks for your company today. From Trent Bridge, a very good night.
Splendid.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. Thanks.
Pete, what's your assessment of the day overall?
It's been a good day's cricket. It's felt in some ways a bit old-fashioned day's cricket in some ways. We had to work really hard up front. I thought Alistair Cook played well, got out to an outstanding catch by Calvin, but I think we've done well. We plugged away. I thought the big three seamers, Dane Patterson, Stuart Broad and Brett Hutton did a fantastic job. And then we had to hold on a little bit for that second new ball, and then obviously Kane, the second new ball, did the damage really. So yeah, we're very happy to have kept them under 300 and obviously get through unscathed tonight.
And I guess to have shifted that momentum a little as well, from 150 for one through two dismissed for under 300 too.
Yeah, and I think that came through. I thought we held pressure really well actually. We managed to control the rate pretty well all the way through. So yeah, credit to everybody. So it's set up nicely. We're going to have to play well tomorrow. We're going to have to see off the new ball. But I think if you do see off the new ball, there's a chance for a batter to go on and get a big score.
Dane and Brett have led the way with the ball in most of the games so far this summer, and 4 more wickets for Brett today, taking him 1 behind Chris Rush, I think, so far in the overall standings. What's the difference been with him this year, with the level of consistency he's managed to achieve as well?
I think he's a good bowler. He's been playing all the time. I think one of the things Brett's done is, behind closed doors in the winters, he always works hard. He's done quite a lot of work, I think, with Kevin Shine. A couple of little tweaks on his action. He's also fit and he's strong. So, you know, he's put a lot of balls in the right area, and, you know, he's asked questions about us really all the time. I thought he did a really good job today when the ball was old, because the ball got a little bit soft and he kept plugging away. He got 2 key wickets along with Dane that really opened them up, and then obviously Stuart bowled beautifully with a second new ball as well, and obviously we managed to clean him out for under 300.
Yeah, good return for Stuart to the side after not playing at Northampton last week. With this being the last of this block of Championship cricket, what sort of impact has he made on the group over the past couple of months?
It's always great to have Stuart around, because not just the quality he gives us on the field, off the field, he's got a great knowledge of the game, and also about, I think for some of our younger players, seniors as well really, about how the best way to go about it. So tactically very good. Certainly did a very good job today on a pitch that, as I say, it offers something for the bowler, but you've got to bowl very well. If you miss your area, we know it's like at Trent Bridge, the ball runs away very quickly and you can get hurt.
And a word for Calvin Harrison as well, who's been around the group for a couple of years and played plenty of T20 and white ball cricket, but his county championship debut today. Yeah,
great chance for him really. He managed to get a few overs. There's more chance he'll get some overs, maybe second innings. Batting wise, he's played well in the twos. You know, he's been a solid cricketer. He's been kept out by Liam Patterson-White. He's had a good time of it. So chance for him to get his debut away, and yeah, I think he's going to really enjoy it.
Cheers, Pete.